I first played through Omega Ruby in 2015, a year after release, and despite some reservations, I was struck by just how much I actually enjoyed it. On some days, I might even tell you that it's my favourite Pokemon game. I think that it represents the absolute best that the series has to offer. But it really is a game of two halves. I also think that it encapsulates the worst that the series has to offer. Now don't get me wrong, Pokemon is great, but it's riddled with problems and I think it gets away with a lot more than it deserves to. So I thought it would be interesting to go into my thoughts in depth on Omega Ruby and use it as a lens through which to examine the Pokemon series as a whole. Before I begin, I'd like to make a few things clear about my approach. First of all, before you even start, I know that this is a long video, you don't need to tell me. I don't know why I'm saying that, I guarantee that there's a bunch of comments down there already going, "Oh, Shay, this is a long video." Listen. Don't worry too much about it. I appreciate that this isn't something you can watch all at once, so for your convenience, I've included timestamps for the different sections in the description. Secondly, I am going to be spoiling the game rotten. I'll be hollowing out not just the story, but the experience itself. If you're interested in playing Omega Ruby or Alpha Sapphire for yourself, you'd better go and do that before you watch this. Speaking of which, I'm playing through Omega Ruby rather than Alpha Sapphire because that's the one that I've got. I don't think that playing through both is warranted anyway. I also won't be comparing and contrasting with the original Ruby. I will be mentioning these other versions from time to time, but I'm not going to be comprehensive, this video is long enough as it is. On a related note, I haven't played Sun and Moon yet, and I know next to nothing about them. Many of my criticisms might well have already been addressed, and if so that's cool, but I don't want anybody getting uppity with me because I'm not bloody clairvoyant. And finally, if I mispronounce some Pokemon's names, then piss off really, nobody cares. Besides which, it's pronounced Arceus anyway, it's Arcane and Deus, and if you think otherwise then I'll call my pal Tam to set about you with a claw hammer. I can't substantiate that. I don't even know anybody called Tam. Just don't correct me in the comments, that's really tiresome. The game opens with the usual formalities that I'll spare you because you probably know what a Pokemon is at this point. The protagonist is moving to the Hoenn region, which is based on the southern island of Japan, Kyushu. He or she is looking at his or her Pokénav, which immediately draws attention to the fact that this is a remake by juxtaposing the old Game Boy Advance graphics with the new 3DS ones. Your Pokénav is even shaped like a Game Boy Advance SP to drive the comparison home. Now, I was one of the ones that owned a Game Boy Advance SP, and the game that I got that for was Ruby, so maybe I'm biased here, but I can't think of a better way to introduce the game. A lot of players will be veterans of the series, and this is a bit of light fan service to start us off. It's not so much breaking the fourth wall as it is leaning on it. The Pokénav is on your lower screen for the whole adventure anyway, and I like that it's contextualised by the character having a game console of their own, because that's the only way I can relate to people nowadays. While the protagonist is just a player avatar, they have a wee bit of backstory of their own. Littleroot Town establishes the setting. Your father has just got a job as a gym leader and he's a good friend of the local scientist Professor Birch. The Pokemon world is absolutely obsessed with Pokemon. Their schools, their merchandise, and even their moving companies, apparently, are all Pokemon themed. This is a ridiculous proposition, obviously, but it also means that there's at least a cursory reason that nobody will shut up about the game mechanics. Your dad has celebrated the big move by buying you a clock. Right, calm down you madman, there's enough excitement going on as it is, eh? He's not even set at the Bampot, so your first task in this exciting adventure is to go up the stairs and set the time. This is a scene lifted from the original Ruby and Sapphire, but there it served a purpose as the Game Boy Advance didn't have an internal clock. The 3DS does, but I suspect that the scene was retained anyway because the intro cutscene takes place during the daytime. Setting the clock gives the game a chance to turn day into night if it needs to. You're then sent to meet the neighbours, including Professor Birch's daughter, May. May is the game's female avatar, so if you're one of those women that I've heard so much about, then this is what you'll look like. I like how awkward May is at first. She tends to say corny things and then immediately get embarrassed. After meeting May, you find Professor Birch being chased by a Poochyena outside of town, which is a daft little prompt. Imagine a grown man being chased by a puppy and you should get the idea, but it gets you into your first battle. To battle, you need to choose your starter Pokemon. It's great that you're forced to make such a significant decision right at the start of the game. Your starter is likely going to become a linchpin of your team, and having to choose what that linchpin is makes it feel a lot more personal. It's a big decision, so you make the adventure your own almost immediately. The 3 starters are set up in that classic rock, paper, scissors style. Grass beats water, fire beats grass, and water beats fire. It stresses the importance of type matchups right off the bat. Design-wise, these are a really strong batch. None of them have some of the more outlandish elements that I think sour people on the newer designs. They're all focused with a consistent look and colour scheme throughout. They're also distinct because you have the choice of one of the 3 animal classifications, a reptile, a bird, or an amphibian. Traditionally, I've always chosen Mudkip as it's my favourite design, but unfortunately not all starters are created equal, so I'm going to be choosing Torchic because of just how thoroughly it trounces the other 2. In its final form, Blaziken, Torchic hits harder and faster than the competition, with incredible synergy between the fire and fighting types. There's not much competition in terms of fire types in Hoenn either. The game is saturated with competent water types, and it's not exactly wanting for grass types either, but there are very few other fire types, meaning that Blaziken has a lot more value. Finally, Blaziken has a type advantage against 3 out of 5 members of the Pokemon League. The only downside to using Torchic is the glut of water types in Hoenn, but by the time that becomes a problem you should already have a robust team ready to pick up the slack. Now, neither Treecko nor Mudkip are worthless by any means, and I'm not saying that you have to choose Torchic, but they are noticeably outclassed, and I think that ideally each starter would have their own advantages and disadvantages that make them all roughly level with each other. This is the first glimpse that we get of Pokemon's massive balance issues. I'm naming my Torchic Aplomb after a line in the originals. After you beat the Poochyena, Professor Birch would tell you, you pulled it off with aplomb. Like, do you get it? Like, I literally pulled it off with aplomb. Listen, that line isn't in the remakes, but apparently it's not a very funny joke even with context, so whatever. Walking and running are bound to both the analog stick and D-pad. The analog stick moves the player smoothly in 3D, while the D-pad makes you follow the grid as if you were playing the originals. So if you switch between the two, you'll often find yourself snapping to the grid, which looks really awkward. You're also forced to follow the grid indoors, which feels just awful with the analog stick. A feature new to Omega Ruby is the ability to control your speed. Sneaking is a lot slower, but it reduces the chances of you disturbing a wild Pokemon. So it's a nice trade-off. You either sneak and get there slower but reduce the risk of a random encounter, or you run, which will get you there quicker but heighten the chances of being interrupted. The first route is very short. It takes you but a few seconds to reach Oldale Town, where the game introduces you to a lot of the basic mechanics. The intro to the game has a wee bit of breathing room, giving you time between tutorials to do your own thing. To the west we can find one of the game's artificial roadblocks. Pokemon has a history of using some pretty conspicuous excuses to keep you away from areas you're not supposed to reach yet. In this case, the game wants you to go north, so this guy is refusing you passage to the rest of Hoenn because there are apparently some rare Pokemon footprints that he wants to sketch. It's later revealed that these footprints were actually his own, which is this really outlandish and frustrating scenario that I find quite funny. There isn't really much point in making a game like this non-linear due to the levelling up system, so it needs to halt your progress somehow. These roadblocks don't give any indication of what the player needs to do to progress, but I don't think that that's a bad thing, as it forces the player to explore under their own power. So long as the scenarios remain suitably tongue-in-cheek, then these roadblocks are as good a way as any to keep the game linear. The setting for your first battle against May is the same pond that we saw in the introduction. In the original there was nothing here, this was just a dead end, so I love that they made the classic intro an actual location. I'm glad that May is the introduction to the trainer battle concept. It feels just that wee bit more meaningful than if it were, youngster Calvin or something. In the original Pokemon games, the first rival fight took place on equal footing. Both Pokemon were level 5 and knew only their most basic moves. Here, the player has had the chance to level up before they fight May, and both Pokemon have their first elemental move as well. On the one hand, an equal matchup sounds like the more interesting battle, but often the first rival fights would just come down to luck due to your limited strategies. Being able to level up beforehand puts the match's result firmly under the player's control, but it can trivialise the battle, especially as your rival only uses their most basic damage dealing move. As is traditional, they get the starter with a type advantage, so it would be really unfair if they could hit you for double damage with no chance of recourse. I think the reason you have your elemental move anyway is probably to teach you that it doesn't work as well on a water type, just in case you really don't get the concept. All in all, I think I prefer it this way. It's kind of a soft tutorial. Whether you win or lose, the encounter should teach the player that they must level up to succeed. I also think that a fair fight is kind of a moot point when your only strategy is to wail on your opponent. By using the ledges to hop down, you can return to Littleroot without touching any tall grass. This kind of considerate design appears less and less as the game goes on, but then you're very rarely forced to retrace your steps as you are here. Back at the lab, Professor Birch gives you the Pokédex in celebration of your beating the shite out of his daughter's pet. May also gives you some Pokéballs so you can catch Pokémon. So, at this point the game has a very similar structure to all other Pokemon games. You start off by exploring a small town, you meet your rival, and you meet a professor who gives you your partner Pokemon. After a short, safe trip up the first couple of routes, you're then given a Pokédex and instructed to go on an adventure for some reason. The game isn't very subtle about that bit. It's pretty transparent about the fact that if you've picked up a Pokemon game, you most likely want to fight Pokemon. It's player friendly, but it's not very compelling. While it's easy to criticise Pokemon's introductions due to their hand-holding, I think that this one is brisk enough so as not to really be too much of a bother. You can scoot through it in well under 10 minutes. The problem is, no sooner has your mum put the full stop on the introduction than May interrupts you to hand you the Dex Nav and then force you into a tutorial. This tutorial could easily have come at any other time. It kind of wrecks the pace to start off your grand adventure and then immediately be taken back under somebody's wing. It's also pretty much useless. It explains next to nothing about the Dex Nav's functions. If it's going to interrupt you, then it might as well do a good job of it. The transition from Oldale Town to Route 102 isn't seamless like it was in the originals, probably due to technical limitations. This isn't a problem in and of itself, it must be difficult to convince these games to work properly, but I think that the transition draws too much attention to itself. It cuts to black and uses the sound effect of a door closing, and I think it would feel more seamless if it was silent and used a similar green palette. Catching different kinds of Pokemon offsets the linearity of traditional JRPGs. You have so many options for party members that no two playthroughs will look alike. It's a great idea and it adds a ton of replayability to the game, but less formally it also tickles both the animal lover and the collector in me. The concept for Pokemon came from executive producer Satoshi Tajiri's childhood, which was spent catching bugs. But rather than these mad, wee, freaky alien things, Pokemon broadens the audience by having monsters that actually look appealing. Ideally, every Pokemon would be worth your time to capture and raise, but a lot of these early area monsters are pretty substandard unfortunately. Zigzagoon and Poochyena have underwhelming stats and move pools. They're not train wrecks by any means, but optimally they would be a bit better for those that like them. But having said that, I'm going to be catching a couple of Pokemon on Route 102 to add to my team. Despite my fondness for the system, in exceptional circumstances it can get pretty tedious catching Pokemon. You have a set chance of encountering a specific Pokemon on a route, and then you have a chance of catching them on top of that. It can be frustrating when luck's just not on your side. This is where the Dex Nav comes in. The Dex Nav is an absolute miracle worker. It fixes a huge number of the game's problems. The Dex Nav makes a specific Pokemon visible in the tall grass before you've actually entered the battle. It synergizes perfectly with sneaking because once you see the rustling grass, you have to sneak up on the Pokemon to avoid startling it. They're constantly moving around, so you have to balance your speed to reach them in time, but without frightening them. If you've caught a certain species before, you can manually search for it, so you can get the specific Pokemon that you want anytime thereafter. I'm looking for a Ralts, which has less than a 1 in 20 chance of appearing, but I'm also trying to get one with a particular ability, lowering that to a 1 in 50 chance. But with the Dex Nav, after catching my first, I can just manually search for it, which saves a lot of time. Each Pokemon has its own search level on the Dex Nav, which is raised by encountering it again and again. The higher the search level is, the more information you'll be able to see on said Pokemon, like its ability, its held item, and its moves. At higher levels, you can get unique versions of that Pokemon, such as ones with rare moves and abilities, and ones with high stats. Each star on the lower screen represents one stat that the Pokemon has the potential to be perfect in, so the more you use the Dex Nav, the greater the benefits. But what I love about this is that randomness can be exciting, and the Dex Nav keeps that element intact while also giving the player a bit more control when catching Pokemon. The Dex Nav also has a feature where if you encounter the same Pokemon multiple times in a row, they get better and better. I could have gone whole hog with this. It's the matter of a few minutes to get a chain large enough where you're encountering level 12 Pokemon. And keep in mind that the longer you chain Pokemon, the more experience your starter's getting as well. Torchic ended up pretty hench by the end of this. Chaining for higher level Pokemon is an interesting proposition. You can either catch the Pokemon immediately at a lower level and then grind, or you can do the grind as you're catching them. But while I could have become completely overpowered with a few minutes extra work, I absolutely won't need the extra firepower for my purposes. Now, all of that said, the Dex Nav isn't without its shortcomings. It can be fairly unreliable, and I've had multiple chains go completely awry for seemingly no reason. It's annoying because the game basically randomly decides that one of its features doesn't work. I also wish that it showed a little more info. It could have been expanded to show the Pokemon's gender, its nature, and have 6 stars so that you could see every stat. But nevertheless, it's a fantastic idea, and the execution is so roundly excellent that I find it difficult to complain too much. Anyway, after a few minutes, I managed to find myself a fairly solid Ralts with the ability Trace. To briefly explain, each Pokemon has an ability, which is a passive effect that you don't need to activate. For example, Torchic's Blaze ability strengthens its fire moves when it's low on health. I think that abilities are a fantastic addition, adding even more options, tactics, and considerations when catching and battling Pokemon. Ralts' abilities are either Synchronize, which passes on status effects to the opponent, or Trace, which automatically copies its opponent's ability. I find Trace a lot more useful personally. I don't want to be getting hit by any status moves in the first place. Ralts will eventually become Gardevoir, so I'm naming it Gardevoir. You know what, I thought it was a cute and effeminate nickname, and it's definitely got nothing to do with the fact that it's what you yell when you launch your pish out a window. I'm also going to catch a Seedot. I don't usually pick Seedot, but he'll plug a lot of gaps in my team later on. I'd ordinarily be hesitant about having 3 Pokemon before the first gym, because the more Pokemon you have, the less experience they gain apiece. I'm not really worried about that in Omega Ruby though, which we'll talk about in a bit. I'm naming my Seedot King Conk. Listen, it's a wee bit of a boomerang joke, we'll come back to it later on. At the end of Route 102 sits Petalburg City. The cities at this point are fairly squashed together. We have covered very little ground since Oldale Town. The towns get further and further apart as the game goes on, with multiple, longer routes separating them. It's a subtle bit of pacing that eases the player into the game. It's also here that we meet Norman, the protagonist's dad, and also Wally, who becomes a minor recurring character. Wally is a sick and frail kid that wants a Pokemon to keep him company. He's about to move to his cousin's house in Verdanturf Town, which is famous for its clean air. I quite like that Verdanturf is flagged up so early. Hoenn is great at feeling like a complete world. Towns and landmarks are mentioned long before you actually reach them, which makes the player a little bit curious about them. Verdanturf also becomes a wee bit friendlier when you do eventually reach it, because you know some of the characters there. No sooner have we finished catching Pokemon on Route 102 than we're back to Route 102 to learn how to catch Pokemon. Pokemon's introductions have become more and more protracted over the years. Ideally, they should be getting their mandatory tutorials out of the way all at once, so as not to interrupt the player once they have their flow going. The problem is, Pokemon has been unable to stop itself from adding more and more disruptions as the series goes on. Tutorials are the series' biggest offender. As it is, even when it's explaining concepts that are new to me, I find myself resentful and less willing to learn because I've been interrupted. I appreciate that the developers are trying to space out the tutorials rather than dump an entire game's worth of information on you at once, but forcing the player to stop every 5 minutes isn't a great alternative. Yet worse, while the tutorials are frequent and disruptive, they're also incredibly vague, suggesting that the developers are aware of the problems and want to keep the pace up. As a result, Pokemon never, at any point, explains to you precisely how its mechanics work. I mentioned earlier how inadequate May's tutorial was. She teaches you how to sneak up on a Pokemon using the Dex Nav, but as I've explained, there is so much more to it. They're usually pretty badly timed as well. Quaderat demonstrandum, it's teaching me how to catch Pokemon after I've already caught a couple. This capturing tutorial could have been folded into May's DexNav tutorial from earlier. Alternatively, a lot of these tutorials could be skippable, accessible from the menu, or simply delegated to optional NPCs. Even if Norman had just asked if you wanted to go with Wally, that would have fixed the problem right there. Of course, that would mean that you would miss the setup to Wally's character arc. Wally is a pretty endearing character, and I think that he plays to Pokemon's storytelling strengths. He goes from being meek and sickly to becoming confident and healthy over the course of the game. It's not a complicated story, but it's effective because it ties into Pokemon's Ludo narrative, which sees the player become slowly stronger over the course of a lengthy adventure. With Wally, you get to see that from the outside. Meeting Norman is also the setup for the player's growth later in the game. This is a minor plot point, but it's a really effective one, so keep it in mind. I'll be coming back to that one later. Oh, here we go lads, Route 104 is an absolute banger of a tune. This is what adventure sounds like in my head. There's this really good bit coming up. Here it comes, wait for it. It's coming up. This route presents the player with a choice. They can either walk through the grass and risk being ambushed by a wild Pokemon, or they can take the longer beach route and risk being spotted by the trainers. This choice appears a few times throughout the game, and this is the simplest iteration of it. But it's very clear as a result, and it prepares the player to make that choice in more complex scenarios later on. Trainer Pokemon yield slightly greater experience, and they supposedly boast more intelligent AI. Wild Pokemon are running more on instinct, whereas trained Pokemon have their potential realised through more judicious action. It ties into an overarching theme of people and Pokemon mutually benefiting from their close relationship. Of course, you also can't catch trainers' Pokemon. Narratively, it would be a wee bit grim if you could wrench people's beloved companions away from them, and mechanically, there needs to be battles where you're forced to focus on the combat. Route 104 is bisected by Petalburg Woods, which you could consider the game's first dungeon. This sign claims that you have to lead with weaker Pokemon and then switch them out to train them up. If you've played this game before, you will know exactly why that's nonsense, but for just now, all I will say is, no you bloody well don't. I mentioned earlier that ideally every Pokemon would be worth your time, but that doesn't necessarily mean that every Pokemon should be equal in strength. They can serve a niche purpose. Wurmple is interesting because it evolves into one of two Pokemon at random. It's a wee bit of an embuggerance, as the only way to know which evolution you're getting is to actually evolve it, by which point you've already used up time raising it. It's just luck. But this blow is lessened by the fact that it evolves into its final form by level 10, gaining much better stats than anything else you can get by that point. So Beautifly and Dustox are really effective at the beginning of the game, but their usefulness falls off as the game progresses. The player then has a choice. Do they want to have an easier time at the beginning of the game, but be left with a bit of a dead weight by the end? For me, the answer's no. That's valuable experience that could be going to a Pokemon I want as a permanent fixture, but it's a viable option. Evolution itself is a really cool idea. It acts more as a metamorphosis rather than an impermanent anime transformation. Leveling up in JRPGs is satisfying as you see your team slowly grow over the course of many hours. Evolution makes that progression more tangible than just seeing your numbers increase. Your Pokemon's abilities, power, and even their looks change as well. There's a lot of anticipation in waiting for your Pokemon to evolve, and a lot of satisfaction in seeing it finally happen. You can even choose when you evolve your Pokemon. Evolving Pokemon as soon as they're able makes them stronger, but it often results in them learning moves later, or not at all. Shroomish is a great example. It evolves into Breloom at level 23, but if the player has the patience to not evolve it until level 40, it learns Spore, which is the only 100% accurate sleep move in the entire game. But Shroomish is an extreme and very rare example. It's often only a couple of levels difference between your Pokemon learning moves, so the best option is usually just to evolve them straight away. If unevolved Pokemon learned their strongest moves 20 or so levels earlier, then this choice might be more compelling. We have our first encounter with Team Magma here. If I were playing Alpha Sapphire, I would be facing Team Aqua instead, but either way, we're not sure of their motivations yet, but it's pretty clear that they're the antagonists. After defeating the Magma Grunt's single Poochyena, the scientist gives you the EXP share, at which point, congratulations, you've beaten Omega Ruby. The EXP share trivialises the rest of the game. The item functions similarly to the EXP All from the first generation, which divided EXP equally amongst your team. So if you had 6 Pokemon and had the EXP All turned on, then each Pokemon would gain 1/6 of the experience. But here, the EXP share multiplies the amount of experience gained. It gives your lead Pokemon 100% of the experience that they would normally gain, and an additional 50% to every other Pokemon in your party on top of that. So if your lead Pokemon gains 100 EXP, then every other Pokemon will gain 50 EXP as well. So with a full team, you are getting 350% of the experience points for no extra cost. This would be fine if the game's level curve was adjusted to account for the change, but it's still based on the original games, so it's designed as if the EXP share doesn't exist. The EXP share has a knock-on effect with the way you approach team organisation. If you're making your way through the routes without grinding, then you'll have a relatively consistent amount of EXP to gain in each area. Therefore, the fewer Pokemon you have, the more EXP and thus the more levels they will gain. This helps them stay comfortably above the level curve. With the EXP share multiplying EXP though, you are leaving experience on the table by not catching Pokemon as early as possible. You're gaining more experience the more Pokemon you have. If you have 2 Pokemon, you'll gain 150% experience. If you have 6, you'll gain 350%. This is why I'm fine with having 3 Pokemon at this very early stage. It used to be that you would have to do more management the more Pokemon you had, so management was minimal at the start but became a focus by the end. But not anymore though, apparently. Different Pokemon also have different EXP requirements. Ralts takes a lot longer to level up than Seedot and Torchic, who, with the EXP share turned on, can keep up with its levels without even having to fight. So basically you're going to be seeing a lot of Ralts and not much of anything else. Even if the game were rebalanced to accommodate the EXP share, I don't think it would be a good inclusion. I mean, I'm not mental, I will gladly take less grinding, but it takes it too far. I no longer have to manage my team or battle as many Pokemon. In other words, I don't have to play the game as much. Managing teams and battling Pokemon is like most of the Pokemon experience. So in conclusion, the EXP share is an astonishingly good reward for absolutely no effort or sacrifice, and it actively reduces the amount that the game's audience has to engage with it. Outside, on the tail end of Route 104, you find the Pretty Petal Flower Shop. I can't believe they just made me say that, which teaches you about berries. Berries are held items that have various effects on your Pokemon. For example, the Oran Berry will cause the Pokemon to automatically replenish 10 hit points once they hit half health or lower. Held items can have other effects, such as raising the power of certain moves, giving you a random chance of moving first, or restoring a little bit of HP every turn. One idea that I really like is that if you give your Pokemon a man-made item like a potion, they don't know how to use them. It's a really nice way of thinking your mechanics through in context. Here you also get the Wailmer Pail, which is... okay, look, it's called the Wailmer Pail. If this were just called a watering can, I wouldn't have batted an eyelid, but it's the Wailmer Pail. That's really fun. Planting a berry in soft soil makes a berry tree grow. After 24 to 36 real-time hours, you can then harvest those berries. Watering them with the Wailmer Pail at set intervals during their growth allows you to increase your berry yield. Suffice it to say that the Wailmer Pail is a really useful tool, but even better, it's completely optional. I like it when a player's forced to find useful and important things for themselves, not necessarily because players can skip it so much as you know that they will. This is maybe a wee bit petty of me, but I think a game should have the guts to resist players who aren't willing to engage with it. If you see this unique house and you don't bother your arse, you should miss out on something. Of course, it also means that you're not interrupting your player or patronising them by having May appear and explain to you the intricacies of a watering can. Route 104 is markedly longer than routes 101 through 103. The reason for this, most likely, is because in the original games the player couldn't run until after routes 101 and 103. Even so, the game slowly ramps up the difficulty. Route 104 is long, but it's not taxing, so it's pretty easy to nip back to a Pokemon Center if need be. Speaking of which, I like that Pokemon Centers allow you to tackle the routes at your own pace. You can push onwards with an injured Pokemon if you're confident or don't want to backtrack, or you can play it safe if you're less confident and willing to go at a more leisurely rate. It's not anything resembling sophisticated design, as Pokemon Centers are free and rarely too far away, but it's a time waster that I like. You could, theoretically, give yourself the best possible chance by going back to heal after every single battle, but that would be incredibly tedious. It's a very individualised risk-reward system. Rustboro contains the game's first hidden machine, or HM, which are moves that are needed to overcome obstacles on the overworld. Cut isn't mandatory to complete the game, only to reach optional areas, which is why I suspect the game is comfortable not thrusting it at you in a cutscene. The game composes the search for the Cut HM excellently through a couple of simple additions. The player's first stop in Rustboro will most likely be the Pokemon Center, and inside there is a girl who tells the player about the man next door giving her an item that allowed her to cut down trees. Secondly, cuttable trees are in front of the cutter's house, which is a subtle clue by Pokemon standards. I think it's better when a game lets its level design lead the player to key items rather than its story. I wouldn't mind seeing the rest of the HMs be similarly withheld, even if that did run the risk of oblivious players getting stuck for a bit. The Trainer School is a staple of the series. It's an early game area that teaches you some of the mechanics. If you ask me, this is one of the best of Pokemon's traditions. It's a completely optional tutorial, which gives it the room to go into comprehensive detail. In particular, it teaches you about status conditions. Status conditions are all well realised, with each having a distinct effect. I feel like Burn and Poison overlap too much. A burned Pokemon has its physical attack halved and loses 1/8 of its hit points every turn, whereas a poison Pokemon just loses 1/8 of its hit points. However, the rarer, badly poisoned condition can be devastating, inflicting incrementally more damage as time goes on, so it's not like poison is obsolete or anything. Poison also has the effect of draining your Pokemon's health outside of battle. This is only ever dangerous if the player has just one Pokemon, which is why I think they pack so many poison types into the early game forests. It's the only time that status can be a remotely credible threat. I also want to note this really funny wee joke in this block of flats where an ace trainer transforms into a hiker apropos of nothing. It's such an understated change that I actually did a double take. I'm going to have a lot to say about the script later on, but on the whole I'd say that the jokes are quality. If you're ever playing through the game again, I highly recommend paying attention to the televisions in particular. You won't regret it. Rustboro has another first, the game's first gym. The player has the option of either heading straight there to advance the story if they're confident, or clearing Route 116 at the other end of the city if they feel like they could use the extra levels. That's where I'll be headed just now. One of the reasons I wanted Trace on Ralts was because of Whismur. It traces their soundproof ability, and as all of their moves are sound based, it completely shuts them down. Soundproof is an ability that I'm really impressed with. I imagine that it wouldn't have taken much to program. Basically, if the Pokemon has soundproof, then they are immune to a hand-picked list of moves. But it's the attention to detail that really gets me. You read Soundproof's flavour text, and it's instantly obvious which moves they're referring to. It's a perfect example of Pokemon's attention to detail. The mechanics are rarely arbitrary, and they're often rooted in some form of real-life logic. I'm going to catch a Nincada here. It's not really that interesting yet, but it soon will be, and it can at least learn Cut and Flash in the meantime. I don't know how it uses Flash, but it does apparently. At the far end of this route is the Rustturf Tunnel, a tunnel that was designed to connect the two separated towns of Rustboro and Verdanturf. The portmanteau keeps the name memorable even though it's a minor location. This area is the first glimpse that we get at people's consideration for Pokemon. After development on the tunnel began, the company realised that their machinery was disturbing the local Whismur. Whismur's gimmick is that they scream when they're startled, which isn't anything special, I do that too, but this has led the construction team to cancel the project. Afterwards, one man resolved to dig the tunnel by hand so that the project could be completed without disturbing the Whismur. The story doesn't make a whole lot of sense. When we get inside, we find only a single rock blocking the way, so either this guy's the bloody Hulk or the project was already 99% done when they decided to stop. So it's a pretty contrived situation, but it shows how considerate the people of this world are towards the ecology. They stopped the project the second it became clear there were environmental concerns. That's not generally how these things tend to go in the real world. It serves as a really nice introduction to the game's thematic conceit, which, through People vs Pokemon, explores development versus the ecology, and how synthesis can be reached between the two. It also, of course, gives you a shortcut between two areas once you get Rock Smash. Rustturf Tunnel then serves both a satisfying mechanical and thematic purpose, so if the scenario's a little contrived, I think that can be forgiven. Rustboro Gym is themed after a museum, a nice fit for a rock-type gym. This is something of a tradition in the Pokemon games. Having rock as the first gym leads a lot of people to see the starter Pokemon as difficulty selections. Water and grass have an easy time with rock, while fire is weak to it. I'm not entirely sure how I feel about this. It seems like an odd choice to hamper players who might want to use the fire-type starter. But even then, Torchic becomes fire fighting when it evolves. Fighting is strong against rock, so if you can evolve it before the first gym, which is feasible if you only have a single Pokemon, you'll still have a type advantage. So whichever starter you choose, the rock type drives home how important type matchups are. It's certainly more interesting to have a type with a lot of dynamics with the starter Pokemon than it is to have a more neutral type like, say, Dark. So I think I've convinced myself that I like it. Seedot also evolved, by the way, which there was absolutely no need for. It's not like I'm going to have trouble with the gym at this point. Do you see what I mean about the EXP share? Rustboro Gym, as with most levels, allows you to either battle or bypass the trainers. Battles in gyms are often a punishment for failing to solve the puzzle. Even here, going around the trainers feels like it's supposed to be the smart solution. And I think this encourages some bad habits. Lazier players can scrape by without really having to engage with the game by just sneaking around the trainers. It's not necessarily a bad approach to level design. If a lazy player doesn't recognise the importance of training, they're going to end up in trouble later on, and that's their fault. Again, I like it when a game has the guts to resist players that aren't willing to engage with it. The game lets you skip a lot of battles, but that means that you are responsible for keeping on top of your levels. So it's not all bad, but I feel like the game should sometimes be a bit more obstinate. It should demand that you fight a lot more often than it actually does. Defeating Roxanne gives the player the Stone Badge, which forces Pokemon up to level 20 to obey them. Pokemon traded from another player, if too high a level, will often disobey your commands. This is to prevent exploitation of the trading system. You can't have someone trade you a powerful Pokemon just to transcend the level curve. It's an obvious but effective solution that prevents players just cheesing the game, but it also doesn't punish players who put in the effort to gain extra levels themselves. The Stone Badge also gives us permission to use Cut outside of battle. Again, it's an obvious but effective mechanic to ensure that you don't head to the next area before battling the gym. Fortunately, the Devon researcher has had his stuff nicked again, which gives us an excuse to head back to Route 116, where there's a small group of trees that we can access using Cut. Outside the tunnel we find Mr. Briny, whose pet Wingull, Pico, has been kidnapped by the same magma grunt that took the Devon parts. After you confront him, the grunt curses, saying, "Keelhaul it all." To keelhaul is a nautical themed punishment that, as the name suggests, sees somebody be dragged behind the keel of a boat. Team Aqua's visual design clearly references pirates, so I can imagine that the line would fit much better in Alpha Sapphire. I suspect that Alpha Sapphire was written first and then adapted into Omega Ruby for a couple of reasons, this being one of them. The line doesn't really fit with Team Magma. Since you've cleaned up Devon's messes twice now, President Stone asks you to deliver the Devon goods to Slateport, as well as a letter to Steven, his son. Is it just me or is that weird? Like, back in 2002 when these games originally released, the internet and mobile phones weren't nearly so commonplace, so sending a letter didn't seem odd. Although this game was released only 12 years later, sending a letter already seems archaic. It just struck me as odd that President Stone is still using letters to communicate, even though they've mastered the art of streaming television to a handheld device. This scenario was originally constructed so that Mr. Briny would be indebted to you for saving Pico, and he would give you a lift to Dewford. In the remakes though, President Stone calls in a favour anyway, so there was no point in Pico getting kidnapped. This is one instance, and far from the only instance, of the game adding dialogue that really didn't need to be there. Mr. Briny's all too happy to give you a lift to Dewford since you saved Pico, but I don't think that even he believes that he was good friends with President Stone. As soon as you arrive, he calls Steven what's his name or whomever. You'd think that he would remember the name of his good friend's son. Like I say, I don't think they needed to add that bit of dialogue, especially if they weren't going to follow through with it 5 minutes later. Dewford Town is most famous for its trendy phrases. The trendy phrase mechanic was introduced in Ruby, Sapphire and Emerald, and saw the player string together 2 words or phrases vaguely related to Pokemon. Of course, this was open to abuse. You could easily string together 2 words to create a dirty phrase like ball and bag. In Omega Ruby, they instead have you combine an item from your bag with a generic word like party to create the phrase. Hilarious as it was, I understand why Game Freak wanted to change this system, especially since online functionality is commonplace. You wouldn't want to risk exposing a child to dirty phrases in their kid-friendly Pokemon game. But this rectified system is so boring that I don't know why they didn't just remove the trendy phrase entirely. I like that the Dewford gym is actually themed after a gym. The light gimmick is kind of ineffectual. The puzzles get incrementally more complex, but they're still really simple by the end, so there's not a whole lot to say about it. Instead, I want to give you an introduction to the battle system. As much as I think that the series could and should be overhauled in numerous ways, the foundations for the battle system are pretty much spot on. It's constructed out of a lot of easily digestible individual mechanics that combine to create a lot of depth and variety. The core of the game is made up of 6 easy to understand statistics: hit points, attack, defense, special attack, special defense, and speed. Speed determines who goes first, attack hits defense, special attack hits special defense, and the resulting calculations subtract HP. Of course, you have buffs, debuffs, accuracy, typing, status conditions, and a whole host of other factors affecting it, but the core of the combat system is really simple. All of this, combined with the fact that it's turn-based and one-on-one, means that Pokemon is a very clear and fair game. There's never a bit where you encounter an enemy that can cripple your team in one move, and there's never that moment where you encounter a boss and have no idea what they're capable of. Now, I'm not going to go over every mechanic here, that would take forever. There's moves that trap Pokemon, moves that cause Pokemon to lose a turn, moves that heal over time, moves that go first, moves that deal more damage depending on each Pokemon's respective weight, and so many more. Instead, what I'll say is this. With this battle system, you have a recipe for some easy to grasp mechanics with cavernous depths. Everything is modular, each individual mechanic could be explained in a sentence or two. Draining Kiss, for example, is a special move, but it still makes physical contact, meaning that it can trigger static, which is an ability that paralyses on contact. I also mentioned earlier how well done the soundproof ability is. Moves behave exactly how you would expect, and the attention to detail here is really impressive. Each move is contextualised vividly enough that you get a functional idea of what it does, even if you don't know exactly how it works. And since moves and abilities can be shared between Pokemon, there's no need to create unique mechanics for every new monster introduced. There are hundreds of Pokemon at this point, and their unique blends of stats, movesets, and abilities present an easy way to distinguish them from one another without overburdening either the developers or the players. While I was rambling, you might have noticed that I beat Brawly without taking a hit. This is one of my recurring problems with the game. The overwhelming majority of bosses struggle to distinguish themselves as they're forced to play with the same pool of Pokemon as everyone else. I don't expect a grueling gauntlet or anything, but if you were to lower the levels a little, Brawly's lineup could easily be a normal trainer's. We're off to Granite Cave next to deliver the letter to Steven. In the originals, this was something of a mini dungeon that could be tackled either before or after the gym, much like Route 116, but in this game it's a single chamber. Even though we can get Flash off of this hiker, we can't access the dark parts of the cave until later on. This prevents the player from choosing their own approach, but it also means that you're not forced through what is a bit of a boring dungeon. Granite Cave has been made more interesting by the inclusion of the mural on the wall, which is our first real glimpse at what's going to come later on. We also meet Steven Stone. It behooves me to not reveal his identity at the minute, but suffice it to say that he's fairly important in the world of Hoenn. Steven is an enthusiastic amateur geologist, and he was supposed to be here searching for rare stones. It's been retconned slightly in this game. He's instead inspecting this mural and giving the most vaguely specific exposition to nobody in particular. The whole overheard monologue thing is a really inconspicuous way to introduce a mystery. Steven has a bad habit of making grandiose statements apropos of nothing. I think it's supposed to make him look wise and introspective, but he just ends up kinda sounding like a knob. After introducing the legendary Pokemon to the player, he declares that not all power is bad. Alright, aye, fucking shove off, Lord Acton, Steven Stone has a hot take for you. Now that he's established that, he goes on to tell you that you're capable of becoming Pokemon League champion, which is a wee bit presumptuous for somebody you've only just met. One of the game's more frustrating writing quirks is that it's keen to remind you that you're the main character. Pretty much everyone of importance in this world takes a shine to you and reassures you that you're incredible at everything you turn your hand to. It kind of belittles your agency. With that done, it's off to Slateport to deliver the Devon goods. There are still plenty of trainers to fight on Route 109 first though, and a few of them use Azurill, which is an absolute train wreck of a Pokemon. We're going to play a little game. If you were to take a look at Azurill, what type would you guess it was? It's on a beach, it's blue, it has a buoyant tail, and if you said water, you're dead wrong, it's normal fairy. Its species name is the Polka Dot Pokemon, even though it has no polka dots anywhere on it. Apparently this is because polka dots are known in Japan as Mizutama, which literally means water ball. so that was quite obviously mistranslated. Azurill is also associated with a glitch where it used to switch sex upon evolving. The way that gender assignment works is that the random number generator chooses a number between 1 and 100 and assigns gender based on that. Azurill, for example, has a 75% chance to be female, so if the number lands between 1 and 25, it's male, and if it lands between 26 and 100, it's female. However, its evolution, Meryl, has a different gender ratio, being 50-50 male to female. So if Azurill's gender number was between 26 and 50, Azurill would change from female to male upon evolving. They fixed it in this generation thankfully, but this poor thing's just a series of small disasters. To make matters worse, it also belongs to a group of baby Pokemon, which are designed to look like immature versions of other Pokemon. Azurill is a baby Meryl, Pichu is a baby Pikachu, and so on. Baby Pokemon's only real distinction is that they cannot breed without first evolving, which is a bit of a pain if you're trying to make a breeding chain. Game Freak seem to have found a solution to that particular problem. To hatch a baby Pokemon, the parents are often required to be holding a certain type of incense, which you can buy in Slateport City. So if you're interested in chain breeding a Meryl, for example, you don't have to go through the trouble of raising an Azurill, just don't have the parent hold a sea incense. So baby Pokemon only influenced a mechanic that was designed to counteract the problems with them. In Generation 6 though, baby Pokemon are guaranteed to have perfect potential in at least 3 stats if they're encountered in the wild, which is a really desirable trait. The problem is, there's only 4 baby Pokemon that can be encountered in the wild in Omega Ruby, and all of them are after the 7th gym. Besides, the Dex Nav does the exact same thing but for every single wild Pokemon, so babies are back to being pointless just like in real life. I suspect that they're more a marketing thing than anything included for mechanical purposes, evidenced by the fact that it's only well-known and cute Pokemon that get them. In that sense it works, I suppose. I can't help but like Azurill despite how maligned it is, it's a pretty cute design. There's an old man on the beach who's having his Zigzagoon use its pickup ability to pick up litter on the beach. For some reason, this scenario really stuck with me throughout the years. I always remembered exactly where this old man was and what he said. Looking at it, I think it's because of how strong the scenario is. It's a plausible situation, it teaches the player about what the pickup ability does, and it also reinforces the game's themes of people working together with nature. This old man is making the world better not through grandiose ideals, but by shouldering a small responsibility. You can find a series of shops in Slateport Market, including a TM shop, a doll shop, a shop that sells vitamins to boost your stats, and an incense shop. There are plenty of different kinds of incense, and while they don't communicate their breeding properties, each has another, more practical purpose. It's an elegant way of handling the situation, making the items worthwhile outside of their other, incredibly niche purpose. The Pokemon Fan Club is an area to obtain rewards for maxing out a Pokemon's hidden stats. Pokemon have many hidden stats like friendship and affection. I don't have any problem with these stats themselves or the fact that they're hidden. Quantifying friendship with a number would be a bit disillusioning. The problem is that the game doesn't tell you how these stats work. It hints, sure, but it gives you very little practical information to work with. For example, a woman here advises me to lavish love and care on my Pokemon and then hands me the Soothe Bell because apparently I've already done that. Now, I know that I got the item because my Pokemon's friendship stat is high enough, but imagining for a second that you had no knowledge of the game's inner workings, it would be easy to mistake these hints for superfluous rhetoric. Again, I get it, explaining the mechanic literally would be weird, but that means that Pokemon is a game that you need either a guide or the internet to get the most out of, and I think that's a flaw. Slateport is also home to the official Namerator. Nicknames are a great way to personalise your Pokemon. Pokemon's names are generally really good, but I like that the player has the opportunity to really make them feel like their own. The Namerator doesn't actually rate the names of your Pokemon, he'll tell you that any name you pick is fantastic, even my stupid nicknames. Instead, he offers you the chance to change your Pokemon's nickname if you don't like it. But you can't change the names of Pokemon you got in a trade, which I don't dislike in principle. Maybe it's because I'm a big flowery wanker, but I think that a name has a lot of meaning, and the game is trying to communicate that you want to preserve the original owner's love. But the fact is that nobody's trading away their prized Pokemon that they have an emotional attachment to. People trade away Pokemon they don't care about, either that or they're trading their own Pokemon over to a new game. The principle is simply out of touch with reality. This is often a problem with NPC trades in the games. You can get a Pokemon that you would like, but it comes with an embarrassing nickname. Most infamously, in Red and Blue, the only way to get Farfetch'd was to trade a Spearow to an NPC. Since there was no breeding, this meant that before Pokemon Yellow came out, it was impossible to own a Farfetch'd that wasn't named Ducks. You'll notice that Team Magma is blocking the entrance to the Oceanic Museum. They are apparently queuing up to get in. This is a bit of a cheat. Captain Stern is inside that building, and you need to speak to him to advance the plot. But even if you know that, you can't go in and talk to him until you've first mistakenly gone to the docks and then been told that he's at the Oceanic Museum, by which point the roadblock will remove itself. I don't know, it's just kind of odd that they would force you into the wrong scenario before you can find the right one. The Oceanic Museum is one of Slateport's main attractions. Each one of these exhibits can be inspected to teach the player something about the ocean. A few of these are used for world building. The references to Kanto, Johto, Sinnoh, Unova and Kalos have become fairly standard, and they're a tame but functional way to give the settings closure. But the majority of the exhibits teach the player something about actual scientific advancements and endeavours in the real world. While it doesn't serve much of a mechanical purpose and is easily skippable if you're not interested, it does wonders for the world building, and even better, I can imagine it teaching kids something that they might not already know. This educational aspect in particular fascinates me. I find that games' educational value tends to be extrinsic. You have to be interested enough to do independent research. The Oceanic Museum represents one of the few times I can think of that a game is actually teaching its player intrinsically. That it's able to do so while keeping the presentation of its world so seamless is really impressive to me. I suppose that's a benefit of having a world that's so close to our own. Before we can deliver the parts to Captain Stern, Team Magma gets in the way. Grunts in Pokemon tend to use the same small stable of Pokemon again and again: Poochyena, Numel, Koffing and Zubat, none of whom are particularly threatening. In Alpha Sapphire, Team Aqua uses Carvanha in place of Team Magma's Numel, which makes them marginally more troublesome as physical contact with Carvanha causes your Pokemon to take damage as well. But either way, Grunts are pretty pathetic. After defeating them, Maxie, Team Magma's leader, makes his first appearance. And I need to ask this because it bugs me, is his collar part of his shirt or his jacket? Maxie then goes on to explain Team Magma's goals. He pontificates about how humanity requires a grand stage to stand on and exploit in order to progress. To that end, they want to expand the landmass. I really like how this story has been expanded in both Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire. In Alpha Sapphire, Team Aqua is fighting on nature's behalf, enraged by humanity polluting the ocean. So rather than land versus sea and humanity versus nature being two separate themes, here they dovetail perfectly. I love how they've thought through both themes and then tied them together. If his stupid outfit wasn't enough to diminish his impact, he then admits that you intimidate him, he then tells you that his grunts had no chance against you, and then he just leaves. It just seems like a wee bit of a waste of time if I'm being honest. I sympathise with the writer's plight. It's difficult to get all of your characters where they need to be, and this is definitely too early to be fighting the game's major villain. But nonetheless, the character's presence is immediately deflated by sloppy dialogue. He puts all this time, money and effort into seizing the parts, and then he just gives up at the first hint of resistance. Playing Omega Ruby for this video has been a completely different beast to playing it for fun. When playing for fun, I'd never even consider entering the contest Spectacular Hall, which I suppose kind of gives away what I think of it. The game stops the player before they leave Slateport to introduce the contests. By now the game really should be cutting its interruptions down to a minimum. The introduction is well and truly over, and the game should be leaving the player to their own devices. Even if you investigate the contest hall under your own power, you can't actually do anything in here until you've triggered this cutscene. So not only does the game interrupt people that don't care, it takes away the agency of those that do. The first reason I dislike the contests is because of how blatantly artificial they are. No sooner does the most famous idol in the region spot you than she decides that you're definitely contest material, seemingly for no other reason than because you're the protagonist. You're then told that you're the 100th trainer she scouted, and you're then given a free new outfit. No sooner have you participated in your very first contest than you're casually given a Pikachu with almost perfect contest stats, that also happens to be a cosplay enthusiast for the extra points. It might have been at least somewhat interesting to have to work your way up from the bottom, but instead you're immediately shown that you're a numinous star whose innate talents are so demonstrable that the most successful contestant in the region wants you as her protege. It presumes that you won't care enough under your own power to put the effort in, so in that respect I suppose at least it's accurate. An easy way to remedy these problems would be to require the player to win a contest first, before introducing Licia. That way there is the implicit contract that the player is interested. It also makes a lot more sense for Licia to be interested in you, as she would have a concrete reason to believe that you have potential. While I'm on the subject of Licia actually, I hate how artificial she is. I don't know if she accurately reflects Japanese idol culture, but all of these poses and titles that she gives everything are so feigned. There's no character or pathos to her. She's just relentlessly upbeat, and that seems disingenuous to me. She's just there to be cute pretty much. There's the hint of a love triangle developing between you, her, and another contestant called Chaz. And Chaz is a bit of a fanny, but at least those two have something in common? And also they both like contests? Way! While a love triangle seems like it might get her to behave like a human being, the conclusion that she eventually reaches is that we shouldn't be competing. It's the taking part that counts. Which is a fucking odd message for a game that you're supposed to win. The gameplay doesn't fare much better. The first round of contests is effectively a beauty contest showing how well groomed your Pokemon are. To quote unquote groom your Pokemon, you need to feed them sweeties called Pokeblocks. Pokeblocks are made by blending berries. Different combinations of berries will yield different results, but the problem is to get the best results you need berries that you can only get further into the game. I tried to beat the Master Rank contest multiple times as I am just now, and I simply couldn't do it, but when I returned at the end of the game with a surplus of berries, I won first time with very little effort. I would be misrepresenting it if I said that Pokeblocks were the be-all and end-all. I'm sure that a skillful or just plain lucky player would be able to compensate. But what I think is telling is that between me playing now and losing, and me playing at the end of the game and winning, I didn't improve at all. My Pikachu had an identical moveset both times. I didn't strategize or engage with the mechanics, I just had the most berries. Gating progress with your progress through the main game makes sense if you squint at it, but my problem with it is you can't progress through the game by playing the contests. So it doesn't give the feeling that you're getting better so much as coming back later. The following appeal phase takes about 15 minutes, and it sees all 4 contestants take turns to show off their moves to gain approval from the audience. These moves, as well as boosting your own appeal, can have other effects. Well played moves will fill the excitement meter at the top left, and the Pokemon that fills it fully will gain a huge amount of approval all at once. The appeal phase moves like treacle, and it feels like you don't have much control over whether you win or lose. You are constantly making choices anywhere between 4 and 7 moves ahead. In between those choices, every other Pokemon has a chance of disrupting your tactics by startling you, or changing the turn order, or something like that. So there are tactics, but there are no dynamics. There's no way to deflect or respond to your opponent's moves because of the space between your turns. The game requires you to think so many steps ahead, but it isn't designed around that. The landscape of a contest can drastically change as soon as a turn starts. A decisive appeal can be all but negated by a final turn Giga Impact, for example. And with no telegraphing, there's no way to counter or circumvent that. In simple terms, you can do everything right and still lose. So the only reliable strategy is to hope to goodness that the other Pokemon don't disrupt you. It also takes absolutely ages, and combined with the huge luck component, a lot of your time's probably going to end up down the toilet. So I don't think that contests are very fun. So what? Well, I may be completely off the mark about this, but it feels to me like I'm part of the majority. I've only ever seen dislike or disinterest towards the contests, and if so, that's an insane number of man-hours lost. Hours and hours creating a whole new battle system that only a very, very small percentage of people care about. And this is my biggest problem with the contests, and one of my biggest problems with Pokemon as a whole. According to an interview with producer Junichi Masuda, who also directed the original Ruby and Sapphire, Game Freak doesn't really distinguish between experiments and permanent changes. In his words, we still haven't decided which of the newly introduced features we're going to keep. We never distinguish between experiments and features to keep. It all depends on the fans' reaction. What this results in is a lot of tinkering. Contests have been replaced multiple times since they were introduced. You have the Pokethlon, where your Pokemon competes in sports, musicals, where your Pokemon performs on stage, and Pokestar Studios, where your Pokemon stars in a movie. Just like the contests, none of these are meaningful additions. Now, before I go any further, I feel like I need to explain what I think the difference is between meaningful and arbitrary. I think that meaningful changes affect the core mechanics. To me, a fundamental change or addition to movement or battle mechanics is much more worthwhile than a completely new experimental system that's layered on top, like the contests. There are a lot of core elements that I would much rather see improved than get another contest analogue. So while the contests are easily ignored, that's exactly my problem with them. It feels like nobody really cares, nobody really buys these games for the contests. And if these mini-games are going to be treated as set dressing by Game Freak itself, then that seems to me to be a tremendous waste of time. Why spend all that time developing something that you consider expendable? Now, I understand the appeal of giving the player a distraction from battling, and if you want to groom and dress up and interact with your Pokemon outside of battle, I get that too. It is kind of like owning a virtual pet. So what I would suggest as a meaningful addition is some form of minigame that ticked all of these boxes while also giving some benefit in battles. If only they could add something like that. I'm talking about Pokemon. Listen, I was going to do that whole thing and then be all like, oh well, I'm going to pick up on this later, lads. Nah, it's Pokemon. I spoiled it. Route 110 is split into two halves, the cycling road and the lower route, which is a narrow walkway thick with grass. I like what they've done with it in this version. When you enter the route, the camera pulls down to show you the tall and majestic cycling road above you, and then it pulls the rug out from under your feet when it's revealed that you need a bike. It makes the bike that wee bit more desirable. Once you get onto Route 110, the game shows you these Team Magma Grunts, who interrupt you to make absolutely sure that you know that they're headed to Mount Chimney next. While I complimented Wally name-dropping Verdanturf earlier, I dislike it here because it feels like it was more purposeful. They're basically saying to the player, we're going to Mount Chimney, just so you're absolutely sure of where you need to go next. But we have no idea what Mount Chimney is. Now, if this were a more open game, I could maybe understand it, as you would have to figure out which direction you had to head in. But the game's so linear that you're going to encounter Mount Chimney whether or not they tell you about it. I guess what I'm saying is that it's clumsy foreshadowing. It's a scenario that's repeated a few times throughout the game, with you overhearing magma grunts declaring their plans out loud, and I can only guess that it's there to funnel the player through the game. But it feels sort of unnecessary, as the game doesn't advance any of its plots or subplots until you're there to witness them. So it creates an artificial sense of urgency. The narrative and level design are entering a down cycle just now. They're recovering from the tension of meeting Maxie for the first time. It would have worked better if Maxie had mentioned Mount Chimney at the Oceanic Museum, I think, as it would tell you during the climax that this was a momentary reprieve and that Team Magma would be back. As it is now, it feels more like it's hurrying you from scene to scene when you should be enjoying a break. The Pokemon Plusle and Minun have abilities that are designed to capitalise on one another in double battles. They're also this game's blatant Pikachu clone, a group that would be joined by Pachirisu, Emolga, Dedenne, and Togedemaru. Since they're so clearly referential, these Pokemon are always going to exist in the shadow of Pikachu. They're never going to become more popular than the Pokemon they're imitating. I'd rather see original ideas than more clones. But then, what do I know? Apparently these Pokemon sell a lorry load of merchandise in Japan. I don't get it, but some things are just beyond my scope, I suppose. Cute is cute. Halfway up Route 110 is the Trick House, a puzzle box that's dedicated largely to mazes and brain teasers. While we can start it now, we need more HMs to beat the later puzzles. I want to talk about it all at once, so I'll be coming back here later on. Even though the lower path is meant to make you wish you were on Cycling Road, it looks a lot more tedious than it actually is. It manages to avoid becoming tiresome. You're given plenty of time to see May before you actually have to battle her, so if you need to go off and prepare, you're given that chance. It's good that you're not thrust into a mini-boss with a weary team, but on the flip side it also means that May can never really be the end of a gauntlet. You can always see her coming and nip back to the Pokemon Center if you need to. Pokemon Centres are, of course, a good addition. It's comforting to have a place where you can be sure that your team will be brought back to 100% strength. The problem with them is that because trainers don't challenge you to rematches, it's too easy to clear a route and then quickly nip off to heal before you fight the bosses. You're rarely forced to take on a boss after being worn down, which diffuses some potentially tense situations. As a result, there's not much to say about this match, so I instead want to talk about how cracking May's battle music is. It's probably one of my favourite boss themes in video games. It's the perfect theme for a match between friends. It keeps trying to sound serious and dramatic, but it irresistibly shifts back to being fun and mischievous before too long. It captures the spirit of friendly rivalry. Both rivals want to win, but neither can bring themselves to take it too seriously. After the battle, May gives you the dowsing machine. The machine is a radar that lets you seek out hidden items, which you'll see me do for the rest of the route. This incarnation of the dowsing machine looks absolutely ridiculous, and equipping it locks you to 8 directions as if you were using the D-pad. I suspect that this is because they didn't program it with analog feedback. It's programmed to change by tile. I think they really should have put in the extra effort here, as the clunkiness makes me actively avoid using it a lot of the time. This would be a bigger issue if the hidden items themselves weren't so well handled. Generally, if you see a dead end or a bald spot in a patch of grass, you'll find an item there. I like that it rewards perception, and I think if the game was meticulously consistent with its visual cues, it could have just done away with the dowsing machine altogether. No sooner do we enter Mauville City than we're met with a little bit of character development for Wally. He supposedly came to visit Mauville as a tourist, but in reality he wants to challenge the gym. To prove that he's capable, he decides to challenge you to a match, again with just his rolls. After a sound thrashing, Wally realises that despite how far he's come, he still has a lot more growing to do. He then propositions you to be his rival, which is awkward as hell, but in a way that fits his nervous character. This is the last time we'll fight Wally for a good long while, so I can see why they'd want to make his intentions clear. It's also a wee bit contrived that his uncle just so happens to give you the Rock Smash HM, which you're going to need very soon. Like I say, I preferred the approach to getting the cut HM, it felt less stilted because you needed to look for it. They must have been more nervous about people missing Rock Smash since it's needed to complete the game. Mauville has been completely revamped, turned into a shopping centre rather than just a collection of houses. It's a bit random, but I have to admit that the new decor makes it much more memorable, and it gives the designers an excuse to pack the place full of shops and other utilities. Mauville has an exit in each cardinal direction, so it's probably indoors to give the game a bit of time to load as well. The first port of call is Rydell Cycles to get a bike. You are given the choice of the Mack bike and the Acro bike, and you can exchange them at any time. Rydell's reasoning is, on the surface, ridiculous. He simply hands you a bike and gives you the option to exchange it at any time for no cost. It's naive even for the Pokemon series. It seems that they completely gave up on giving an excuse. But with that said, there are a few hints scattered around that Rydell's using you to promote his brand. This is a scenario that was borrowed from Generation 2, and if that was indeed the intent, it's a really coy bit of commentary for Pokemon. It's surprisingly subtle. The camera in Mauville is terrible. It's constantly swinging around, but the controls are locked to the grid rather than the camera, so pressing right might make you go up. Big cities in Pokemon tend to be awkward as it is, both because of the camera and because there are more NPCs than the game can figure out what to do with. I appreciate the attempt to make a city feel like more than just a small collection of houses, but I feel that a lot of the characters, stalls and features were added to simply fill in the space. It makes Mauville feel a bit bloated. Speaking of which, there are all sorts of shops and stalls in the area that fulfill all kinds of purposes. Previously, Mauville had a game corner, which was removed alongside all other game corners in the series because of the association with gambling. I don't miss them at all. Snipping out anything that involves grinding is good in my book. I'm not going to go through every stall, but one that I do want to draw attention to is the Poke Mileage Club. It's the Poke everything in this world, eh? I'm off to the Poke toilet to take a Poke pish. This is a really confusing and ill-explained feature. Basically, by walking on the overworld, as well as trading and battling with people from all over the world, you will obtain Poke Miles. The further the distance between you and the person you interact with, the more Pokemiles you gain. Pokemiles can then be sent to an online account using the GameSync. You can then play minigames in your browser, which will then gain you items that you can then send back to Omega Ruby. Having to sync your 3DS to the internet multiple times to play some simplistic minigames is a complicated chore. Ultimately, it exists to get a few items a wee bit more easily than you could otherwise. But therein lies the rub. To get these items, you can either go through a grind or a chore. Surely it would be better if you just had a fun way of getting these items. My problem, over and above the system being poorly explained and cumbersome, is that it doesn't complement any of Pokemon's strengths. Collecting Pokemiles at least encourages you to trade and battle online, but using them to play browser minigames is so far removed from what I play Pokemon for that I couldn't even muster the effort to include them in this video. Technically they're not part of Omega Ruby anyway, so I don't feel too guilty about that. Besides which, the global link for Generation 6 is down, so you wouldn't be able to play them anymore anyway. In that case, I suppose it's a good thing that this vendor exists to give you at least some use for the Pokemiles nowadays. Throughout my tour of Mauville, I've had the BuzzNav running in the background. BuzzNav is an odd and superfluous addition. It's basically a portable television reminding you about your own exploits. It's clamouring and kind of patronising for a game to tell you that you had an amazing experience. Surely if you had an amazing experience, you would remember it. This becomes laughable when that amazing experience was seeing a Zigzagoon or something. This might seem like a bizarre automation of human interaction, but it makes a wee bit more sense when you realise that it's designed to work with Street Pass, which is a bizarre automation of human interaction. If you pass by others, you will get their news as well. The problem is that this is Nintendo, so Street Pass can't be seen to advocate talking to strangers. If you're anything like me, you don't live in a community thriving with game enthusiasts who all have their 3DSs in their pockets at all times. So you only ever get a rare, random, and very brief glimpse at other people's worlds and achievements, which, as I say, are usually stuff like, this fella over here nicknamed his Pokemon Piddly Shit. But even imagining that you slipped into Bizarro World for a second and got a really interesting story, the chances are you'll never be able to meet that person to talk about it. It's a really half-hearted social stimulant. The game does a much better job of bringing people together in other ways. Before we move on, there are a couple of areas that I want to explore now that I have the bike. The first area is, of course, Cycling Road. I would be willing to compliment this route for the same reasons that I complimented routes 101 through 104. It's made to be travelled through twice. Here though, the effect is a bit worse, as you never have to return to Slateport from Mauville at any point in the game. So if you want to do the Cycling Road, you have to go both ways anyway to continue. Still, it's a nice shortcut, and once you unlock it, it's a much breezier alternative to the lower route. Cycling Road contains the first major piece of evidence that suggests that Omega Ruby was translated very literally from Japanese. There's a character who refers to Mauville no Kaze, or the Mauville Wind. The fact that the original title was left in suggests to me that they were trying to keep it as faithful as possible to the original script. But if I were a kid, I'd have no idea what the significance of this original text was. I doubt that I would even recognise it as Japanese. A completely faithful translation is not an inherently bad thing, but it does have some unfortunate implications which we'll explore later on. The next stop is Granite Cave. Granite Cave is themed around the sandy slopes that you need the Mac bike to get up. The encounter rate is low so that you're rarely interrupted when trying to build speed. That's considerate, but it leads to a completely different kind of frustration if you're trying to run into different Pokemon to show them off for an overlong YouTube video. Mawile is based on the Japanese legend of the Futakuchi Onna, a woman who grows a second mouth on the back of her head, which uses her hair as appendages to feed itself. For argument's sake, if we pretend that a Western audience was familiar with the legend, a new player would most likely think of Mawile as a ghost or a dark type, when in reality it's Steel Fairy. The fairy type itself is a long overdue bit of balancing. Dragon and fighting used to dominate competitively, whereas types such as steel, poison and fire were underpowered due to their relatively useless advantages. Fairy levels the scale somewhat, being strong against stronger types like dragon and fighting, and weak against weaker types like poison, steel and fire. It's been handled well, with the type being distributed across many existing Pokemon, including Marill, Ralts and Mawile. Granite Cave is also home to Aeron, which evolves into the intimidating looking Aggron. A steel/rock type might sound appealing at the start of the game when a lot of the moves are normal type, but Aggron is also doubly weak to fighting and ground, as well as weak to water, all of which become more common as the game goes on. Being super strong against one specific type doesn't go very far in Pokemon. Some Pokemon are unfortunately cursed by their typing. The biggest example I can think of is anything that's doubly weak to rock. They will have a much more difficult time in competitive play due to the prevalence of a move called Stealth Rock. Stealth Rock is a move that shaves off 1/8 of a Pokemon's health upon switching in, but Pokemon that are weak to rock instead lose 1/4 of their health, and Pokemon with double weaknesses lose half their health every time they switch in. It obsoletes a huge number of Pokemon competitively. Fixing this problem would require an actual revision to the core mechanics. This might be a simple case of removing quadruple damage altogether, and having super effective moves only ever do double damage even if they're quadruple effective. This would make Pokemon like Aggron a lot more appealing in my eyes. I might actually use it then. Finally, we have Abra. Abra is one of those evergreen Pokemon designs. It's just the right blend of fantasy and reality. Its evolutions are similarly excellently designed. Kadabra feels like an interim evolution. It becomes a lot more complicated, gaining a bushy tail and markings that follow Zener cards on its body. These markings are then lost for its more complete looking final form. Abra is infamous for only learning teleport by level up, making it difficult to both catch and train. It's a pretty complicated Pokemon to raise, but I love it for that. It's really satisfying when the effort pays off and it evolves into Kadabra. Before we head to Mauville's gym, we also have the Battle Food Court. What a concept. The gimmick here is that people will come up to battle you for your seed. You have to defeat them in a specific number of turns as your food is being prepared in order to receive it perfectly on time. So mechanically, this section challenges you to beat your opponent in a very specific number of turns. That's cool. I like how that plays with the mechanics, but it's over-explained and it doesn't make any sense even with context. Anyway, I think that the allegations of animal abuse are worth talking about. God, that was a wee bit of whiplash there, eh? Another excellent YouTuber, Alex and Crackers, described Pokemon's world as a subtle vision of utopia, which is fantastic. It's a description that I'm really enthusiastic about. The name Hoenn is based on two Japanese characters, Ho meaning abundant and plentiful, and En meaning bond or friendship. So the game is based on a spirit of cooperation. Pokemon's world is very similar to our own. The maps are even based on real world locations. But its utopia is created not through any huge systemic differences, but because the people are simply more predisposed to work together to solve problems. The games are such that I think this is more of a functional concern. It wouldn't be practical to have a complex political climate in the game. But even so, technology, despite its more advanced nature in the Pokemon series, is created without overriding the surrounding ecology. It's very harmonious. I think the world that is presented doesn't stipulate enough to require specifics, but even so, let's go into those specifics for a moment so I can show you what I mean. The question that immediately unravels the Pokemon world is this: what do the people eat? The only reasonable answer to that question is, of course, Pokemon. But to get the truth, we actually need to consider the unreasonable answer. Masuda has heavily implied that the Pokemon world's technology is so advanced that meat is synthesized. I know that the machines are more advanced than ours, but nevertheless, technology in these games is used to deliver people from strife because it's used responsibly and considerately. As for Pokemon battling, the fact is that it's a rhetorical device. It encourages a narrative that revolves around friendship and growth through effort and teamwork, which is a common narrative in shonen manga especially. It complements the gameplay of the JRPG perfectly. You start out as a rookie and you slowly grow over the course of your adventure along with your team. The Pokeball is also worthy of scrutiny, as it seems like a rather questionable thing to do, to trap a wild creature in a tiny, claustrophobic little ball. In reality, of course, the Pokeball is the way it is for convenience's sake. It's a handy explanation to save the game from rendering 6 monsters at once, or else having them all melt nonsensically into your body like in a lot of other RPGs. They probably didn't think the implications through too much. But after the fact, in interviews, it's been consistently stated that Pokeballs simulate an extremely comfortable environment for the Pokemon. It's not supposed to be a prison. What I'm getting at with all of this is, I think it's interesting to note just how far Pokemon goes to present an immaculate utopia. And I honestly can't bring myself to see that as a criticism. If you're looking for something with scathing social commentary, then you're probably playing the wrong game. Balancing is a major issue in this area, and I think that the gym is the best place to talk about that. The player has 3 directions that they can go as soon as they enter Mauville: Route 111, Route 117, or Route 118. This should be an opportunity for the game to conduct the player elegantly using the game's level curve. If the gym were at a higher level, the player could either challenge themselves by tackling it as soon as they can, or they could level up first in the surrounding areas. Instead, Mauville Gym and all of the surrounding routes are balanced to be accessible immediately. So once you've finished one area, you have eclipsed the level curve for that entire segment of the game. This is the issue with non-linearity in Pokemon. The series is pretty anxious about challenging its players to such a degree that it doesn't allow them to choose to be challenged. You could do really creative things with a more challenging setup. You could put rare Pokemon at the end of a tough segment to encourage people to step up their game, or something like that. Now, imagining for a moment that non-linear areas had a level curve, there would still be design issues to overcome. There would be no way to tell what kind of levels an area had until you fought them, potentially throwing you into a fight that you weren't ready for. These challenges are surmountable though. There is no best case scenario if Pokemon is going to continue being so timid. Either it remains as it is, in which case non-linear segments are too easy, it makes certain sections more difficult, in which case some players might become frustrated, or it removes non-linearity entirely, in which case the player's options are limited. This would be an especially big problem if they're not confident that they can take on a boss. The best option out of those three, in my opinion, is to just accept that your players are going to have to be challenged sometimes. Route 117 to the west holds the daycare centre, where players can leave their Pokemon to gain experience, 1 experience point for every step they take. Its main function, however, is for breeding Pokemon. Breeding is kind of a tedious process that involves a lot of grinding, as Pokemon eggs hatch the more the player moves with one in the party. Back in Pokemon Emerald, there was this huge row of blank tiles stretching from Verdanturf Town to Route 118, so you could basically hold left or right for ages and just hatch eggs very quickly that way. The newly segmented Mauville City has ruined this, unfortunately, so there's less utility if you want to use this area for breeding. I'm saying this a lot, sorry for that, but I'll be going into breeding in more detail a bit later on. There are a couple of trainers called Pokemon Breeders on this route who end up being turgid to fight because of their full team of 6 Pokemon. The one-on-one battling system creates a bit of a problem. If trainers have more than 1 or 2 Pokemon, they become a slog. But wild Pokemon and trainers with a single Pokemon are at a massive disadvantage. Towards the end of the game, they are most likely going to be facing a full team of 6. In other RPGs, weaker opponents are dealt with faster as all combatants are on the field at once. In Pokemon though, each opponent, no matter how weak, needs to be dealt with individually. Ideally, each trainer could have a full team and it would still be brisk and interesting enough to get through. When Nincada evolves, if the player has enough room in their party, then it'll leave behind its empty husk as a separate Pokemon. Shedinja is really unique, and while I'd be against gimmicky Pokemon becoming the norm, I'd love to see this kind of imagination applied to more of them. This is much more appealing and makes much more sense than simply trading a Pokemon while it's holding an item. Shedinja's ability makes it even more unique. It's immune from any attacks that aren't super effective, namely flying, rock, ghost, fire, and dark. It's actually not encountered in the wild or used by any of the NPCs, presumably in case you don't have any of those moves on your team. We're in Verdanturf now, which is pretty unremarkable, mainly here to connect Mauville and Rustboro. It's completely optional though, so it's not too disappointing. There's a little girl who has lost her Shroomish here. After you find it, she gives you an intriguing stone, which is uncharacteristically obtuse for a Pokemon game. There are no hints about what it does or anything like that. With a little bit of critical thinking though, it's obvious what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to take it to the geology expert, President Stone. The level design even facilitates this by drawing you back towards Rustboro through the Rustturf Tunnel. I wish there were more items like this in the Pokemon games, items that require just a little bit of applied thought to figure out. The context in these games is really good. I wish they would trust it to do the work more often. As I mentioned, you can meet Wally's aunt and uncle here. Coincidentally, it turns out that Wally's cousin is the girlfriend of the fella from earlier that was digging the Rustturf Tunnel with his bare hands. So you can help out him and Wally's cousin and all these other people by clearing the way back to Rustboro using Rock Smash. This is a really effective bit that reminds you just how far you've come. Chances are you haven't thought about Rustboro in a wee while, and seeing Route 116 and this early game area again remind you that, oh yeah, this was once new. I like those little moments where everything's put into perspective. Route 111 is north of Mauville. This segment is a long northern stretch followed by a long western stretch. The route is split in two by a desert, and if this were an original game, I don't think it would have been designed like this. As it is now, the desert is completely delineated from the rest of the route by loading zones, which makes the route itself feel pretty barren. Part of the way up you find the Windstrait family. The problem with the gyms is that the player can leave between every single battle, completely defeating the purpose of it being a gauntlet. The Windstraits prevent that, and so they serve as something of a soft tutorial for how the Elite Four work, albeit with the huge caveat that you can use items between matches in the Elite Four. The reason they're called the Windstraits is because you have to win straight against all four of them. If you lose against any of them, you have to retake the gauntlet from scratch. If all of your Pokemon faint, you'll black out and reappear at your most recent Pokemon Center. The only penalty incurred is that a small percentage of your money gets taken away. I'm going to talk about this part at length, not because it's really relevant, but because I'm never going to get the chance to talk about it again. And besides which, it's interesting to me. Nobody else though, it's just me. Up until Generation 3, the games would take away half of the cash you were holding when you lost. I suspect that this was an element lifted directly from Earthbound, which Creatures Inc. worked on back when they were known as Ape Inc. But it's a penalty that's kind of lost in translation. In Earthbound, the money penalty made a lot of sense as you could use ATMs to manage your cash. The system was designed to discourage you from carrying too much money on your person at once. When you died, you would lose half of the cash you had on you, but since that was likely to be a fraction of your entire worth, it wasn't that big a deal. If you did run out of money, you could then easily drum up some more by grinding, as each enemy fought would deposit some money back into your bank account. In Pokemon, there is no way to deposit your money, you always have your entire savings on you at all times. Additionally, you can only get more money from either fighting trainers or selling items, both of which were finite in Red and Blue. Of course, this is more problematic in theory than it is in practice. Every time you battle, you'll be gaining more experience anyway, and besides, I can't imagine anybody being so incompetent at the game that they lose all of their money. But nevertheless, nowadays the system is much better. There's a formula that means you only lose a proportional fraction of your money upon blacking out, and you can refight trainers so you can never completely run out of money. So I guess what I really wanted to say with all this was, if you're ever playing Pokemon and you're familiar with Earthbound, keep an eye out for the similarities. As for the Windstraits, despite the gauntlet, they're still not difficult since they only use a couple of Pokemon each. They reveal that their son is currently challenging the Pokemon League. I expected that this subplot would be picked up later on, but there's only an ace trainer on Victory Road that is likely to be their son because his name starts with VI. He doesn't even mention them or anything, so it's a bit of an anticlimax. The next leg of your journey is dominated by Mount Chimney, which sits in the centre of the routes you'll be taking. The little cutscene that happens at the end of the route puts that into context. It's good to get some perspective on the world like this. I'm pretty chuffed that the scene happened during sundown for me, it made the scene more striking in my opinion. Just up this ledge is Lavaridge Town, where we can find the next gym. Unfortunately, we're going to have to take an absolutely enormous detour just to get up this tiny little ledge. It's not bad level design at all, it's a simple wee one-way system to ensure that you can't get to Lavaridge before you're meant to. But it's pretty daft. You would think that somebody at some point would have spent an afternoon flattening the ground, or even just laying a 2x4 over it so people could get to and from town. So what if an old lady needs to get to Mauville, she needs to either scale a mountain or launch herself off an edge? It's conspicuous level design, it's blatantly mechanical in a way that makes no sense. We never actually scale Mount Chimney itself, instead we have to take a gondola. It's currently being blocked by Team Magma, so we instead have to head through the fiery path. I love the theming here. Sometimes you'll get an area that can only really host a single type of Pokemon. The fiery path is pretty much the only place that you'll find wild fire Pokemon. But it's also home to poison types like Coughing, which live off the thick fumes. It prevents this cave from just being focused on a single type. Implicit in this though is the problem that Pokemon populations are limited by map design. There are only 5 fire-type families in Hoenn, including Blaziken, because there aren't that many areas for them to live. Compare with the oversaturation of water types because of all the water in the game. Outside we meet Arun, I think that's how it's pronounced, who introduces you to secret bases. Arun is pretty solid, if only because he does his job and then gets out of your face with no fuss. It's a relief that the entrance to a secret base stays open after using secret power only once. Once you've chosen your location, you don't need to keep around a secret power HM slave or anything like that. I'll be going over secret bases in more detail later when I have the tools to really take advantage of them. Further up this route is the old lady's rest stop, which has a creepy little joke where she keeps telling you that you need to rest until you refuse. She's not malicious or anything, she's just overbearing. It's a silly little non sequitur, but I remember it fondly because when I was younger I thought there was some kind of trick to it, or that she'd turn out to be a ghost or something if you rested enough. Sometimes it pays to make bits of a game obtuse, even if it means nothing mechanically. May interrupts us at the end of the route and patronises us by fully restoring our team before Route 113. Let me show you how many trainers we've had to battle through since the old lady's rest stop. Yup. 1. To be clear, this isn't the rest stop's fault. If it weren't there, the player would have to backtrack all the way to Mauville if they were low on health. My problem is May's placement. She charges in, oblivious to the work that the original designers had put in, and leaves her muddy footprints all over the game design. If this were the only time it happened, I would dismiss it as a curiosity, but it happens a few times, and it suggests that the new designers weren't really paying attention to why the levels were built the way they were. Like I say, it's also just kind of patronising, we don't need that much hand-holding surely. Route 113's music is smashing. The horns are more subdued as the volcanic ash spreads. Instead, these synth sounds take over, which kind of slide into one another, just as the ash makes everything monotone. The synths oscillate along to the beat to give this relaxed, wavy effect, like the ash blowing back and forth as it settles. In the background there's a descending glissando on the harp, the dancing cinders giving the landscape a surreal, magical effect. It then ties itself into the rest of the soundtrack by punctuating its phrases with a rumble on the drums and a blast from the brass, subdued and smothered by the descending cloud. That was mostly baloney, but I hope it sounded impressive. The colour scheme makes the route feel colder than anything we've seen so far, a fact that is corroborated by one of the NPCs. It's a refreshing change of pace, it's a unique, evocative location that's distinct to this game. It manages to avoid those tired computer game volcano cliches by actually thinking through how a volcano acts, and not just having it spew magma and fire all the time. It's strange how rare that is considering how common volcanoes are in games. Further along the route, the player can find a glacier who offers to turn volcanic ash into glass goods. Before I talk about that though, first I need to talk a wee bit about the Plink Plink versus the Huff Puff. In Ruby and Sapphire, the glazier would say Huff Puff at the end of his sentences. He was a glass blower, a person who literally uses a blowpipe to blow into glass to inflate it. He instead says Plink Plink now, and I have no idea what he's supposed to be doing. Is he pinging the glass? Anyway, to get these items you need to collect enough ash, but the method isn't as satisfying as it was in Ruby and Sapphire. In those games, every tile of grass had ash on it, and wading through would clear that tile and give you a small amount. You could kind of make your own game of Snake with it, and it was really satisfying clearing all of the ash off of all of the grass on the route. A lot more satisfying than seeing inconspicuous piles of ash disappear out of existence. The items that I want are the blue and the yellow flutes, which cure sleep and confusion respectively. All they do is save you a wee bit of money on awakenings or full restores, but for 5 minutes extra work they're worth getting. I'm using repels to speed up this process. I tend not to use repels personally, but I can see why they're useful and their implementation is fantastic. The menu prompt that shows up when your repel runs out really streamlines their usage, and they don't actually keep all wild encounters away. If your leading Pokemon is at a lower level than the wild Pokemon, they won't work, so you can't just use them to cheese your way through the game. They just prevent interruptions basically. The bit that I like the most though is that they don't disable the Dex Nav, so they can be used to keep away wild encounters when you're looking for a specific Pokemon. If you weren't convinced about the Dex Nav before now, hopefully you're beginning to see why I love it so much. It synergizes so perfectly with many of the game's mechanics that it often actively improves them. Choosing to use a repel is a richer choice thanks to the Dex Nav. No sooner do you enter Fallarbor Town than you're ambushed again by May. Apparently, a local professor, Professor Cosmo, has gone off with Team Magma. I want to be clear, he's not been kidnapped. He decided to go with them because they actively engaged with him about his interests. Fallarbor is a pretty lean town overall with not much going on. The only real place of interest is the Move Reminder, who teaches your Pokemon previous level up moves that have since been overwritten. Prior to Ruby and Sapphire, there was no way to relearn a move if it had been deleted, but the Move Relearner fixed this. I don't understand why some Pokemon have a really powerful high level move programmed in at level 1. Gardevoir learns Moonblast, her most powerful move, at level 62, but I can also learn it right now even though I don't feel like I'm supposed to have it yet. This must have been deliberate, but I don't know what it was supposed to accomplish. Anyway, before we head to Route 114 to rescue a rational adult who accompanied someone of his own volition, I'm heading back to Route 113 to catch the next member of my party, Skarmory. Skarmory can be a bit tough to catch, so I'm filling up my bag with supplies. The bag has gone from being one of the series' worst aspects, with only 20 spaces in Generation 1, to a very easy and convenient tool. Your bag is effectively bottomless, one of the few times Game Freak forsakes their dedication to context. Before, your bag would have limited capacity, so you'd have to keep making trips to the PC to exchange items. Micromanaging your goods wasn't fun, and finding a new item only to find that your bag was full was frustrating, so I can see why Game Freak opted to change this. This does have the unintentional side effect of making your bag sometimes difficult to navigate due to the sheer number of items in it. This problem is mitigated substantially by the excellent sorting system, which allows you to sort items in various ways to get exactly what you need when you need it. You also have pockets for each kind of item. The bag still gets pretty cluttered like, but it's nowhere near as bad as it could have been. While you can hypothetically stock up and tank healing items to completely break the game, that isn't as unbalanced as it might seem at first. Keep in mind that healing your Pokemon takes up a turn, so if you're getting trounced then all the healing items in the world won't help. Your inventory is also limited by money. All the same, being able to carry 99 of every item in the game seems like a bit too much. Unfortunately, the bag is absolutely butchered during the battles. The last item used menu is a great idea since you're likely to be using the same item over and over, especially when you're trying to catch Pokemon, but otherwise this is a really ugly replacement. You can only see 6 items per page, and they're all separated into these arbitrary categories. I don't see why HP, PP Restore and Status Cures are separated into their own menus, especially when stuff like the Full Restore does both. As I catch Skarmory, I want to talk for a bit about Natures. I kind of wish I didn't know so much about Natures, as it makes catching Pokemon a bit of a pain in the arse. So there you go, there's yet another reason not to watch this video if you needed it. Natures are chosen at random when a Pokemon is generated. Natures raise a single stat by 10%, but they also lower a stat by 10%. There are 25 natures total, one for every possible combination of stats. The intent here is to make each Pokemon feel unique and have its own individual characteristics. Individual Pokemon will be better or worse at different things. Unfortunately, your Pokemon's abilities are quantified by number, so the mechanics can't be quite that saccharine. All natures do in reality is make some Pokemon objectively better or worse. The Skarmory that I first caught has a modest nature, which raises its special attack, but lowers its attack. This is one of the worst natures I could have gotten. Skarmory has a passable physical attack and an abysmal special attack. Plus, most of its moves are physical anyway. So basically, if I were to use this Skarmory, I would be taking a 10% drop in attack and getting nothing in return. I haven't been vetting my Pokemon's natures so far, so to use another example, Nuzleaf has a speed reducing nature, and I'd really rather it didn't. It can't take hits well, so I could be doing without the 10% drop in speed. It doesn't sound like much, but if you've ever used a Pokemon that feels just a wee bit worse than it should, then that might be the reason why. While it's not a huge problem, what annoys me about the system is that basically it's completely down to luck how effective your Pokemon is. You have a random chance of getting a Pokemon that struggles or a Pokemon that excels. Another way to look at my complaint is to contrast the system's benefits and detriments. The benefits are that each Pokemon feels a wee bit more unique and is a wee bit more customizable. They each have their own personality, if you will, which again is one of those additions that anchor Pokemon's mechanics to an understandable context. They also allow a Pokemon to be built differently depending on your requirements. You might need that wee bit extra attack power, so you choose an adamant nature. Or you might need that little bit extra speed, so you choose a jolly nature. But the detriment is that if you're trying to get a competent Pokemon, natures massively lessen your chances. You have to keep catching or hatching Pokemon to get the nature that maximises its potential while also minimising the impact of the detrimental effect. There are ways to lessen this grind. You can use an Everstone to pass down natures from parent to child, or use a Pokemon with Synchronize, which increases the chance of wild Pokemon having the same nature. I like the way that these mechanics give a wee bit of extra utility to certain items and abilities. But nevertheless, there's a grind associated with natures, a lot of resetting and restarting, which is the antithesis of fun. It's a lot of effort to circumvent this one random chance. If natures didn't exist, there would be less tedium in the game. Or, to put it another way, if natures didn't exist, then I wouldn't be out here looking for another bloody Skarmory. To be clear, I'm not saying that they need to get rid of natures, just that natures have problems. It was during my search for Skarmory that I got what's known as a critical capture. When you throw a Pokeball, you have a minuscule chance of it getting what is effectively a critical hit. It only shakes once, so you have a much higher chance of catching the Pokemon. The more complete your Pokédex is, the higher a chance you have of getting one of these. Apparently I have a 0.5% chance of getting one where I am now, which is 1 in 200 balls, so that's pretty rare. I got pretty lucky. Of course, Skarmory still escaped, so it was pretty anticlimactic. I don't mind critical captures, but I don't think that I would miss them if they were gone. They happen so rarely that I often forget they exist. I could have used an Ultra Ball to make life easier on myself, but, and I feel a bit embarrassed admitting this, but honestly, I want my team to be consistent. Your Pokemon retain the markings of the ball they were caught in, which is great attention to detail, but it looks inconsistent if you've got 5 red balls and 1 black and yellow one. I know that sounds petty, but I don't mean it as a criticism, it's just the way I like to play. The Pokeball is another one of those evergreen designs that I will forever associate with Pokemon. It's pretty impressive for what is basically a circle with a line through it. Did you know that the Pokeball was actually based on Warhol's Campbell soup cans? Anyway, I finally caught a Skarmory with an acceptable nature. It's gentle, which lowers its defense but raises special defense, as you can see from the red and blue colours on those stats. The game never actually explains that association, by the way. It never tells you why one stat is red and one's blue. I could have held out for a better nature, but I don't care that much, it's good enough. I've called Skarmory Scraps, which is probably the most vanilla name I'm gonna have. It seems to be based on vultures, which are known for eating carrion, it fits with its species name, and it put up a bit of a scrap getting into that ball, so there you go, that's the reason. Moving on to Route 114, I'm going to teach Skarmory some TMs, as its moveset is pretty lackluster. TMs are an impressive feat. Deciding what each Pokemon can and cannot learn based on context would be a lot of work, I think. There are some oversights. Nuzleaf, for example, doesn't learn Night Slash, which seems weird to me, but it would be impossible to account for every person's train of logic. I don't know what TMs are supposed to be though. Are they instructional DVDs, or do you just load them into the computer when your Pokemon's in there? TMs are multi-use nowadays, which is one of the best decisions the series has made. Previously, TMs were a one-use item, but teaching a move only once led to a lot of trepidation. If you ever changed your mind, then the TM would be wasted. But now you can experiment with movesets a lot more easily. I would normally be the first to protest that inconveniences lead to decision making, but I think that the ability to experiment so easily to find out what works silences any qualms I might have had. It's a lot less stressful to customise Skarmory's moveset exactly how I want, because I don't need to worry about needing a particular move later on. You can find Lynette's cottage here, Lynette being a cookie cutter replacement for Bill from Generation 1. She created the game's box system where Pokemon are stored when they're not in your party. The box system is functional but unremarkable. There are plenty of ways to organise your Pokemon how you see fit, which is obviously great, but not much to say about it really. The box system is one of those things that I'm used to, but is still weird when I stop and think about it. How do you upload a Pokemon to the PC? It seems like a really strange justification. It's not a problem at all, it's just funny to think that this is the justification that Game Freak came up with for Pokemon that weren't in your party. You save them in the computer. Brilliant. My problem with the system is that the deposit and withdraw menus are both completely pointless. You can do both much more easily from the organise menu. That might seem like small potatoes, and it is, but what confuses me is that Lynette gives you the option to put organise at the top of the menu. She even describes this as being a better way to organise your Pokemon. So Game Freak clearly acknowledged that deposit and withdraw are pointless, and yet rather than simply remove the options, their solution was to allow you to put the more useful option above them about a quarter of the way into the game. It's bonkers. Some Pokemon, like Skarmory, Zangoose and Seviper, don't evolve. This isn't for balancing or mechanical purposes, I don't think, but it seems to be a byproduct of the fact that the team can't think of compelling evolutions for every single Pokemon. That's not a problem though. I wouldn't want to stymie their creativity by forcing them to balance something so inconsequential. The reason for this is amusingly pithy. Researchers in the Pokemon world don't understand why this happens either. I mean, there can't be a scientific explanation for it if scientists don't understand it themselves. Zangoose is a Pokemon that's exclusive to Omega Ruby. In Alpha Sapphire you find Seviper here instead. There are many such minor differences throughout the games, and honestly I feel like it's a bit of an archaic design choice. First of all, there are a tiny amount of version exclusive Pokemon. Omega Ruby has Seedot, Mawile, Zangoose, Solrock and Groudon. Alpha Sapphire instead gets Lotad, Sableye, Seviper, Lunatone and Kyogre. Once you get the national Pokédex, only 10 more Pokemon are added onto that number in each game. I think that having an entirely separate game for the sake of a change in 15 Pokemon out of 721 is kind of wasteful. Secondly, it's very easy to trade Pokemon with the inclusion of Wi-Fi. Before, trading was worthwhile because it was a social experience involving a lot of coordination with your friends. The two-version system justified itself because it was a lot of fun getting together and organising worthwhile trades. But with breeding and Wi-Fi, you'll usually find a surplus of the Pokemon that you want, unless of course it's a legendary, so it's a lot more impersonal now. Don't get me wrong, it's great that it never feels like they're withholding content to force you to buy two versions. You can always get the complete Pokemon experience by buying just one. But that means that, on the other hand, the changes between the two are so negligible that making two separate games for it feels a bit redundant. Meteor Falls and the surrounding area really benefited from the remake. Sometimes the routes can be a wee bit indistinct visually, but the craters and metallic yellow soil really separate this place from just being another cave. Team Magma is trying to get their hands on Professor Cosmo's meteorite. May is casually throwing around the kind of language that could destroy a man, like bozo. Next time you're locked in an altercation with a criminal mastermind, call them a bozo. I guarantee that'll work out for you. May joins forces with us to take down Magma admin Tabitha, who has a girl's name despite being male. If this was a translation error, that's fair enough, but I don't know why it was retained in the remake. Fighting alongside an NPC is a cumbersome affair that the game repeats a couple of times. You're unable to direct them at all, meaning that synergy is really limited. For example, if you have a Pokemon that knows Earthquake, there's no way to communicate to your partner that they need to switch to a flying type. But in its defense, this is here more for narrative reasons than mechanical ones. Trying to endear me to May by having her take action alongside me seems like a good approach. Either way, she comes out of it looking better than her opponents, who use self-destruct and a Skarmory. I can't comment on the quality of the programming or anything, but the AI is really moronic at times. Team Aqua, the villains of Alpha Sapphire, show up afterwards. They don't ever become allies or even major characters, but they are trying to stop Team Magma as well. It seems like a weird coincidence having two evil teams with such consistent theming, and I didn't expect them to actually address that, but apparently Archie and Maxie used to work together on a team beforehand, so there you go. Tabitha here is about to take the meteorite, and watch what they do with the models to represent this action. Characters will bounce and back up and spin around to signify actions, which is almost certainly a cost-cutting measure. Obviously, in an ideal world it would be fully animated, but that's probably going to be impossible in a lot of cases because of time or memory constraints. This solution is, well, it's alright, but it makes the game feel like it's made by a kid who's playing out the scenes with action figures, and I'm not sure if that was intentional, nor if it was the best fit. As if to illustrate my point, Tabitha has to announce that he's holding the meteorite because they have no way of actually showing that. Afterwards, May teleports you and Professor Cosmo straight back to Fallarbor, and then she offers to take you straight to Mauville. As before, this hand-holding completely undermines the level design. To get back to Mauville, you could easily continue through Meteor Falls, explore Route 115, and then head through Rustturf Tunnel. If you hadn't gone west at Mauville earlier, then Verdanturf and Route 117 would be new to you as well. The map is deliberately designed so that you have a smooth path back to where you need to be, and what's more, it's a path that unlocks a lot of new content. It genuinely annoys me a wee bit that the game doesn't let its level design do the work here, because this is supposed to be an adventure across Hoenn. It might not be the most exciting bit of your journey, but having to walk back to Mauville creates the sense of this being a consistent world. Rather than see it on a map, you get to experience how Hoenn all fits together, which I think is a valuable part of the experience. But instead, May just drags you further away from Mauville than you were in Meteor Falls, and then she offers to warp you to Mauville anyway. So the warp is offered to fix a problem that was created by forcing you to warp back to Fallarbor in the first place. Regardless of how you get back to Mauville, it's straight back up to Mount Chimney again, where Team Magma have finally shifted their arses so you can use the cable car. At the summit, Magma and Aqua are having their climactic showdown. This might have been a cool scene, but everybody's still using their bloody Puccinas. I don't know what's going on under the bonnet here, maybe there was a technical reason that they couldn't do more, but this looks a lot goofier than it should. Imagine this mad wee pug mosh pit. You need to fight Tabitha and then Maxie in quick succession. I don't really mind fighting Tabitha again so soon, but that's just because he's not much more than a regular grunt. You know, just so long as he doesn't use self-destruct and Skarmory again, are you fucking serious? Maxie is trying to turn Cosmo's meteorite into a megastone to reawaken Groudon. This has changed from the original games where Maxie's plan was to use the power of the meteorite to expand the landmass by making Mount Chimney erupt. Which is bloody psychotic. I much prefer this new version. It's established that megastones come from meteorites anyway, so this is a tidy rewrite. Maxie challenges you with a team of level 25s, with his Mighty Ina being the biggest threat because it's obnoxious. It keeps using Roar to force your Pokemon to switch, and in my case it kept dragging out Linoone, who's not supposed to be battling. Maxie's defeat so early in the game is completely belittling. He claims that he was taking it easy and still hasn't unleashed his full power, but in storytelling what is said doesn't make as much of an impression as what is done. And what Maxi does is take a very easy defeat and then gets clearly flustered when you beat him. So despite being the main villain, all of your future encounters are now sapped of all of their weight. This is one of the narrative problems with the levelling up system. You have a clear numerical indication of how strong Maxi is. And to be honest with you, level 25 just isn't that impressive. I can't really see a solution to that problem though, other than, obviously, to not have him fight you until the end. But even then you'd have to make up a bunch of excuses as to why he doesn't just trounce you, so whatever, I'll just leave it. To get back down Mount Chimney, you need to head south to Jagged Pass, an area that's distinct in both visuals and design. It's not as breezy or open as most routes in the game, it's quite claustrophobic with a lot of starting and stopping because of the ledges. You need the Acro bike to completely clear this area. In principle, both bikes are designed to change the way you interact with the level geometry. The problem is that if you want to see everything, you often have to play the level, recognise that you've missed some stuff, return to Mauville, change your bike, come back, and then play the level again. And if you were using your preferred bike in the first place, like I was, you then have to go and do all of that again afterwards. If you're not fussed about being thorough, then this isn't such a big problem. You would just have to decide whether or not it's worth wasting your time for one item. But I don't think that you should have to ask yourself if you can be arsed collecting an item. Having to do a route twice just isn't an appealing proposition no matter how you slice it. So all of that work was to get up this tiny wee ledge. Do you remember when I said that routes 101 through 104 were designed for navigation in both directions? I also said that that kind of level design disappears as the game goes on. This is the most egregious example that I can think of. Even once you've gained access to the gondola, it's a pain to get to Laveridge. You have to go up the gondola and down the Jagged Pass. It is a massive level design contrivance for your first time through the story. This is one instance where I would rather have had one of those artificial roadblocks here rather than a ledge. The herb shop in Laveridge is a good excuse to talk about friendship. Friendship is a mechanic wherein your Pokemon grow to like you more or less depending on how well you meet their needs, just like friends in real life. But unlike in real life, these conditions aren't exactly difficult to fulfill. They involve walking with the Pokemon, leveling them up, and using certain items on them. High friendship has a few benefits. It largely affects the evolution of certain Pokemon like Golbat and Azurill, both of whom can only evolve with high friendship. It also affects the power of two moves, Return and Frustration. Lowering your Pokemon's friendship is actually a lot more difficult than it is to raise it. If they faint, it lowers by a minuscule amount, and the only other way to lower their friendship is to use herbs that can be bought from this shop. So the choice is this: do you spend less money but have your Pokemon dislike you, or do you spend more money to keep your Pokemon happy? For me, money is really easy to come by in these games, so I never bother using them. To make the choice more tempting, you would need to make money scarcer. But to be honest, I suspect that Game Freak don't really care that much about the mechanic, which is fair enough. It's a decent idea, but I can see why they don't want to add too much weight to a hidden stat. The visuals of Laveridge Gym really show off how much the graphical overhaul benefited the game. Before, it wasn't clear what everything was supposed to be, but now it's themed around geysers and hot springs. It's the perfect fit for a fire gym. Since Blaziken is currently my only team member not weak to fire, I thought I'd give his new evolution a bit of a test run. This is one of the modular bits of Pokemon that I love. I have to face this gym with a poorly matched team, so it becomes a wee bit more intimidating for me than it likely will be for many other players. I can imagine that if you chose Mudkip at the beginning, you wouldn't even think twice about this gym, whereas I was a bit more trepidatious. I decided to see how it went. Types in general are just a really great system. The fact that Pokemon can have two types means that there are an incredible 171 potential types that a Pokemon can be, but there's a much smaller pool of strengths and weaknesses to actually remember. Remembering 18 types and their relationships might sound like a tall order, but the game helps you along by rooting its relationships in context. This is why the starters should always be grass, fire and water in my opinion. The reasoning is incredibly clear. It's obvious to even the youngest of children that fire burns plants, water douses fire, and grass grows in water. If you chose a more nebulous type trio like psychic, dark and fighting, you can imagine that some stuff would be lost in translation. There are a couple of head scratchers in Pokemon like, but you can generally see some semblance of logic. Psychic is good against fighting as it's mind over matter. Dark and Bug are good against Psychic as they're common fears. Fire and Poison are good against Fairy due to their association in folklore, and so on and so forth. Starting with Generation 6, types now grant Pokemon certain bonuses. Fire-type Pokemon can't be burned, Grass-type Pokemon are unaffected by Spore moves, Ghost-type Pokemon can't be trapped, Poison-type Pokemon can't be poisoned and gain 100% accuracy with the move Toxic, and so on. It makes a lot of sense and helps distance the types further from one another. The type system also justifies itself by encouraging, if not outright forcing players to maintain a well-rounded team. I think a lot of us will remember being kids and having a Charizard with Ember, Fire Spin, Flamethrower and Fire Blast. If you do, you probably also remember hitting a hard roadblock at some point and having to reconsider your approach. The type system discourages you from brute forcing your way through pouring all of your experience into a single Pokemon. It encourages you to build a more rounded team. So I think that the system is really good and fairly well balanced at this point. I can't think of a single type that is definitively useless. Even if they're not all balanced equally, I think it's preferable that they all have their own characteristics. So in conclusion, the type system is fantastic, at least on paper. I have a lot of issues with the implementation, but we'll get to that later on. Flannery is one of the best characters in the game in my eyes. She's new to being a gym leader and feels like she needs to put on a facade to live up to that role. So she's trying well too hard, she's forcing it and she's sloppy as a result. This might say more about me than I intend it to, but I find that really relatable. Anyway, we get some tidbits from other NPCs saying that she's often found looking after the local kids and that, so she's obviously not an aloof person. It's a funny and understated bit of character development that makes her seem more human, and it's great that an arc is conveyed so naturally in such a tight space. One wee touch I didn't notice until this playthrough is, if you look on the pillars in the gyms from now on, you can actually see that Wally is a certified trainer. It's a great way to remind you that he exists without pushing it in your face. And speaking of rivals, May ambushes you again and gushes about how incredible and talented you are. She then hands you an item called the Go Goggles, and then immediately offers to let you completely bypass the desert where you need to use them by travelling straight back to Petalburg. Now, admittedly, Petalburg is more out of the way from Lava Ridge, but I have the same complaint as I did last time. The level design wraps around seamlessly. It's the matter of a few minutes to head back to Mauville and then head through Rustturf Tunnel and finally Petalburg Woods. As for me, I'm going to do neither. I've opted to stay here and check out the hot springs. The hot springs do nothing, but they characterise Lava Ridge as a more relaxed town. I wish your character's idle animation were removed when he was bathing, as he doesn't seem quite so relaxed, but whatever. Now that we're halfway through collecting the gym badges, I think this is a worthwhile time to take a break and talk about why Pokemon is such a fun and relaxing experience for me. Pokemon as a series, I feel, is very unchallenging. Omega Ruby specifically has a relaxed, tropical feel, but also a gentle feeling of adventure, which reminds me very much of going on holiday. In fact, Misuda actually based Hoenn on his childhood holidays to Kyushu, which he has fond, vivid memories of. To add to this holiday vibe, you play as a character who doesn't need to go to school, and whose only responsibility is to go on an adventure across an unfamiliar land with his magical pets. And this illusion is never broken either, it's a perpetual adventure with your friends, day and night. I think this is what makes the series so appealing to children. I used to daydream about going on a Pokemon adventure of my very own rather than going to school. But the adventure is never too adventurous. The stakes are never too high, and you're never too far from a safe space. The series' unchallenging nature means that the games rely on an inbuilt sense of nostalgia, in that everything is very rose-tinted. And I don't mean that as a condemnation. Playing a Pokemon game is like putting on a comfy pair of slippers. When I'm feeling down, there is nothing on earth that cheers me up quite like a Pokemon game. And I think it achieves this in a number of ways. The scenario is very safe. You're on what effectively amounts to a hike, with no consequences to losing. The melodies are simple and upbeat, and the story is usually fairly relaxed as well, only really ramping up briefly after the 7th gym. The Pokemon world is also a utopia. What ethical or systemic issues do exist are either sidestepped or confirmed to not be a problem. Tying into this nostalgic approach, I find that Pokemon is a game best enjoyed when you're in the mood for it. I actually wasn't too taken with the last few games in the series, as I got them as soon as I was able to. But with Omega Ruby, I waited until I was in the mood for it and had a much better experience. That might be a massive reason why I'm so fond of this game, despite it not being the most well received. And while I'm trivialising it here, like I say, I don't mean any of this as a criticism. I just think it's interesting that there seems to be a bit of a continuity of these seamless fantasy worlds becoming insanely popular. The other example that I would use is Harry Potter, a world where you go to school to learn how to be a wizard and have sleepovers with your friends every night. Harry's adventures, well, the early ones anyway, have a sense of security to them. They mostly take place within spitting distance of his bed. And all of the potentially problematic elements have been either shaved off or aren't addressed. My point is that we all love a bit of escapism, so even though its form or content isn't always the best, Pokemon has a particular appeal that I think transcends that, at least for me. That's why I find it so fun and relaxing. It's my go-to escapist fantasy. I've rambled on for so long that it's now turned into daytime. That poor lad probably looks like a prune at this point. The day-night cycle is largely aesthetic in this game. Unlike in previous generations, it doesn't affect the encounter rate of the Pokemon, or anything else for that matter. Hoenn was never designed for a day-night cycle. For some reason, Game Freak removed it from Generation 3, maybe to better fit the game's tropical feel. And to be honest with you, I kind of prefer that kind of decision making, where they're like, right, this feature is superfluous, so let's get rid of it. The feature was really impressive and innovative in Generation 2, but it's an afterthought here. It feels like more of a holdover. All in all though, I'd probably say that it's better to include it. There's a certain atmosphere to seeing things during the day and night. Like the Jagged Pass, the desert on Route 111 doesn't just look different, it feels slightly different to play. A sandstorm is constantly raging, which chips off 1/16 of your Pokemon's health at the end of each turn, unless they're rock, ground or steel type. So you have to choose for yourself how you play around it. Do you just tank the damage and heal it off? Do you exclusively use rock, ground or steel types? Or do you overwrite it with another weather effect? I wouldn't want all of the routes to be like this, of course, but I do think it's a refreshing change of pace. Weather is generally well thought through, benefiting multiple types and thus making it a more viable option in different situations. Sun aids fire and certain grass Pokemon, rain aids water and certain grass Pokemon, and sandstorm aids rock, ground and steel type Pokemon. The only exception to this is hail, which only seems to ever really benefit ice type Pokemon. It's got very little synergy and I think maybe something could be done with that. Speaking of weather actually, I also want to thank the good Lord above that they finally changed how it was displayed. Previously, the game would interrupt you every single turn to describe the weather effect that you already know is happening. Now there's simply a prompt when the weather begins and ends, and the game just keeps the relevant graphic on the bottom screen. It's a lot less intrusive. This is exactly the kind of streamlining effort that Pokemon needs more of. I caught the next member of my team here, Trapinch. Trapinch's final evolution, Flygon, was originally going to have Mega Evolved in Omega Ruby, but apparently Ken Sugimori, who's the lead artist and one of the driving forces behind Pokemon, got artist's block. I love that bit of trivia, it's really humanising. That man has designed hundreds upon hundreds of monsters by this point, but even he still has trouble with it. I've gone ahead and named my Trapinch Specky because hiding in the ground and then bursting out at folk sounds a wee bit like the behaviour of an unsound Specky Napals. Route 111 must, at one point, have been a sea, as stated by one of the NPCs in a nice example of intrinsic learning. I don't know how much sense any of this makes geographically, but it suggests that the desert was once a bay, evoking the game's major theme of land versus water. The sea dried up to create more land, which is exactly what Team Magma's trying to do. This suggests then, without using words, that if Team Magma do succeed, it might not be the paradise that they're expecting. Somebody go and give one of those big YouTubers a call, there's a really fucking boring theory video in there somewhere. You can also pick up the root or claw fossil in the desert, which can be resurrected to become prehistoric Pokemon. I've chosen the claw fossil as personally I prefer Armaldo, but I don't intend to use either of them. It's a great idea to scatter optional Pokemon throughout the game, rather than have the starters be the only example of this. But the setup here is terrible. Somehow you know for a fact that once you lift one fossil, the other will sink. With that in mind, you've got two hands, why not just grab them both? The level design for this, on the other hand, is spot on. Our next destination after this is of course Petalburg, and the easiest way to get there is of course to cut through Rustturf Tunnel, which takes us to Rustboro, where we can resurrect the fossil at the Devon Corporation. Do you see why I'm so indignant at the game constantly trying to teleport me? The Petalburg gym comes very soon after the last one. It uses the normal type, but its gimmick is that each trainer prioritises a different stat. Each one will start the match by using a particular stat boosting item on their Pokemon, but the execution is rough. Each trainer uses only a single Pokemon and they will always use their first turn on a stat buff. So you've got plenty of room to manoeuvre, especially as you likely have a good few Pokemon on your side at this point. It's a real shame because if this was implemented better, this could have been a really good tutorial for how effective buffs and debuffs could be. But as it stands, since they're so ineffective, the player isn't likely to learn, and in a worst case scenario they might reach the conclusion that buffs are worthless. I mentioned in Lavaridge Gym how I thought that Pokemon's otherwise excellent type mechanics were poorly implemented. The biggest problem is the monotype design of the trainers and bosses. Gyms almost exclusively use a single type, making it extremely easy to beat them by choosing a super effective Pokemon. This might have been a decent wee teaching tool, teaching the player about different type matchups, but the doorman actually explains which Pokemon you should be using as soon as you walk in. I also think it's a flawed idea to have the boss of each area function as a teaching tool. Gym leaders are supposed to be a moment of heightened difficulty, but they're incredibly easy. You just have to select one super effective Pokemon to win. You've seen throughout this playthrough how I've basically picked a Pokemon with a type advantage and then swept each gym. The game also prompts you to switch every single time a trainer sends in another Pokemon, making it impossible to be taken by surprise. As if that weren't easy enough, gyms are always located in a town, or in other words, right outside of a Pokemon Center. And again, the trainers won't re-challenge you, so even if you're struggling, you are always a few seconds away from a complete recharge. Regular trainers suffer from some of these problems as well. They're often categorised into classes like swimmers, who use water types, and hikers, who use rock and fighting types. Like gym trainers, they also prompt you to switch every time you defeat a Pokemon, and they don't re-challenge you if you head back to a Pokemon Center. They are slightly better all round though, as you will encounter different trainer classes along the same route, and the Pokemon Center is often much further away. There are also classes like Ace Trainers who don't specialise in any one type. So it creates this weird structure. Pokemon is never quite marrying its challenge with its level design. The routes are often structurally more difficult, featuring multiple types and being further away from a Pokemon Center, but simultaneously they're also easier because the trainers aren't as strong. In the gyms, it's vice versa. The trainers are generally more difficult, but the structure is much easier. By refusing to double down and create definitively tough areas, the game becomes incapable of creating tense or climactic moments. Gyms being in towns makes no sense. They put the toughest bosses in the most relaxed areas. Imagine if gyms were instead placed at the end of routes or dungeons. The game would build towards the boss as you battled your way up the route and through the gym. You would also be completely out of your comfort zone. There wouldn't be a Pokemon Center right outside that you could use as a crutch, and you couldn't rely on a single Pokemon to dish out super effective moves to get you through the routes. That would still be a problem in the gyms themselves, mind you, but I'm here to moan, not design a game. Coincidentally, Wally and his father happen to be right outside the gym, ready to give you surf as soon as you need it. If they had spread it out a wee bit so you got surf before coming back to Petalburg, this might have been less conspicuous, but of all the complaints in this video, that's really low priority. I like the way that the parents interact in these games. I like that there's a bit of characterization with them reminiscing about their child getting older. It makes a lot of sense for a game about growth. I promise this is the last time this complaint will be cropping up, but I was furious to find that Wally forces you back to Mauville with him. This annoys me even more than the other times for a few reasons. Most obviously, I'm not even given the option to refuse. The game decides for you that there is absolutely no reason that anybody would want to stick around Petalburg, but there are loads of reasons. Firstly, there's a lot to do around here. Hoenn's multi-tiered level design has water sections in Petalburg City and the northern part of Route 104, replete with hidden items to collect. Secondly, there are the 5 sea routes and Sea Mauville that can be explored right now from the southern part of Route 104. Doing so will deposit you neatly at Slateport City, which puts Mauville a short trip up Cycling Road. And lastly, if you just want to carry on with the story, the level design neatly winds itself back around to keep backtracking to a minimum. Simply cross the body of water on Route 103 and you'll be deposited at the bottom of Route 110. On your way you'll even pass the trick house in case you want to polish that off while you're at it. This is great level design, giving the player loads of options and tying itself seamlessly back together. But it is completely spoiled by the designer's utter horror at the thought that their players might have to think a tiny bit. Game Freak is so paranoid about their players' willingness to play the game that they ushered you away from 5 entire routes worth of content. It's ridiculous. And that this happens 3 times suggests that either the designers didn't appreciate how well crafted the map is, or they did but chose to ignore it because they're terrified that their audience are morons. Man, sometimes it's just nice to be able to find your own way back rather than being funneled through a story. I stubbornly trekked straight back to Petalburg so I could show you the content. HMs in general make very little sense, and Surf is a prime example of this. Your Pokemon battling in the surface of the water is one thing, but moreover, how does Trapinch use Dig on the water? I know that this is a really overused joke, but how does a tiny bird fly a human to another location? How does a tiny fish allow you to ride on its back? How do your Pokemon breathe underwater when you use Dive? How does your Pokemon cut down a tree when it's already fainted? This might well be an inevitable concession that has to be made for them to work, but for me it's just one of the many reasons that I dislike HMs. You wouldn't be able to put this in recklessly, and certainly not in Hoenn, but it might be interesting if the HMs restricted your options in some way. If you couldn't use ground type moves while surfing, for example, it would at least justify the environmental shift mechanically. But as it is, you just press A in front of water and then it's just like playing the game normally. I've had to cut out a substantial amount of routes 105 through 109. They're all but featureless straight lines with a few trainers dotted around. The remake is faithful to the original games to a fault. This can be considered a very good thing. The original games did get a lot right first time. But, for example, the game is still designed on a grid despite the fact that the player can move in full 360. The grid is a rigid and unnatural choice, presumably used to accommodate the Game Boy's limited memory. To see it retained like this in full 3D with an analog stick is slow progress to say the least. A more pertinent example though is that even though the sea routes were lambasted by almost everybody that played the games, they're still in the remakes virtually unchanged. This strikes me as a prime opportunity to fix the biggest complaint with the originals, but for whatever reason they didn't. I'm having a wee bit of difficulty training Trapinch here because of its typing. Now normally I'd be ready to praise this as it speaks volumes about Pokemon's customizable nature. I can either forego training Trapinch, forego clearing these routes, or I can push through while at a disadvantage. It says a lot about the game's customization that I'm being forced to make decisions about how I approach a fairly standard route, decisions that I reckon a majority of people won't even think about. And vice versa too, I might breeze through certain areas that give other people trouble. It's these kind of dynamics that make it a lot of fun to plan out a new Pokemon playthrough. The problem is though that this game takes it well too far. All I encounter here are water types, which gets boring and discourages the use of certain Pokemon for huge scores of the game. Happily, Trapinch survives the gauntlet and comes out of Ibrava. It's a much more useful Pokemon. It gets a Dragon type and the ability Levitate, which grants it a host of useful resistances and an immunity to ground moves. However, its attack is now lower than it was. Interestingly, Trapinch has the same attack stat as its final evolution. It's based on the antlion, an insect whose larvae burrow into the sand until they're old enough to undergo metamorphosis. It's also, obviously, a play on Dragonfly, hence the dragon typing. But like I was saying with Azurill and Mawile, it's not bug type and you would think that it would be. If you take Route 103 directly from Petalburg City, you're deposited in front of the Trick House. I reckon that a lot of players will have forgotten all about it, so I like how the level design reminds you about it like this, especially as you can just go ahead and finish it right now if you're so inclined. I'm going to go through all of the puzzles just now and give you my thoughts as I go. The structure of the puzzles is the same throughout. You want to find a scroll which teaches you a special password and then inscribe that password on the door to exit. It's a silly little idea, but unlike a lot of the game's silly little ideas, it revels in that fact. The Trick Master keeps disappearing with no explanation. He completely renovates the back of his house every time he makes a puzzle. He makes all of these seemingly sentient mechanical dolls. And what's more, he seems to just be doing it for a laugh. Everybody inside seems just as baffled as the player is about him. It's like a mad Japanese game show, an angle that's played up perfectly. The quote-unquote puzzle in the first two mazes is just cut the trees and smash the rocks. These mazes might have been a wee bit more difficult if the camera weren't overhead. As it is, they're not so much puzzles as checks that you have the appropriate HM. The puzzle that follows this makes better use of the perspective by obfuscating your character behind iron roofs. It makes no sense from your character's perspective, of course, they would easily be able to find their way, but that's not intrusive, I didn't even think about that when I was playing. The next maze requires strength and is immediately a much better puzzle than the first two because you only need to activate it once. There are no trainers here either, so this maze removes all of the interruptions and allows you to concentrate on the actual brain teaser. And thankfully so, as that brain teaser is quite good. It requires precision and forethought to get through, with a few devious little traps that mean you can actually fail. It's not the greatest puzzle in gaming history or anything like that, but it's a veritable leap in quality from the last few. The next puzzle involves the game asking hilariously esoteric questions about itself. I get the impression that you're not honestly supposed to get through this first time. Even I'm not mental enough to remember the exact price of items, for example. The last question's pretty cheeky as well. It asks how many NPCs give you berries in the Pretty Petal flower shop. Can't believe it's made me say that again. There are actually 4 NPCs in the shop, but only one gives you berries. I wonder how many people got caught out by that. I love how obtuse the game is here. It feels like it knows how ridiculous it's being and wants you to laugh along with it. The Trick House bows out on a high note. It's a fun, breezy little maze that makes use of spatial awareness, process of elimination, and perspective. Again, it seems the designers had some fun with this. The final set of tiles have you flirting with the exit, teasing you with the prospect that you'll be whisked away from it before finally letting you go. So I really like the Trick House. It feels like the designers were having a laugh making it, which I really appreciate. But all the same, I don't think I would like to see it return. While this would remove some of the quirkiness, I think some of these puzzles would be put to better use if they were scattered across Hoenn. The rest of the game is fairly light on puzzles as it is, and packing 6 into this one optional area seems like a bit of a waste. The pacing is never quite optimal. You can either do all 6 at once, which is a huge spike in puzzle density, or you can come back every once in a while, which is an interruption. We're going to carry on with the actual game now by crossing this channel on Route 118. You'd expect there to be a bridge here or something, considering that this appears to be the only connection between the two halves of Hoenn. It could even be a broken one to justify why you have to surf, but anyway. The level design and pacing complement each other perfectly here. Up until this point, the game was structured around Mauville, which was central to Western Hoenn. You travel around this area collecting 4 badges, and then you're finally allowed to face off with Norman. Defeating your dad was flagged up right at the start as the first major task to work towards. Your dad is, of course, a patriarchal figure, and surpassing him perfectly ties into the game's themes of growth. You've finally managed to outdo him, meaning that he no longer occupies that position of power over you. You're then allowed to move on to pastures anew, both thematically and mechanically, as you find yourself moving eastwards away from Mauville. It kinda feels like you're moving out from under your father's shadow, and the game marks this by moving you geographically away from this centralised area. I always felt kind of elated and empowered at this point, and ready to carry on with my adventure. It was a nice wee boost to speed. I think it's important that the game gives you this boost. I can imagine that some more casual players might get fatigued upon realising that, despite all their work, they're still only at the halfway mark. Giving them the 5th badge immediately after the 4th is a nice wee boost, and it encourages people to carry on until the story picks up again. After surfing across the body of water, you find Steven Stone. He asks you whether you prefer to use your favourite types, or whether you prefer to keep a variety of Pokemon. The game glorifies the player's choice a lot, telling them that they can use their favourites. This is almost essential narratively, but the game's mechanics don't respond well to it. It's never a good idea to keep a monotype team. Latias then appears before us. This is our first hint that we get that Steven might have more going on than meets the eye. A legendary beast appears specifically to him seeking help, and he seems to know it. Southern Island has been completely redesigned from the originals, and I think this gave the designers an opportunity to make something wonderful. Don't get me wrong, the rest of the game looks good, but it's difficult not to wish that the backgrounds were more like this. The waterfalls make this feel more mystical and give the route a lot of depth, making it feel a lot more 3-dimensional than the rest of the routes. Latias came to fetch Steven because Team Magma are being bampots again, quelle surprise. This time they're after Latios as it's said to hold the secret to Mega Evolution. We're introduced to the other Magma admin, Courtney, who winds me up something awful because she never talks like a human being. She is the most egregious example of a tiresome anime cliché. She's the robotic waifu type, being all reserved and mechanical, but crucially, she's also designed to be cute. She wears a figure-hugging hoodie cum miniskirt with a hood that's too big for her bonds. So while you're getting a good look at her figure, she can curry into her hood, making her look more shy and innocent. To complete the image, she takes a special interest in you, one that's implicitly sexual. She even slurps at you after you beat her, which I think is supposed to be her licking her lips. There's a musical note there as well, so, like, what, you beat her and then she goes... Anyway, basically, you beat her at Pokemon and that turns her on, the dirty cradle robber. You're supposed to be like 10. I guarantee there's at least one hentai doujin out there where commencing experiment is used as a sexual innuendo, which is fine, send me the link, but I don't think it's the kind of thing you should be putting into the game. I hate being pandered to, and that's what this is, it's just pandering. After defeating Team Magma, you're then handed Latios as well as the means to Mega Evolve it. You don't have to try, you don't have to capture it, you don't have to complete any challenges except for defeating a couple of magma grunts. The game just forces a powerful, mega evolving Pokemon on you and sends you on your way. And when I say forces, I mean it. You're unable to refuse to take Latios or even send it back to the PC. The trade-off with legendaries used to be that they were incredibly powerful but difficult to catch and train, often appearing just before the Pokemon League. But here, just after the halfway mark, the player has both a legendary Pokemon as well as the EXP share handed to them as mandatory parts of the game's story, and any illusions of difficulty are firmly snapped over one knee. Now, before I make that statement, I think that the alternative needs to be considered. Pokemon being too easy is a difficult statement to prove, as it has so many variables and I'm tending towards effective ones. I'm particular about my Pokemon choices, I'm leaving the EXP share on, and I'm thorough in fighting trainers. The fact is, I've been playing these games for ages, and I'm putting more thought into it than a child would. You could probably make a convincing case that the game isn't too easy, and that I'm just too much of a sad sack. And I mean, you're not wrong, I am a sad sack, but I think my complaint is legitimate nonetheless. It's just that I might choose to rephrase it. It's too easy to make the game too easy. The game is far too willing to hand you the tools to break it. This was apparently a deliberate choice. The games have been made easier as players have less time to play them and more games to play, which I begrudgingly have to admit makes sense from a designer's perspective. But I feel like game designers shouldn't be accommodating apathy. I don't understand why you would take into account the attitude of people that don't care. I don't feel like I'm being elitist with that, I'm not trying to be anyway. I'm not saying that Pokemon needs to be hardcore, but if your player can't be bothered playing, then there's no point bending over backwards for them. Latios and the EXP share aside, the player has even more options available to make the game easier. On Route 103 for example, you can use the Dex Nav to farm lucky eggs from the Pelipers. So you can search around for a Pelipper, find one with a lucky egg, catch it or use Thief, and then receive an item that gives the Pokemon holding it 150% experience. I'm not using the lucky eggs myself, but if I were to grind for 6 of them, which is easily doable, I would be gaining 525% experience with the EXP share on. Of course, the lucky eggs aren't that obvious, so it'd be a bit unfair to count it towards the game's difficulty problems. But the EXP share, Latios, optional routes, and the clearly flagged weaknesses for most of the bosses are not exploits or hidden tricks, and they are more than enough to trivialise the game on their own. Of course, the great thing about Pokemon is its customization. If I'm having too easy a time, I could restrict which Pokemon I caught, or turn the EXP share off, or even do a challenge run like a Nuzlocke. But there isn't the incentive to do this. There's no benefit to turning the EXP share off. There's no decision to be made there unless you deliberately want to handicap yourself. Basically, I think there ought to be a limit to how easy a player can make the game for themselves. Choosing weaker or stronger Pokemon is a good influence on the game's difficulty and should be enough. Clearly marking a boss's weakness, giving the player a Mega Evolving legendary Pokemon for free, and giving the player the chance to quintuple their EXP intake is taking it too far. And this isn't a small problem, because if you're playing the game without handicaps, i.e. if you're playing the game normally, it becomes so trivial that it becomes unengaging. We can only access a small bit of Route 123 at the minute. The rest of the route is blocked off by a complicated jigsaw puzzle of ledges. It's impossible to see the entirety of the route in one pass. You have to keep flying back to the other end of the route and then taking a different route down the ledges. It's a fairly tedious setup. It feels like they just went with the idea because they didn't have anything else to put here. So this is a route that you're supposed to access later on from the other end, which is why I suspect this Aroma lady has a Vileplume. It's such a spike in strength from everything else you can see just now that I suspect it was an oversight. If the game weren't so bloody easy, then it might have even been a problem. The small bit of Route 123 that we can access just now includes the Berry Master. The Berry Master's wife is a strange anomaly. The player has the chance to get a special berry from her every day, but only if they respond to her phrases in a very specific way. For example, if she says something contest, you need to spell out challenge in all caps. If she says something Latios, you need to say overwhelming, but if she says something Latios, you need to say cool. There's no way to work this out, there are no clues or anything, you just have to know. It's a hidden thing, sure, but that's pretty shoddy. I'm all for hidden tricks, but this is designed for you to just have to look it up. The Berry Master's house has the largest field of soft soil in the game. It's clearly designed for the player to have a dedicated space to plant and grow berries. In Generation 3 this wasn't the best location for it because it was pretty far away from all of the nearest cities, but in Generation 6 you can now fly to any route. I really appreciate Game Freak's dedication to maintaining a consistent world, so it's fantastic that they've managed to keep plants growing in the same place while also making it easy and convenient to reach them at any time. Berries have been simplified in this game, thankfully. In X and Y you had different kinds of mulch that had different effects on the soil. You were also able to crossbreed berries for different effects. Instead, it's nice and simple in Omega Ruby. You have soft soil, a watering can, and the more you water your plant, the more berries the plant will yield. It is a much easier system to get to grips with, and for that I'm thankful. Again, I appreciate Game Freak's attempts to flesh out mechanics like berries, but Pokemon is not, and nor should it be, a farming simulator. The streamlined approach is best here. It means that the berries don't distract too much from the main game. The problem that I had with berries was that changing the 3DS's clock pauses all time-based events for 24 hours. I didn't realise this at first, and I intended to keep skipping 4 hours ahead so I could get on with recording. But Game Freak was one step ahead of me there, so I had to wait 24 hours for the clock to reset, and then a further 32 hours for the berries to grow. Which was inconvenient for me, but they're not making these games for recording, so I'm not allowed to be mad about that. It's a good system. There's no point in having the berry mechanic at all if it's really easy to cheese. The only thing I don't like about the berry system is the naming convention. In Generation 2, the berries were named after their effect. For example, the Poison Cure berry was a berry that cured poison, which was written PSN due to limited screen space. The names were really unsubtle, like, I can't imagine anybody actually naming a genus of berries that, so I can see why they changed it. But its replacement, the Pecha berry, doesn't communicate what that berry's effect is. You need to go into the menu to look it up. Despite the fact that I've been playing these games for years, I only remember a very small handful of berries off by heart, and I wonder if a better naming convention could be employed to help them stick in your mind, most likely involving some kind of pun or portmanteau like the town and Pokemon names. I'm going to need a surplus of blue Pokeblocks soon, so I'll be planting a bunch of berries around here to demonstrate. It's a long and tedious process having to plant and then pick all of the berries individually. I wish this had been streamlined somehow. Fortunately, I was able to throw together this exciting highlight reel of my berry picking exploits. The tall grass on Route 119 is home to the Mimic Circle. In the original games, the Mimic Circle did as their name suggested and mirrored your movements. They probably took this out because of the analog control. It was never amazing, so its removal in this game doesn't really bother me, but what kind of does is that they still behave as if they're mimicking you. Like I say, I don't really care that it's gone, but change their dialogue at least. Walking in this special tall grass might trigger a horde encounter, a battle where you have to take on 5 weak wild Pokemon at once. A basic complaint about these battles is the abominable slowdown. The game stutters horribly when there are 6 Pokemon on screen at once, even on a new 3DS. Game Freak has never been astonishing technically, but that's still pretty embarrassing. As if that wasn't enough, unless your Pokemon has a move like Surf that can hit multiple targets at once, you have to spend 5 turns getting through these fights. That doesn't sound too bad at first, but consider that in each turn, every single Pokemon on screen has to move. So on your first turn you have to watch 5 Pokemon make a move, then 4, then 3, then finally 2, and that's presuming that it all goes perfectly. Catching a Pokemon during a horde encounter is a chronic pain in the neck as well. You need to feint 4 out of the 5 Pokemon before you can throw a ball, and incidentally, all 5 of them have identical names and pictures on the lower screen. The reason for this, I suspect, is because they didn't program the ability to choose a target after selecting a Pokeball. And if that is the reason, that feels like a huge oversight. That should have been included by default the second that multiple wild Pokemon were in. Horde encounters do serve a useful function though. They seem to be designed for EV training. If you want a Pokemon to have better speed, you can find hordes of Tailo on Route 104 for example, which gives you 5 times the speed gain. So it's a nice wee bit of utility, and horde encounters are rare, so even though I don't like them much, I can't really say that they ruin the game or anything. Route 119 is also where I can catch my final team member, Feebas. I'm going with Milotic for a couple of reasons. The first is that it's a solid water type, being tough but also pretty versatile. The other is that it gives me the opportunity to talk about a lot of the game's mechanics. You have to use a fishing rod to find Feebas, at least at first. Fishing is simple but handled well because of it. Pulling up the Pokemon requires you to pass a simple little reaction test. The Pokemon selection also makes sense. You can run into Pokemon near the surface by just moving around, but deep sea Pokemon require fishing to catch. There are 3 rods available throughout the game, the Old Rod, the Good Rod and the Super Rod. Each has a different chance of catching different Pokemon depending on where you are. But 3 rods clutter up the bag more than necessary, and once you get a new rod there's almost no point in having the older models. In Generation 3, Feebas could only be caught in 5 tiles throughout the entirety of Route 119. So to catch Feebas, you needed to comb every single tile on this entire route, fishing on each one multiple times to make sure that Feebas wasn't there. It was incredibly boring, and it meant that only a tiny handful of players would encounter Feebas on their own. Most players wouldn't even be aware that it existed without a guide. The only modicum of control that you were afforded over this process came by changing the hip phrase in Dewford, which would shuffle the tiles. There's no kind of context connecting the two or anything like that, that's just what the mechanic's for apparently. In Omega Ruby though, Feebas has a 5% chance of appearing anywhere on this route, but it will appear much more frequently under the northern bridge during the day or next to this rock during the night. I do not miss the grind of having to scour every tile, so I'm glad they thought of a way to keep it unique without being so mind-bendingly boring. One of the reasons I picked Milotic was because I wanted to explain how breeding and chains work. I want Milotic to learn the moves Hypnosis and Dragon Pulse, both of which are egg moves, which means they can only be learned by breeding. You can get either one of these moves using the Dex Nav, but you can't get both. To get both, I need to breed my Feebas. So what I need is a male Feebas with Hypnosis and a female Feebas with Dragon Pulse, or vice versa. Putting them in the daycare will then produce an egg containing a Feebas with both moves. Now, if I didn't have the Dex Nav, this process would become a lot more involved. Normally, what I would need to do is get a Spinda and a Psyduck before I could begin this chain. I would need to breed a male Spinda with Hypnosis with a female Psyduck to get a male Psyduck with Hypnosis.
Subsequently, I would need to breed that Psyduck with a female Feebas to get a Feebas with Hypnosis. This is because of the game's egg groups. Each Pokemon...
Did you get all that? No? Well, don't worry about it, because once again the Dex Nav saves the day by synergizing perfectly with pre-existing systems. It saves time without diminishing the complexity. Breeding doesn't make much biological sense. God, that's a weird complaint. The NPCs claim that nobody has any idea where a Pokemon egg comes from, when it's pretty obvious. There's also the fact that a newborn is able to breed immediately after being born, and can be forced to breed even with its own parent. Eggs are also used even for Pokemon that are clearly mammals. In fact, there's a Pokemon called Miltank that produces the Moo Moo milk that you can get in Lavarage, which makes no sense unless Pokemon are monotremes. I'll tell you what though, if you had a Miltank you would be sorted for breakfast. Even weirder, there's a Pokemon called Kangaskhan that's based on a kangaroo and as such has a baby in its pouch. As soon as a new Kangaskhan hatches, it still has a newborn in its pocket. So, what's going on there? Now, I know that that's all like low tier comedy for hack webcomics, I suspect, of course, that Game Freak deliberately didn't think any of this through. If it made that much biological sense, it would be a roadblock, and would require at least an implicit acknowledgement of sex, which you don't want in a children's game. It's a mechanical feature rather than a contextual one, and overall I think it should stay that way. But the problem is, this lack of context means that it's almost impossible to get to grips with the system without looking up a guide. There is nothing in the game that even hints about any of the complexities of breeding. Nothing about the system is explained. If you're trying to breed two Pokemon in different egg groups, then the daycare man will tell you that they prefer to play with other Pokemon. What he means is that your Pokemon can't breed. What he says is completely unrelated. There are also a ton of hidden effects that you can employ. The child has an 80% chance of inheriting its mother's ability. Ditto can breed with any Pokemon of any sex, and if the parent holds an Everstone, it will pass down its nature. So it's a really complicated system that can have a huge number of desirable outcomes, but the game explains none of it. The bigger problem is that it's depressingly boring. After you've put your two Pokemon in the daycare, you have to move about until the daycare man turns around, which is the signal that your Pokemon have laid an egg. Eggs will then only hatch after a certain number of steps, so it involves a massive session of nothing but moving back and forth. If you're hatching multiple eggs because you want a particular nature or something, the time investment is insane. You can halve the number of steps that it takes to hatch by having a Pokemon with the ability Flame Body or Magma Armor in your party. Slugma has both of those abilities, so that's why it's the only other Pokemon I'm keeping with me. But even with this trick, the gameplay is just meandering back and forth for ages. I can't be the only one that just sticks on a podcast or a YouTube video and barely even pays attention to the screen. It's a shame. Breeding is an impressively fleshed out and fully featured mechanic, and I don't want to see it removed entirely. It feels like such a natural fit for raising Pokemon, because just as you get dog breeders in real life, here you get Pokemon breeders. But it's so esoteric and time consuming that it's pretty much just for the enthusiasts. It's been streamlined a tiny bit over the years, but it's not enough. This is a system that needs a fundamental rethink rather than just a couple of small tweaks. A system that demands the player waste this much time can only be called bad. So at the end of all that, I have a Feebas with Hypnosis and Dragon Pulse. I'm naming my Feebas Fitzsimmons. Alright, okay, so when I was in high school I had an English teacher called Mrs. Fitzsimmons, and my brother had a joke that he used so often that it became his catchphrase. The joke was just the sentence, Pierce Brosnan ate Mrs. Fitzsimmons' sea bass. I wish I could explain that one to you, but it's been over a decade and I never got an explanation, so you're not getting one either. In fact, can you guys do me a favour? I want to do a litmus test to see how many folk have actually reached this point in the video, so if you're listening to this, can you go down and leave a comment just saying Pierce Brosnan ate Mrs. Fitzsimmons' sea bass? I want a sea of comments just saying that phrase. If that happens, I will consider this video a success. Feebas's evolution belies a problem with Pokemon. Certain Pokemon are designed and balanced around particular ideas that become obsolete as the series progresses. Milotic's evolution was originally triggered by raising its beauty contest stat and then levelling it up. The problem is that in Generation 5 and X and Y, there were no contest stats because there were no contests. So Milotic's evolution was instead changed to the typical trade it with an item held. Like nicknames, trading Pokemon to evolve them is pretty arbitrary, as in almost every case the player will raise the Pokemon themselves, get a friend to trade with them, and then immediately trade back. The interaction that it forces is really artificial. It's not cooperation based on mutual benefit, but a hurdle that you need to recruit a friend to overcome. I'm glad to see that Feebas's evolution is once again tied to its contest stats. It's a funny little idea that's obvious in retrospect, but would probably be the last thing you think of. I wonder how many people wouldn't have realised that Feebas could evolve if they hadn't first looked it up or been told. I think if the telegraphing was a bit clearer, Pokemon could afford to incorporate more of these fun little puzzles into evolution. Despite all of this work, I'm not going to be able to use Milotic for a while since it's really underleveled. Thanks to the EXP share, I don't have to make any effort to bring Milotic up to scratch. I can just leave it in my party and the game does the rest. I think I would probably get sectioned if I complained that I didn't have to grind anymore, but there needs to be some effort involved, surely. Before, if you wanted to train an underleveled Pokemon, you had multiple options, none of which were ideal as they would all waste a bit of time. You could go through the longueur of switching your Pokemon at the beginning of each battle, you could use the EXP share to halve the experience between your lead and your underleveled Pokemon, or you could simply lob it in the daycare, which came with its own host of disadvantages. Nowadays, you just have to have the Pokemon in your party. Personally, I think that having to raise the Pokemon yourself is satisfying, even if it's not that fun moment to moment. It adds the sense that you're painstakingly raising your Pokemon, which is important to the series' themes. You're both growing together through friendship and effort. Even if Game Freak wants to remove grinding from the game entirely, which I absolutely wouldn't be against, I think there are ways to do that while still requiring your player to put in some effort. Route 119 has some multi-tiered level design with 3 routes, the land route, the higher acrobike routes and the lower river routes, all of which weave in and out of one another. It's less meticulous than the earliest routes, but I've always been a fan of loose level design with more to explore, so it keeps me happy. Personally, I consider Generations 3 and 4 to be the pinnacle of the series, and that's down to how consistent their worlds are. Your character's movement isn't complex, so I feel like the worlds don't need to be mechanically complex either, so they need to be interesting in other ways. Hoenn's humid, subtropical theme is coherent, but also memorable. The ecosystem is constructed in such a way as to make a decent amount of sense. But even though it's so logical, Hoenn manages to have a diverse set of locations, from a volcano to a desert to grasslands to tropical islands to the ocean. The game probably benefited from being designed after a real-life island. After you've been on holiday somewhere, you're often left with snapshots of a few places and experiences, and that's what this feels like. Route 119, for example, has a lovely ambience, with the rain, tall grass and triumphant music coming together to create a pleasing sense of adventure. If you've ever been outside during the rain on a warm day, you'll recognise the atmosphere. Furthermore, the town and area names help make the map stick in your head. Like a lot of Pokemon, the town and area names in Hoenn lightly disguise words that we already know to make them more memorable. Poochyena is Pooch and Hyena, Sableye is Sable and Eye, you get the idea. Similarly, Slateport is a port town that's made largely of stone. Oldale is Old and Dale. Verdanturf is a portmanteau of verdant, meaning rich with vegetation, and turf. Before you've even reached it, and before you've even been told, you kind of get the picture that it's a very lush, green town. While it's easy to deride the simplicity of the names, they're a lot more evocative and memorable than something like Castelia, which is named after a kind of cloud, or Lumiose, which is named after perfume, both of which have nothing to do with their respective cities. Tropius has a great design. Unfortunately, I'm only catching it to be an HM slave. Now that we have a sizable number of them, I think it's time for me to address the HMs directly. I don't really mind them in principle, they're the only opportunity your Pokemon have to interact with the overworld. Layering the level design and forcing the player to remember an area and come back to it later lends the routes a little romance. It's intriguing to see an area that you can't get to yet, it creates a little mystery to come back to. It's those kinds of emotional hooks that make a level memorable. But if you haven't gathered this yet, in execution HMs are terrible. First off, they're just not that fun to use. You simply press A next to an obstacle and then you have to sit through the same prompt, flavor text and animation every single time you use it. It's bad and crap. You could cut almost everything out of this rigmarole. You could press A next to a tree and cut is automatically used with no fanfare. That would save so much time over the course of the game that it's not even funny. Like, why would you not want to use cut? I'm not exactly going to go, nah, not too sure about that one, let me think about it. Most of the HM moves have little to no battle application. Cut, for example, is identical to tackle except it has 5% less accuracy. So it's worse than tackle, worse than one of the most basic moves in the game. Then you have Rock Smash, which incidentally is functionally identical to Cut on the overworld. You press A next to a single tile obstacle and it's removed. Rock Smash is fighting type, but it has even less power than tackle. So you need to keep 2 move slots open for utterly atrocious moves, just for the privilege of doing the same boring shite, just for the privilege of pressing A next to a tree or a rock. HMs basically encroach on you building a team that's exactly how you want it. Each Pokemon has 4 slots for moves. That means that a full team of 6 will have 24 slots for moves. Discounting Flash, there are 7 HMs in the game, and each takes up 1 move slot. So in order to be certain that you can navigate the overworld, you need to sacrifice 7 move slots, almost a third of your entire team, for moves that you might not otherwise want. Even if the HMs were all great, you wouldn't necessarily want to use them. Even if you have a great move like Surf, you wouldn't want to use it if your water type is physical. You're also unable to overwrite HMs on the fly. You need to go to a special NPC in Lilycove, a city that we've not even reached yet. So you can't just quickly give Blaziken Rock Smash then overwrite it with a TM afterwards. So all of this together leads players to use an HM slave, a Pokemon that you keep in your party just to use HMs. I'm using Tropius as it learns Cut, Fly, Strength and Rock Smash, but this requires me to sacrifice one of my team slots. In this case, Blaziken, arguably the ace of my team, has been left behind. And like the proof is in the pudding, HM slaves to me are proof in and of themselves that this system does not work as intended. I don't believe for a second that Game Freak intended for the game to be played this way, and yet that's the way that most players play it. So HMs are just tedious. There's the tedium of waiting for the animation to play every time you use one, the tedium of organising your party to ensure that you've got everything you need, and of course the tedium of returning to a PC and replaying the route because you encountered an obstacle that you couldn't overcome. There's no way to know ahead of time what obstacles you're going to come across. But like, I think I've proven by now that I think inconvenience can be quite fun, but the inconvenience here doesn't create any fun dynamics. You cannot access an area, but then you can. Like, a dark cave doesn't change your approach or anything, you just use Flash and then play the game normally. I don't know what to suggest. I think that, if anything, your Pokemon could use more presence in the overworld. They're pretty detached from it. But either way, the way it is here is pretty lackluster. It should have been changed years ago. The Weather Institute, located halfway up Route 119, is the stage of our next run-in with Team Magma. This is a short and fairly unremarkable encounter with Tabitha investigating abnormal weather patterns from thousands of years ago. The Weather Institute has a bed on the lower floor, which immediately dissolves all tension as soon as you realise you can use it to heal at any time. I don't really care about the continuity of this, but it's not exactly thrilling when Team Magma takes so long to invade a building that you're able to have multiple naps and still thwart them. Tabitha seems pretty disconcerted by the findings and begins to have doubts about Maxie. There's the hint that maybe his plans are going to be destructive for the world. And so of course you would expect him to take action, you would expect him to raise these concerns with Maxie, but Tabitha, being the man of action that he is, promptly does fuck all about it. On his way out, Tabitha stops and all but turns to the camera to make absolutely sure that you know that Team Magma is off to Mount Pyre next. Assuming that it's absolutely necessary to let the player know Mount Pyre's name, there surely must be more elegant ways to flag it up than him just explaining where he's going out loud to himself for no reason in front of a group of his enemies. As a reward for chasing off Team Magma, you're given a unique Pokemon. Castform is able to change form during battle depending on the weather, which is, I mean, it's a gimmick. Outside of that curiosity, Castform's got nothing going on. Being gifted a Pokemon is exasperating, as if you have a full team, you need to head back to the PC, make the room in your party, go back, pick it up, go back to the PC, then switch it back for the Pokemon that you want. In Generation 1, if you received a Pokemon with a full party, it was just automatically sent to the PC. I don't know why they changed that, and I don't know why they haven't changed it back. It's 100 times more convenient. I can finally evolve Nuzleaf into Shiftry using the Leaf Stone that I get here. And there you go, there's the conclusion to that King Konk joke. He's got a big nose. I'm not even really that sorry, to be honest. Evolution items like the Leaf Stone are a fine idea. They're almost like a little puzzle that you have to solve to evolve. Evolving these Pokemon too early can result in some problems. Shiftry learns very few moves by level up, but Nuzleaf learns a lot, so the player is encouraged to keep it unevolved for a good while. But this implementation is really slapdash. Some Pokemon learn a piddling number of moves once they evolve, whereas some Pokemon maintain a robust learn set. It's never clear which Pokemon you should and should not evolve. The distinction is entirely random, and the only way to know ahead of time is to look it up online. I wonder how many players don't even notice how heavily they rely on Bulbapedia. There are a lot of TMs and tutors, so this never ruins the game, but it would feel more deliberate with some better telegraphing and more thorough implementation. Secondly, there are far too many evolutionary items now, and there's a huge overlap between them. What is the difference, for example, between a Dawnstone, a Sunstone, and a Shiny Stone? I don't mind it when a Pokemon has to use an item that has another effect in order to evolve. Gligar, for example, has to hold the Razor Fang, which raises the critical hit rate. So even if you're not raising a Gligar, the Razor Fang is still a worthwhile item to have. Similarly, items like the Leaf Stone are worthwhile because they make multiple Pokemon evolve, so the likelihood of you getting some use out of them is increased. But there are plenty of items like the Reaper Cloth, Magmarizer and Protector that exist solely to evolve a specific Pokemon and are otherwise useless. They just take up space in both your bag and the game's code. Every time one of these items is introduced, they need to be planned and implemented in every subsequent game in the series, which must eat up a fair amount of time. Even a Pokemon like Shaymin, which a fraction upon a fraction of players will own, must have the Gracidea and an NPC who can give you the Gracidea programmed into every game. The game is just bloated with these items at this point. I also feel like more time could be spent on making sense of them. Without the internet, I can imagine that a huge number of people would have Pokemon that they have no idea how to evolve. As a basic example, here's a question: how does Kadabra evolve into Alakazam? Via trade, right. But if you didn't know that already, you would have no way of working that out. Why is that the catalyst? Why not instead have it hold a twisted spoon and then level him up? That way it would feel a wee bit more like solving a puzzle. Kadabra has one spoon, and Alakazam has two. You would literally be giving it the extra spoon and a bit more experience for it to evolve. In contrast to her earlier appearance, May blindsides you a bit here. This might have even been a challenge had you not just left a building with free healing next to the door. As it is, it's unlikely that anybody will be in a weakened state for this match. It's yet less of a challenge because May still only has 3 not fully evolved Pokemon. Meanwhile, I have almost a full team of final evolutions. Your rival is supposed to be a bit of a dipstick. Let me try that again. Your rival is supposed to be a bit of a gauge to show you how you match up to the level curve. They're supposed to always be one step ahead and show you what level you should ideally be in order to tackle the upcoming area. If you lose to your rival, you might want to grind for a bit to catch up. And look, I know that I'm kind of soaring above the level curve, but I don't feel that I should be capable of getting this far ahead of her without grinding. After that long route, it's nice to be able to relax. I love the pacing of segments like this, long routes that evoke adventure punctuated by moments of respite in the next town. It helps that Fortree is one of the coolest towns in the entire series. A whole town of tree houses is straight out of a kid's imagination. So while we're in this relaxed environment, this seems like the perfect time to take a break and take a look at some of the play nav features. The PSS, or Player Search System, is a massive leap in online functionality. The system allows you to battle and trade with friends and strangers anywhere in the world, with just a couple of taps on the touchscreen. Ease of use has clearly been prioritised, to the point that you no longer need to go to a PC to trade Pokemon not in your party. It saves everyone a lot of tiresome menu navigation. Furthermore, everyone that you interact with is added to a handy list for further interactions. This is surprisingly intuitive for a Nintendo game, which usually bogs itself down with friend codes and parental controls. But at the same time, there's no real way to be abusive, so it's the best of both worlds. The premise of the GTS, or Global Trade Station, is simple enough. People deposit a Pokemon and make an offer on it, and then others can initiate an automatic trade if the terms seem fair. That's fine on the surface, but you can ask for literally anything, so it is filled to the brim with hackers and people asking for illegitimate Pokemon. For example, you can put up a Poochyena and demand a level 1 to 10 Latios in exchange, when it's impossible to get a Latios at that level. The GTS also depersonalises trading. While trading with strangers retains a semblance of human interaction, this process is completely automated. I appreciate what they were going for, a huge database dedicated to trades, but it's so open to abuse and so frequently abused that it's all but useless, to the point that I think it needs to be completely retooled. You can also do random online trades through Wonder Trade. The unfettered randomness of the system is a lot of fun. Sure, you get a lot of tat, but I sent off a few Pokemon on my old save file before I restarted, and I like to imagine the other person's reaction when they received a Blaziken in exchange for a Zigzagoon. It synergises incredibly with breeding too. If you're breeding for a specific nature or something, it's a better idea to trade off your excess rather than release them. One man's trash is another man's treasure. Your surplus might help others out, and maybe you could get some Pokemon that you don't have in exchange. It kicks you out of the system after every trade though. Removing that would really speed things up, but that's housekeeping rather than anything major. Here I traded my Skitty away and I got a Ditto in exchange. That's not a Ditto! That is demonstrably not a That could be a Ditto. Actually, that might well be a Ditto. Okay. I'll accept it. Finally, we have O-Powers, so called because you keep going, oh, these exist. They're temporary buffs. You can use them on yourself or use them on someone else for a smaller cost. The intent is to encourage selflessness, to make people help one another out rather than help themselves out. I appreciate it, but I'm not sure how effective it is considering that in my whole time playing Omega Ruby and Y, I have never had any O-Powers passed on to me. That being said, the powers themselves are pretty handy. I would recommend trying to remember that they exist the next time you're training or breeding. Pokemon Ami, oh, great name, allows you to pet and play with your Pokemon on a one-to-one basis. Your Pokemon has 3 stats: affection, fullness, and enjoyment. You ideally want to have affection and enjoyment as high as possible, but fullness as low as possible. Clapping, feeding, and playing with your Pokemon raises and lowers different stats. So it's a balancing act. You have to pet it for a while, and then feed it, and then play with it, until its affection stat is maxed out. With enough affection, a Pokemon is granted benefits in battle. It'll gain extra experience, endure attacks that would have otherwise killed it, shake off status conditions, and get a higher evasion and critical hit chance. It also comes with some extra animations and flavour text, all of which are adorable. I actually had no idea that Pokemon Ami had these benefits until I tried it out for myself. That's kind of rare in Pokemon. I didn't have to look up a guide or anything. The visual language is very clear, so you can make the most of the feature without having to look up any hidden stats. Keep petting your Pokemon and eventually love hearts won't appear when it gets bored. Keep feeding them and they will eat slower and slower until they turn their nose up at the Pokepuff. I can't believe the game just made me say that. But you can figure everything out in Pokemon Ami just by experimenting. The minigames in Pokemon Ami are arbitrary and simplistic. They don't tie into any of the other mechanics. They don't use your Pokemon's stats or abilities. They're just like playing keepy up or matching 2 pictures. The keepy up game can get kind of intense, but they just feel like a bit of a distraction. As it is, you're able to raise your Pokemon's affection to full in a single sitting just by alternating between feeding and minigames. If your Pokemon's fullness may be depleted after battles, for example, it would maybe make the feature more persistent and give you the feeling that you're slowly growing closer over the course of the game. But either way, I consider Pokemon Amie a worthwhile inclusion, one that I hope sticks around for a long time to come. The fact is, mechanically this could mean absolutely nothing and I would still want to pet my Pokemon. It's a perfect fit for a game that's mainly about having pets. The fit is so natural, in fact, that I'm honestly shocked that Game Freak didn't buckle down on the Pokemon meets Nintendogs concept a lot sooner. To explain super training, I first need to offer you a short explanation of EVs. EVs, or effort values, are hidden values that dictate how much an individual Pokemon will grow in certain stats. To heavily simplify EVs, the more you fight certain species of Pokemon, the stronger your Pokemon will grow in certain stats. For example, fighting a Gyarados will raise your Pokemon's attack stat, while fighting a Ninjask will raise your Pokemon's speed. This is because Gyarados is really strong in physical attack and Ninjask is really fast. Super training was made to alleviate the grind of fighting the same Pokemon over and over again. The mode is effectively a menu dedicated to gaining EVs in a quicker and more direct manner. By choosing, say, a special attack punching bag, the Pokemon will grow more quickly in its special attack stat. I like that you can either leave them to train by themselves as you go about your adventure, or tap the punching bag to encourage them and get through the grind quicker. It caters well to different playstyles and priorities. All of this is agreeable, but I have a major problem with the presentation. It's so abstract that it's difficult to tell what everything does. The overlong tutorial tells you how to play the minigames, but it doesn't explain why you would want to. If I didn't already know what EVs were, I don't think I would understand the benefit of this feature. Now, using a punching bag for training makes sense. I could see players piecing that bit together. But to get more bags, you have to play a minigame where you fly around a football stadium and shoot footballs at a giant Pokemon balloon. Like, what? It's so arbitrary that it easily could have been replaced with any other minigame. Pokemon is usually good at contextualizing its mechanics, but this feels completely detached from both the world and the gameplay. There must be a better way to visualize this feature, but even if not, the game needs to explain not only how to play, but what playing it does. To add insult to injury, the game calls EVs base stats, which is without a doubt the worst possible name they could have chosen. The Pokemon community has been using the term base stats for a species' inherent stats. Conflating this with EVs is downright confusing. I can only imagine that this was an unfortunate coincidence. You can't access the gym just now due to some sort of invisible obstacle, so for just now you follow Big Stevie here to Route 120. The Scorched Slab is based on the Amano-Iwato. Shinto mythology tells that the sun goddess Amaterasu took shelter in the Amano-Iwato, plunging the land into darkness until she was coaxed out. Another benefit of basing the game on a real-world location is that you can make the world more storied, as there's a lot of mythology to reference. The Scorched Slab might not be the most important bit of the game, but it might not have even been included had there not been a real-world equivalent. Outside, Stephen hands us the Devonscope, which allows us to identify the invisible obstacles, Kecleons. I like the way this makes Kecleon that bit more memorable. It's nice that a specific Pokemon has a small place in the story. It makes the whole world feel that bit more complete, with Pokemon actually impacting their environment. I'd like it if more Pokemon were introduced this way rather than just materialising in the tall grass. The Fortree Gym is flying type. The trainers here are all prideful. I like that they have their own identity, their own investment in being a gym trainer. There is one line that interests me that comes from a wee girl who claims that Winona's power allows the people of Fortree to live without fear. Without fear of what though, is my question. It's never elaborated on. Actually, maybe it's the fear of falling out of a bloody tree. Beating this gym allows me to use Fly, which is this game's warp. You can only warp to places that you've already visited, which makes sense. Once you've completed a route, you seldom have a reason to return to it anyway, so you might as well have a way to skip it. This is maybe why the developers were so comfortable dropping the two-way level design of the earlier areas. Route 120 is home to a maze of tall grass where you can either stick to the path or risk random battles. I think it's one of those scraps left over from the original game. If they were making a whole new game, this might not have been included. You see, the choice that this presents to go the long way or risk random battles is the same choice that the player has with sneaking, which wasn't in the originals. It's not really a criticism, it's fine, calm down, let's not lower that 7.8 to a 7.7 just yet. As I've said, Hoenn does an excellent job keeping its locations fresh, and I remember this route just as vividly thanks to its unique aspects. Route 120 for some reason always feels a lot more relaxed than Route 119's slog upwards. Maybe it's because you're heading down instead of up. You can find Absol here, which is one of those amazing little bits of storytelling that often goes unappreciated. Absol's Pokédex entries tell that it's a bad omen, often appearing before disaster. In fact, many people dislike Absol due to this association. Its Alpha Sapphire Pokédex entry also reads as follows. Absol has the ability to foretell the coming of natural disasters. It lives in a harsh, rugged mountain environment. This Pokemon very rarely ventures down from the mountains. Do you see any mountains around here? Like, come on, that is genius storytelling. The Team Magma saga really starts coming to a head on the next route. If you catch Absol and read its entry now, you're going to get a little bit of a clue about what's coming up next. I love that, that is brilliant. I'm not really sure where to start with Mega Evolutions. They are a mess, and they are far and away my least favourite addition in Generation 6. I want to start by explaining why I like evolutions but dislike Mega Evolutions. Superpowered transformations are a staple of every anime in existence, but what set Pokemon apart for me was that the change was permanent. Evolution feels a bit more grounded because the Pokemon can't suddenly change back as soon as they're no longer in combat. It's a permanent transformation, almost like a metamorphosis. Look at a caterpillar changing into a butterfly, or the difference between a newborn Joey and a kangaroo, and you'll get the idea. Evolutions also undergo marked shifts in concept. Combusken has a different idea behind it than Blaziken, being a chick that's shedding its down as opposed to a humanoid, raptor-like fighter. Mega Evolutions, on the other hand, feel more like remixes of the original design. Mega Blaziken is just a slight tweak to Blaziken's design. Mega Absol is just Absol but with longer fur and wings. Mega Aggron is just Aggron with extra plating. Mega Houndoom is just Houndoom with a chest plate and longer horns. It's more reminiscent of Digimon than Pokemon, adding things onto existing monsters rather than coming up with a new concept. This harms the timelessness of the designs. It's good form in character design to have a strong and distinctive silhouette for a character. This means having a unique shape, unique defining features, a unique pose that displays the character's personality. But by simply adding things onto an existing design, they complicate the silhouette and make it more difficult to read. I'd hesitate to say that most Mega Evolutions are outright bad looking. They are generally recognisable even with the added fluff. But the design is just less focused and so the silhouette is weaker. I think that alternate evolutions are a more appropriate avenue for exploring different Pokemon designs. Gloom, for example, could only evolve into Vileplume in Generation 1, but it got an alternate evolution called Blossom in Generation 2. Both of these Pokemon are distinct with completely different designs. Blossom is not Vileplume but cooler, but instead an exploration of a new idea using an old Pokemon. I'm also not a fan of the dramatic anime poses that everybody strikes before Mega Evolving. It's really corny and it makes everything feel a lot more like magic. Here I know that Pokemon is pretty fantastical, but channeling your energy into your magical friendship bracelets and then performing a transformation dance feels like a bridge too far. It feels like somebody was trying to emulate their favourite anime rather than figure out something that would work with this series. Despite all of this pomp and circumstance, Mega Evolutions are really unremarkable mechanically. Pokemon have been able to change their shape during battle for absolutely ages. It was a curiosity when Castform introduced the concept, but it's long since become routine and, in this case, doesn't constitute a fun or interesting gameplay scenario. Note how Mega Evolution doesn't change my approach to battles at all. Now, that said, some Mega Evolutions do allow Pokemon to change type during battle. I got this great comment on my last video explaining that they were able to play some cool mind games by using Mega Evolution as bait. That's a really smart idea and I hadn't actually considered that, but nonetheless I think you could have that as a really interesting form change mechanic without including all of Mega Evolution's problems. Mega Evolution is justified narratively by some kind of bond between the player and their Pokemon, which sounds like it's hiding some sort of friendship or affection mechanic. But nah, it doesn't mean anything. You can Mega Evolve a freshly caught Pokemon no bother, so I don't know why they bothered explaining it. But the biggest problem with Mega Evolutions for me is the power creep. More specifically, which Pokemon were chosen to receive them. Mostly it was popular and already competent Pokemon that got Megas. Gengar, Mewtwo and, of course, Blaziken. It might have been cool if they gave weaker or less popular Pokemon the edge, but instead they obliterated the already flimsy balance, all for a marketing gimmick. Now, in fairness, Game Freak is more concerned with designing Pokemon than balancing them all properly. I appreciate that creating 721 monsters would be incredibly difficult even before you take balancing into account. I also appreciate that stats and moves are probably chosen to fit the Pokemon's design. It's regrettable, but I get it. But there is no such excuse for Mega Evolutions. These issues would have been blatant and avoidable as soon as the concept was presented. We bounce off of Route 121 as soon as we hit it. As Tabitha told us, Team Magma is off to Mount Pyre, so we need to follow them onto Route 122 to the south. Route 122 is just an entrance to Mount Pyre. Seriously, that's it. It's not a problem, Mount Pyre has more than enough going on to make up for it, but this'll be important later. Okay, it won't be that important. Interesting? Maybe not. It'll be mentioned later. Yeah, that's better. A graveyard full of people mourning their pets might seem a bit macabre for a kids game, but it's suitably understated, which makes for a welcome change in tone. There's a tendency to shy away from death in children's media that I think is unnecessary. And that's not me trying to be like a hardcore edge master, it's just that death is one of those few universal inevitabilities in everybody's life, and I think that it can be sad, poignant, funny, or anything in between. Mount Pyre exhumes a lot of Japanese cultural mythology. Vulpix is based on a kitsune, and Shubbit's evolution is based on a Tsukumogami. Chimecho is also based on Furin wind chimes, which have a history in fortune telling. Concentrating on Japanese myths makes Mount Pyre more distinct from other games' graveyard areas. They usually take their cues from Christian burial rituals and Western mythology. It goes to show that you don't have to default to the rote clichés when designing an area, and often when you don't, it becomes more interesting. When it comes to ghosts, Pokemon often blurs the lines between superstition and fact. It always feels a little ambiguous. Are ghost types really the returning spirits of the dead, or are they just a certain kind of Pokemon? I've always enjoyed how understated Pokemon was about its mythology in general. It's popular to joke about how Arceus is literally God and stuff like that, but it's always felt to me more like legendary Pokemon were simply rare and powerful Pokemon that had legends associated with them. This is how I read the Pokédex entries. They're intended to show that there's a mythology surrounding these Pokemon rather than the entry being an actual account of events. Look at the Pokédex entries for Arceus, actually read them, and you will find that none of them state conclusively that it created the known universe, only that it was said to in Sinnoh mythology. Pokemon is heavily based in the real world, and a lot of myths and legends mirror those of real-life myths and legends. This lends the world a tangible sense of history. You can just imagine ancient, pre-Enlightenment civilizations seeing this rare and elusive creature and attributing it the status of a deity. Similarly, Duskull's Alpha Sapphire Pokédex entry reads, "There is an oft-told admonishment given to misbehaving children that this Pokemon will spirit away bad children who earn scoldings from their mothers." The key words there are oft-told admonishment. I don't think Duskull's actually stealing children away. It's a story to spook kids into behaving. The Pokédex describes how Shuppet feeds on envy or malice, quote, "or so it is said." You can imagine people making up these stories about these scary looking monsters. In the same way, in the real world, a wolf used to be seen as an omen, or a sick child would be said to be a changeling. It's a really lovely bit of world building, and it gives the impression that the Pokemon world has a tapestried history and a culture that existed before it was the modern world that we see today. It's such a shame that this great piece of world building is often taken literally. At the summit, Maxie has taken the red orb that awakens Groudon. The way that the game funnels you into a sequence of battles here is great. Had the grunts just been scattered around randomly, this would have had no sense of climax or urgency. This is a great way to sell the tension just using your level design. Not that it's massively complicated or anything, but it's good. It's good, and sometimes that's all that matters. After Maxie leaves, you're given the blue orb. The blue orb and the red orb are your run-of-the-mill magical MacGuffins. You can talk to the old couple afterwards to learn about their lore, and I'm so glad that the game was reserved enough not to make this mandatory. It's a great approach. All of the cutscenes would be a lot snappier if they delegated this kind of fluff to optional dialogue. After you chase them to Slateport, Team Magma nicks Captain Stern's submarine to access the underwater chamber where Groudon is said to sleep. Afterwards, the game allows you to warp straight to Lilycove City. But there's a good excuse for it this time. You're just taking the ferry between two ports. The warp here is a lot less irritating to me, maybe just because it presents an interesting example of the difficulties in writing for games. The Team Magma situation has a sense of urgency, as it should, but to fulfill this sense of urgency, the game has to effectively skip Route 121. So the player is given two options: either they deliberately skip a chunk of level design, or they deliberately disrupt the story's pacing by clearing Route 121 first. The narrative and level design are butting heads. For the story to keep a consistent pace, the player has to deliberately avoid content. And this feels like a difficult problem to surmount, I can't think of a clean solution for this. It's just unfortunate that the way the game is structured, I reckon a lot of players will just miss Route 121, which seems like a waste. Personally, I'll be going back and doing it first. The Safari Zone is here, which is really lenient compared to earlier generations. The Safari Zone's gimmick used to be that it had super rare Pokemon, but with a much more inconsistent chance of catching them. So it switched up the gameplay while still slotting nicely into Pokemon's catch-em-all idea. Now, it was a frustrating luck-based game as you couldn't weaken the wild Pokemon, but I think it could have been refined rather than scrapped. You don't even have to pay to get in anymore, and there's no time limit either. All of these things were inconvenient, sure, but they made the Safari Zone unique. I don't think that removing everything that distinguished the area is an improvement so much as it is a tacit admittance of defeat. Removing a feature is not fixing a problem. Still, it is nice to have a bit of consistency. It's never fun being at the mercy of sheer luck. I have limited access to the Safari Zone at the minute. You need to have both bikes at the same time to see it all, so you need to wait until the post-game. I don't mind this too much. It's a more elegant solution than in the original game, where the post-game areas were simply blocked by NPCs. Using the Mac bike gives you access to areas where you can catch Pinsir, whereas the Acro bike gets you to Heracross. It's a subtle use of the two-bike system. Rather than hide items behind your choice of bike, they hide Pokemon. As many game mechanics as possible should be tied back into Pokemon's core ideas of capturing and battling. This is a perfect way to make even the bike have an influence. It's made a little bit frustrating by the fact that you can't just duck under these struts. If your character dipped his head a little bit, he would easily fit under the acro paths, but of course he doesn't, and there's no button to make him. It's one of those game logic excuses that should be ideally avoided, as it relies on the inherent artifice of the medium to work. The game shouldn't be drawing attention to itself like this. The NPCs here are emphatic about the fact that this is a nature reserve. Pokemon are free to come and go as they please. They also mention some of the practical concerns involved with keeping a nature reserve, stuff like the spread of disease in the wild. It's a really caring bit of attention to detail that feels believable. You get the feeling that somebody on the development team actually visited a nature reserve at some point to get this information. In this game, Pikachu is voiced by Ikue Otani, its voice actress from the anime, so it will say its own name rather than the indistinct cry featured in most Pokemon. While I would love to criticise this for being incongruous, cause I'm a big miserable git, it's one of those situations where the simple answer is the best one. Pikachu is iconic, its voice is iconic, and its voice is cute. I can see why they did it. Pokemon as a JRPG simulates progression with experience and levels. Your Pokemon stats are represented by numbers that incrementally increase as they level up. The concept of growing ever stronger runs through a lot of Japanese media, particularly games and shonen manga. It's a bit of a contrivance. Logically, if you encountered a single gym out of order, you would get utterly wasted, and your adventure would end there. But corny as they may seem, I have a lot of time and respect for these kind of narratives. They're often characterised by strong expressions of friendship and self-betterment. According to Hector Garcia, author of Geek in Japan, these values originated in Bushido and were adopted in manga to help the country emerge from the recession following World War II. And these themes of growth are woven into Pokemon's mechanics. There's an undeniable satisfaction to becoming quantifiably stronger over a long period of time, but nevertheless this can make the system seem pretty artificial. Rather than become more skillful yourself, the game assigns you numbers that grow the more you play. But it's not as manipulative as it might first appear. As the numbers increase, so too do your options. You unlock more moves, abilities, and evolutions the higher the numbers are. Using these options is the gateway to skillful play, and these options are especially important in Pokemon. The type system means that levels aren't the be-all and end-all. It's common to win against a quote-unquote stronger opponent because of a type advantage. Pokemon prioritises tactics over numbers. Leveling up also pushes you through the game. As you grow, it takes more experience to grow further. The only way to gain more experience per battle is to battle stronger Pokemon, so you are constantly encouraged to keep moving in order to find those stronger Pokemon. So in a lot of ways, the leveling system is a really organic way to push the player through the adventure. The game doesn't need to force you into the next level because there's actual incentive to go there yourself. They also create a more pronounced dynamic between the player and their opponent. You're both running on the same set of rules and mechanics using the same pool of creatures, so you understand how strong your opponent is a lot better than in other RPGs. Seeing a Pokemon of a higher level automatically instills a sense of tension because you understand the implications, and therefore overcoming that Pokemon is more satisfying as a result. Leveling up might seem at odds with Pokemon's capture mechanics as it discourages experimentation. Nobody wants to spend ages training a Pokemon only to find out that it's not worth it. But without leveling, you could simply catch a fresh Pokemon with a type advantage before every boss. Because levels are valuable, you're forced to raise a pretty well-rounded team, one that you should hopefully become attached to since you've spent time on each and every one of them. I know in my head that they're just ones and zeros, but I can't help but feel a little bit fond of my team. My major problem is with how Omega Ruby mishandles this system. It's content to keep your opponents at the lowest acceptable level, so if you're battling even a reasonable amount, you'll find yourself soaring above the level curve. This makes the game utterly monotonous sometimes. Leveling up is often enjoyable because of the balance of power, or rather an imbalance of power. Tough moments in JRPGs are fulfilling once you push through, once you slowly gain the upper hand or overcome a tough boss. Afterwards, you are allowed to savour your progress because you are wiping the floor with the enemies that just gave you grief. The cycle then repeats itself when you enter the next area. It leads to a very effective tension versus relief structure, an ebb and flow of difficulty that is really appealing. But the level curve in Omega Ruby is so consistent and so low that there are never any hardships to overcome. I reckon you could make this game orders of magnitude more exciting by adjusting some of the numbers, making certain areas more challenging and others more relaxing. All in all, leveling up is... it's grand. I understand why turn-based battles and leveling up put a lot of players off JRPGs, but that's preference, that's not a problem with the system. I don't think that every game needs to be made for every person. Pokemon seems to get away with the turn-based thing anyway, probably because of the anime. Trainers would take turns commanding their Pokemon even in the show because those were the rules. I distinctly remember having an easier time with the games because I watched the show first. Implicit in my comments about leveling up though is grinding as punishment. This is a fascinating bit of design inherent to the JRPG. If you're too weak for a particular area, you're expected to grind easier opponents until you're strong enough to tackle the next obstacle. So even though it's supposed to be the core gameplay, even though it's supposed to be the reason you're playing, oftentimes battling is a punishment that you want to avoid. I deliberately said that in a way that made it sound weird. It makes sense. Leveling up is satisfying because of the sense of progression. Hypothetically, the player could become powerful enough to beat the final boss by sticking around Route 101 and beating Zigzagoons ad nauseum. It would take forever, but it is possible. There are no systems in place to prevent this. But while it would make the game easier, it would also be really boring because you're not making progress. You're not getting that satisfaction of seeing new places and winning new battles by leveling up. But what is weirder and more interesting, to me anyway, is that people seem to end up underleveled in the first place. I understand the reason for this. The fact is I can't think of a single JRPG where the random encounters didn't become disruptive at some point. Even though battling is Pokemon's main draw, after a while it feels kind of like the random battles are interrupting your adventure. So players often find themselves skipping battles as a result, which, ironically, puts them in danger of having to grind to catch up. That is the reason that I force myself to fight every trainer, to avoid this grind. Of course, ironically, it can be just as much of a grind when every opponent is stupidly easy, but I've just gone over my problems with that, so I'll shut up about it. It creates this odd dynamic between leveling up and the battle system. If you fall too far behind, the battles are no fun since you can't win, so you have to grind. But if you pull too far ahead, battles are no fun as you win too easily, which Omega Ruby really suffers from. I can see why Game Freak is so terrified of difficulty. The more you have to grind, the more you risk alienating your player, but they've gone too far in the other direction. To cut a long story short though, battling is not consistently interesting. It's often routine, and it's often an arseache. A lot of JRPGs mitigate this by closely controlling the levels. This way, battles are closer and thus more interesting, and the act of transcending one area immediately prepares you to tackle the next. Omega Ruby, on the other hand, leans into the problem by positioning many battles as a disruption. You've seen throughout the game, especially in the gyms, how the level design encourages you to skip trainers. You can also buy items to repel wild Pokemon, and you can run if you do ever encounter one. You can also just sneak to avoid everything. Grinding might just be an immutable part of the JRPG structure, and I don't think that that's inherently bad. It can be really relaxing to switch your brain off and watch numbers go up if you're in that kind of mood. But Omega Ruby's level design highlights the system's shortcomings. If the game feels like it has to let players skip so many battles, that's a tacit admission that battles aren't always fun, and I think that's something that needs to be examined. I think part of the reason that random battles are so disruptive is that they're completely separate from the overworld. It feels like an interruption when you're exploring a cave only to be stopped in your tracks and then transported to the battle screen. In a worst case scenario, it can even disorient you or disrupt your train of thought. There have been a few times when I've forgotten where I've been and where I was going after being stopped for a random battle. JRPGs seem to be moving away from turn-based battling when I think that the first thing to go should be the separation between exploration and battling. Of course, there would most likely be technical limitations preventing this, but at the very least, Pokemon battles could take a lot less time. There's a lot of needless pomp and circumstance watching all of the intros and animations play out. Every single battle opens with a flash, an animated cut to the battle screen, the enemy Pokemon appearing, your character throwing the ball, and then your Pokemon appearing. This plays out every single time you enter a battle, and there's no way to turn it off. And it doesn't stop there. Every time an attack is made, or a Pokemon is switched, or an item is used, it is documented in meticulous detail. Battles would be a lot more fun if they didn't waste so much of your time, basically. Animations will often last a few seconds each, not including the enemy's reaction, a description of the effect, any bonus animations for status effects, or anything else that needs to be described. If the animations were instead as fast and as concise as possible, I think it would make the game a lot more immediate. Lilycove City is the transitory point where the game shifts focus from land to water. The city has a coastal feel to reflect this. It feels like the last outcrop of land on the island. I was a wee bit taken aback by the absolute disrespect you lay down on May when she shows up here. You utterly beast her, it's pretty harsh. Her response makes it though. This is one of the few interactions that ring true for me. Maybe this is a cultural thing, but her friendship speeches have always rung hollow because good friends don't talk this way. Usually, when you're heaping compliments on someone, it's because you don't know them that well. Close friendships are instead characterised by good-natured slagging. I find that banter is a much more accurate barometer of your relationship than a sappy friendship speech. In Ruby, Sapphire and Emerald, the fight on Route 119 was our last one. May disappeared from the game before you even got to see her fully evolved starter. That always felt like an oversight to me. It feels a lot more complete in Omega Ruby, where you have this fight and then another fight after this. May's speech after the battle is one of the best character moments in the game. It's got a wee bit of a melancholy note. May almost desperately wants to have played a part in your journey and progression, but she's evidently beginning to realise that she just doesn't measure up. I mean, how could she? You're a numinous star. It almost feels like the writers have canonised how easy the game is. You are leaps and bounds ahead of your rival who is beginning to realise that she's just not going to beat you. That would seem like an indictment for a game about battling, but Omega Ruby instead uses that as an opportunity to deliver a message that I think more kids need to hear, that everybody's journey is different. May returns to Littleroot, and it doesn't feel like that's a failure on her part, it's just that she has different skills and limits. I think that's a really smart bit of writing. It acknowledges that you are most likely going to win your matches, and it develops May based on that, rather than just having her be constantly in your shadow or nipping at your heels. The multi-story department store is a tradition in the Pokemon titles. It's just a bigger mart with a wider selection of items, a few TMs, that sort of thing. For some reason, I've got some kind of Pavlovian conditioning with these things. I associate them with a great selection of important and useful items, but it's always disappointing. I wonder if that's because the selection used to be better, or if I just used to have a skewed perspective of what was useful. The first floor in buildings is known as the ground floor in Britain, with the American second floor being our first floor. For years I used the American way of counting, which really wasn't helpful. Folk used to get wild with me when I told them the wrong floor. It wasn't until I was making this video that I realised why I counted that way. It's probably Pokemon's fault. Now that we've travelled across most of the land in Hoenn, which is quite a lot of ground to cover, there's plenty that we've done. We've been to plenty of places, we've met many Pokemon, we've encountered many trainers, we've planted a couple of berries, and we've even made a secret base. The reason I say this is to show you how robust and fully featured the area nav is. You can see exactly what you need to see at all times. You can even see all the trainers that want a rematch and exactly what Pokemon they use, which is an insane level of detail that probably wasn't necessary, but it's welcome. Sure, you can look at the areas of specific Pokemon on the Pokédex, but there's no reason not to have that feature in here as well. It saves you switching between menus if you want to quickly reference something. You can even see where you've planted berries. You can choose the berry option, click in the routes that have berries, and then fly there instantly. It's just so convenient in a way that a lot of stuff in Pokemon isn't, and I appreciate that effort. I mean, they didn't have to do this. I don't know who the hell's going to get excited by detailed cartography. It's me. I'm that guy. This is the kind of video you've chosen to watch, the guy that gets excited about maps. Team Magma has blocked off access to the east. It's as good an excuse as any to head into their hideout and take the fight to them. I've not really been criticising the level design too much so far. As I've mentioned, Omega Ruby excels in its world design, and since movement isn't complicated, there's no need for intricate levels. So long as the map is well paced, that's the main thing. Nevertheless, it's easy to feel like a lot of the levels are unremarkable. The reason for this, I think, is a lack of dungeons. Broadly speaking, dungeons are a more dangerous area, usually with a gauntlet of challenges. They put pressure on the player and force them to think more carefully about what they're doing. If the whole game was made of these moments, it would be exhausting, but it's the contrast that makes them fun. After emerging from a tough dungeon, you spend some time relaxing in the local town. The tension then picks up after that, escalating towards the next dungeon. That's a broad and vague summary, but if you've ever played an action-adventure or JRPG, you will more than likely be familiar with that loop. In Pokemon though, there are very few dungeons, and even when there are, the game often wimps out on really challenging the player. Team Magma's hideout is one of the game's few dungeons, but there is absolutely no tension thanks to a perfect brew of elements. Obviously, the first thing is that the game is dead easy, but there are more immediate design problems on top of this. Grunts, once defeated, no longer challenge you. The Magma hideout is structured like a gauntlet of enemies with a boss at the end. In other games, you would need to manage your resources during the gauntlet in preparation for the boss. Often your health and items would be depleted by the end, and you would need to decide whether to risk it or rush back through the dungeon to resupply. But here, since the enemies don't respawn as it were, you don't need to worry about any of that. You can heal or lose at any time without sacrificing any progress. And it's not even like you need to head back out to Lily Cove to heal. There are beds right here in the dungeon itself that fully restore your team for no cost. It creates this mismatch between the story and the gameplay. It's supposed to be a climactic sequence, but you're still being mollycoddled. The script can't take itself seriously either. The jokes themselves are beyond reproach. If you were to tell me that Shigesato Itoi had written the dialogue in the Magma hideout, I wouldn't have any trouble believing you, that's how good they are. But it's just not very tense. Files scattered around the base make mention of Project Azoth. Azoth was a term in alchemy. It was basically the elixir of life. It was a cure-all medicine sought by alchemists, kind of like the Philosopher's Stone. It was also described in more spiritual terms as an animating substance that was accountable for humans' inspiration to succeed. It was basically a godlike substance. There's nothing too specific, but a number of parallels could be drawn between it and Team Magma's plan. Like, they hope to use primal reversion to bring about the world's rebirth. It's cheesy, but I like that they put that thought into the name. Here, it just means that Team Magma is going to use the power of the ultimate weapon made 3,000 years ago in Kalos to power the drill of their submarine. That's a really bizarre thing to mention without any context, but it's a reference to the story of X and Y. All I'll say about it just now is that it's an unnecessary detail, but it's not doing any harm. I can see why they might want to tie the two games together more tightly. You will have noticed me teleporting from room to room throughout the hideout. Navigating these teleport pads is mostly just about being thorough, but there's an actual puzzle that challenges your memorization and spatial awareness. The reward for solving this puzzle is access to Maxie's room. The room is emblematic of the character. It's very tidy and ruly, which gives a great impression of him. This room contains the Master Ball, the only Pokeball in the game that has a 100% success rate. It feels appropriate that one of the best items in the game is hidden behind the most difficult puzzle in a late game dungeon. Despite all of our efforts, Maxi manages to make it out onto open water. And I do mean open water. 7.8 Too Much Water has become something of a meme after IGN docked the game's score for having too much water. In a game centred on a land versus sea theme, it seems like they missed the point. But, while I might need to hand in my gym badges for saying this, I agree with them. I've danced around this subject before, but the amount of water in this game is absolutely ridiculous. While I appreciate their dedication to the theming, having 17 sea routes to match the 17 land routes plays havoc with the pacing and the balancing of the game. Because Omega Ruby slows to a crawl for the final stretch. The sea routes are spaced out, empty, boring, tedious, devoid of content, they're longueurs, they're pish. You have this massive expanse of nothing to explore, all of which feels even more indistinct thanks to the visuals, which reuse the same assets throughout. Contrast with the land routes, which are densely designed and memorable, and yet manage to last even longer than the hugely padded sea routes. Up until now, the game has been giving you direction through linearity. You're always moving from top to bottom or left to right, which makes the routes readable. In contrast, the northeastern sea routes lack direction, being pools rather than channels. And as you're wandering, you're constantly having to hop on and off your Pokemon, often just for a couple of seconds, reading the same flavour text about the water being blue and watching the same animation every single time. Oh, and you'd better get used to hearing that surfing theme, cause it's going to be playing a lot. This map design also means that the game is saturated with water types. This is the main reason that I didn't choose Mudkip, if you'll remember. This is one of the big shortcomings with the type system. Not all types are created equal. For the games to make geographical sense, there needs to be more water, and thus more water types, than any other type in the series. Lo and behold, water is the most populous of all the types, taking up 16.6% of the Pokédex. This is unavoidable to an extent. I think that a consistent world is worth the imbalance, but Omega Ruby enables the problem rather than restricts it. To be fair, the remakes did fix one glaring issue. The encounter rate is now much lower on the water. This would have created problems of its own, but Pokemon are still in abundance thanks to the Dex Nav. It reduces the encounter rate so you don't want to top yourself when another bloody tentacle shows up, but still gives the player the chance to catch wild Pokemon. Once again, the Dex Nav, well, it doesn't quite save the day this time, but man, it makes the sea routes more bearable. Do you see why I love this thing so much? The first thing you see when you enter Moss Deep City is a beach with mangroves to the east. Mangroves help to control erosion. They protect shorelines from wind and rain with their roots and branches. The roots also provide a solid surface for sediment to settle, making beaches more stable. That's probably not the scientific phrase, and look it up for yourselves. The buildings here aren't found anywhere else in Hoenn, and between the buildings and the mangroves, Moss Deep manages to have a really unique look. My complaints about how boring the sea routes are don't extend to the cities within them. They are imaginative and memorable thanks to details like these. Moss Deep also marks the second time that the game brings up outer space. The first time was at the end of the introduction when your character looks up to the sky to see a rocket. I would have mentioned it back then, but there was a lot going on. Anyway, yeah, the game keeps bringing up the idea of space, which is a little bit of subtle foreshadowing. What I just said, in contrast, was some not so subtle foreshadowing. We're going into space later on. I just ruined the surprise. Don't care. The Moss Deep gym leaders are the twins Tate and Lisa, psychic type users who fight you in a double battle. It's based on that old chestnut about twins being able to read one another's minds. This gym should have been based on double battles in its entirety, but only Tate and Lisa take you on at once. It's a bit of a waste. This was the perfect opportunity to theme a gym around something other than type. I think that a better alternative to the current system would be to frame the gyms around one of the core mechanics. One gym could be focused on type, one focused on buffs and debuffs, one focused on double battles, and so on. This would force the player to slowly learn the mechanics over the course of the game, while also diversifying the gameplay beyond just choosing a super effective move over and over. Lisa and Tate have a Solrock and a Lunatone, and that's it. It's ridiculous for a late game boss battle. Double battles are an odd duck. On paper, they present an opportunity to create some more dynamic tactics. You have two Pokemon out at once, which you would think would allow you to experiment with different combinations of moves. But the best tactic is still just to use super effective hits. I've built my team around singles because that is the format used for about 99% of the game. You only have 4 slots for moves per Pokemon, so why would you use up move slots on tactics for double battles when they're so few and far between? When a double battle does pop up, I find myself just using the same tactics as always. The only difference is I have to avoid using moves like Earthquake and Surf as they'll hit my partner Pokemon as well. And that's the biggest failure of doubles, I think. There's not much teamwork going on. The fact is, Pokemon is a one-on-one game, and putting 2 Pokemon in the field doesn't change that. It really is just a bloated version of singles. In other RPGs, teams will have different roles that you mix and match. A glass cannon for offense, a tank to sponge damage, a cleric to heal, and so on. In Pokemon, classes don't exist, healing moves are rare, and you can't soak up damage because of the type system. Even the most impenetrable wall will be crippled by a super effective hit. So it just feels like a bit of a waste. I would say either make the double battles a focus, or save it for the post game. As soon as you step outside, you're met with calamity. Or, well, as close as Pokemon gets anyway. They're desperately trying to raise the stakes here, but they have no idea how. The game insists it's dire straits by telling you that the seal is broken and it's the end of the world. I don't care. Team Magma have been bumbling comedy villains up until this point, and the idea of an ancient seal on a world-destroying monster is so played out that it doesn't even register. There's no logical sequence of events either. First of all, Team Magma nick a sub and find Groudon. In response, you go to beat an unrelated gym that, coincidentally, gives you permission to dive underwater. Then, coincidentally, you bump into Steven just as Team Magma accomplish their goals. He, coincidentally, has dive and some scuba gear. It's a bit suspicious. And none of this was necessary at all. There's still a lot of space to cover in these sea routes. The game should have forced the player to find the seafloor cavern for themselves. It would have been the perfect excuse for some narrative-friendly exploration. If you fancied exploring, you would be looking around while your character was supposed to be looking around. In fact, that's exactly the way it was back in Generation 3. The game struggles to balance its overwritten story and its level design. The former demands that you hurry to the next story scenes, the latter is more relaxed. As if to prove my point, I'm going to disrupt the story and go exploring now that I have dive. And I'm not doing this to spite the game, this is just how I like playing. In fact, if I weren't trying to pace a video, I would actually be inclined to finish off the rest of the map just now. North of Moss Deep is Route 125 and the Shoal Cave. As I say, every Pokemon game needs at least one climate for every type. Shoal Cave is Omega Ruby's designated ice area. I don't know how much geographical sense it makes, but they needed an ice area, and I don't actually care enough, so whatever. Shoal Cave is affected by the tide. Every 6 hours it either floods or drains, giving you access to a different part of the cave. In both cases though, it's basically a short, linear circuit around the cave to collect 4 items. Shoal salts at low tide and shoal shells at high tide. If you collect all 8, you can exchange them for a Shell Bell, which heals your Pokemon every time it deals damage. It's a useful item, but it's really boring to get, she sells shoal shells and shoal salts on the seashore. Even though the items respawn when the tide changes, I couldn't be bothered getting more than one. Waiting 6 hours to go around a dull dungeon just isn't an exciting prospect no matter how you slice it. During low tide you can reach one of those classic ice sliding puzzles that everybody seems to hate. They're usually alright to me, they're a bit of a pacebreaker, but hilariously, Game Freak forgot to accommodate for the fact that you can move diagonally in this game. So the puzzle's completely ruined. I can't imagine that they missed this, they must have had to ignore it for whatever reason. I couldn't explore C. Mauville earlier without Dive. In Generation 3, this was just called the Abandoned Ship. It was a counterpart to Route 111's Desert. It was evidence that if Team Aqua succeeded in expanding the ocean, it might not be the paradise they imagined. But the theming is more complex in Omega Ruby. C. Mauville is based on an artificial reef, a man-made structure that becomes a habitat for animals. The ship was made to plunder the ocean's resources, but it was decommissioned due to a certain incident. It was then left intact as a nature reserve after it was found that Pokemon had taken up residence. This new version is a lot more critical of Mauville. There are posters, slogans, newspaper articles and letters suggesting that this was a hellish place to work. It exploited both the environment and its employees. Its slogans for a cheerful and fun workplace are "Lay your life on the line in safety checks, maintain top quality, give up your sanity, worship and praise the founder, and no need to think, just work unceasingly." That's a reference to karoshi, a phenomenon in Japan where employees will literally work themselves to death. So this is a critical look at laissez-faire capitalism, showing how unscrupulous businessmen can dehumanise their employees and abuse the environment for financial gain. But rather than do the sensible thing and start a communist revolution, the Pokemon world instead invents an infinite resource. As you do. Devon develops infinity energy so that C. Mauville no longer needs to exist. Watson and Stern took in the workers that were laid off, and so people began to work towards a harmonious balance between nature and progress. Pokemon's utopia is created not through a massive social revolution, but because people are more considerate and cooperative. But unlike, say, Rusturf Tunnel, this bit adds wrinkles to the utopia by showing that it wasn't always this way. C. Mauville wasn't discontinued because it was morally wrong, but because it was no longer profitable. The morality of exploiting the ocean was only examined after the fact. It's almost justifying both Team Magma and Team Aqua's perspective. Imagining that Maxie and Archie worked on C. Mauville, you can see how they would want to expand humanity's resources and protect the oceans respectively. So these ecological extremists are reframed to be reactions against capitalism without conscience. Now, obviously, infinity energy kind of greases the wheels of compassion there. But as a rhetorical device, I really love that. Utopia was achieved because people worked towards a better solution for all. All of this is told as you're looking for keys to unlock a sequence of doors. The environmental storytelling is so at odds with the rest of the game in both direction and quality that I almost doubt it was the same team. You're given a great picture of what C. Mauville was like, and the subject is so uncharacteristically gritty that it's really atmospheric. Dive, unfortunately, has only one trick: to submerge yourself and then surface in a blocked off area. Once you've done that, you've pretty much seen everything it has to offer. I wish they had more ideas to distinguish it. It's basically a second Surf HM. But that said, I love how serene the underwater sections are. The harp slowly swells, then declines, giving it a swaying motion like the waves. The synths are pretty muted. If you've ever been diving, you'll know how muffled everything sounds. The screen is covered in this calming blue hue. I love how relaxing being underwater is. It's almost worth having that second HM. Underwater suffers from the same problem as the major sea routes in that everything looks the same, but you're not underwater nearly as much, so they don't outstay their welcome in the same way. The scuba gear is one of the few appearance changes that your character goes through. Being able to customise your avatar's features was a hugely anticipated feature in X and Y. But it's conspicuously absent from Omega Ruby. I am playing devil's advocate really hard here. but I think that the character design is stronger as a result. Being able to customize your avatar means that they need to be more generic to let you put your stamp on them. I feel like this avatar is a lot more distinct, maybe because I never got much mileage out of trainer customization. I can't remember there being anything wrong with it per se, it's just not something I'm interested in. But despite my disinterest, its omission here is absolutely the wrong decision. The trade-off in character design is unquestionably worth the ability to let the player design their avatar for their adventure. Your character has no personality and practically no backstory because they're supposed to be a stand-in for you, so they might as well look how you want as well. The reason given for the lack of customization was that it didn't fit with the theme of the game. X and Y were set in what was basically France, and beauty was a theme in those games, unlike in Omega Ruby. Now, no disrespect, this isn't meant to be vicious, but I'm almost certain that that is a lie. For one, Omega Ruby literally has beauty contests in it, but over and above that, trainer customization returns in Sun and Moon. It seems far more likely to me that this was a victim of time constraints, which is fair enough. While it could have been ported over from X and Y verbatim, making the clothes fit the new character models and designing parlours and boutiques to accommodate them would need a lot of extra work. This is the problem with Pokemon's design mentality. The lack of distinction between experiments and meaningful improvements has two negative consequences. Superfluous additions are often made, but perhaps even worse, popular features and definitive improvements are often missing in sequels. I'm going to talk about a couple of the Pokemon that you can find on the sea floor. The first one is Lanturn. I bring it up because has anybody actually seen a real anglerfish? It's fucking terrifying, it gives me the fear. It's got this maw that's just filled with splinters, but Lanturn is adorable and it's one of my favourites. So basically my point is that if anybody ever tells you that life imitates art, they're talking out their arse. You will also most likely want to nab a Relicanth for later. Relicanth is based on the coelacanth, a fish that was thought to have gone extinct sometime in the Cretaceous era, but was rediscovered in 1938. Relicanth is an amazing Pokemon as it ties in perfectly to the game's themes. The coelacanth is considered something of an evolutionary link between fish and the first land-based animals. So basically by including Relicanth, the game is saying that land and sea are not opposites. They form a symbiote circle. What happens to one will affect the other. You must understand this. Not every Pokemon needs to be equal, but I think they should all at least be useful. I mentioned Wurmple earlier as an example. It's strong at the beginning of the game, but it quickly falls off. It doesn't need to be on equal footing with other Pokemon because it fills a niche. Luvdisc is another example. I hope I'm not going to upset the rabid Luvdisc fan community when I say that it's a terrible Pokemon. It never evolves and its stats are disastrous. But it's worthwhile because it's often holding valuable heart scales, which you exchange to relearn moves. The problem is with Pokemon's inconsistent telegraphing. I can only imagine the disappointment if you take a shine to Luvdisc only to find out how rubbish it is hours later after trying to train it up. Luvdisc's problems could be remedied with an NPC that says Luvdisc is weak, but its scales are valuable, or something like that. Same with Wurmple. I could have sworn that this existed, but reviewing the footage apparently not. All there needs to be is an NPC that says bugs get strong quickly, but they get weak quickly too. Otherwise, there's just no way to make an informed choice about the Pokemon you're catching. Capturing a Pokemon that you like the look of, but that isn't very good, is common and frustrating. On my first time through pretty much every Pokemon game to date, I've used at least one monster that became a dead weight by the end. The telegraphing problem extends to stuff like type and moveset as well. You can guess, but it's impossible to know a Pokemon's type or moves just by looking at it. When the game does deign to let you know what's going on, it can often be really vague. Like, the ability Mold Breaker, for example, prevents enemy abilities from interfering with your attacks. So if your Pokemon has Mold Breaker and uses Earthquake on a levitating Pokemon, the move will still connect. But the game never tells you this. It only ever says that the Pokemon is breaking the mold. Or another example, Focus Energy doesn't state that the chance of a critical hit has increased. All it says is the Pokemon is getting pumped, which is a really unfortunate choice of words if you live in Scotland. As a result, Pokemon almost encourages the player to use a guide. If you don't have access to the internet or a strategy guide, you'll probably get through the game not even knowing what half the moves do. This isn't ruinous by any means, it's not a regular occurrence at all. Most Pokemon give at least a decent indication of what they're about. It also encourages experimentation. If you can resist the urge to look up a Pokemon, you might find yourself trying out different tactics on them. It's one of those things that a new player would be thinking about constantly, whereas a veteran might not even notice it. Additionally, in multiplayer, the lack of telegraphing allows players to keep aces up their sleeves. If you can attach an unexpected move to a popular Pokemon, you can get the drop on your opponent, which always feels amazing. Ultimately, I can't see any practical way to completely eliminate this problem. There are 721 Pokemon and 621 moves. There are so many of the bloody things that perfectly telegraphing all of them would be unfeasible. But still, I would keep an eye out for it. The Seafloor Cavern is pretty weak for what is effectively the game's penultimate dungeon. The design itself is actually alright. Getting through the maze requires you to navigate these single room puzzles. You'll end up in a different room depending on how you solve the puzzle, so you have to keep the big picture in mind. It feels a wee bit like an old school Zelda dungeon. It's pretty easy to end up going in a circle if you're not paying attention. But it turns out that it's really easy to not pay attention in here. The level design is completely wasted on the same cookie cutter cave graphics you've seen a dozen times before. The enemies are all Numels, Mighty Hyenas, Golbats, and all the other stale pish that you've fought throughout the game. You could have the most incredible dungeon design in the series here, and it would still be a snooze because of just how indistinct it is. At the end of the dungeon is the big showdown with Maxie. I like that such a logical character can't account for the fact that he wants to battle you before the climax. Maxie's plan is to awaken Groudon to expand the landmass, creating more habitable land. I reckon meteorologists would probably have a few words to say about this. For starters, if Groudon intensifies the sun's rays, surely that would melt the ice caps and raise the sea level. I cannot believe that a Pokemon game of all things isn't scientifically accurate. Their plan is really grandiose, but it ends up feeling flaccid because of how disassociated it is. I think Team Rocket were the series' best villains because they were immediately understandable. Their motivation was to make profit any way they could, so they stole or sold or otherwise abused Pokemon. So you felt the impact of this. Pokemon the series is about Pokemon the creatures, and Team Rocket is just a gang of Pokemon crooks. Meanwhile, Team Magma is going after a specific Pokemon, so it's not like they're completely detached from the series' core idea. But there's a lot more explanation required, so they're not that direct and not that impactful. The difference between Team Rocket and Team Magma, I guess, is that Team Rocket is villainous, whereas Team Magma is just misguided. His ideology doesn't make very much sense, but Maxie isn't outright evil. Once he realises the error of his ways, he turns Team Magma into a force for good. As if to illustrate this, he uses a Crobat during the fight, a Pokemon that can only evolve if it's completely happy. I really can't get over how good Pokemon is at these little bits of mechanical storytelling. It's your first hint that he isn't an amoral monster. Although, to be fair, you would be forgiven for thinking that he was as soon as the following speech begins. The scene where Maxie awakens Groudon contains possibly the dumbest dialogue in a game packed with really dumb dialogue. Maxie proclaims that he's going to awaken Groudon and end the world. Tabitha then enters and warns him that, no, awakening Groudon will end the world. Then Maxie awakens Groudon and goes, oh no, the world is ending. Let me explain. I mentioned earlier that I suspected the Alpha Sapphire script was written first, and then Omega Ruby adapted from it, and this is the major reason why. One of the game's themes is beginning and end. The titles of Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire come from the Bible, specifically the Book of Revelations 22:13. I am the Alpha and the Omega, the first and last, the beginning and the end. Kyogre in Alpha Sapphire represents a beginning, Groudon in Omega Ruby represents the end. The theme is repeated in stuff like Project Azoth. Supposedly the AZ stands for the beginning and the end. So this scene makes a lot more sense in Alpha Sapphire, which is themed around beginnings. Archie claims that he's going to bring about a new beginning, but after he awakens Kyogre, he realises that for there to be a new beginning, there needs to be an end. That makes perfect sense both thematically and literally. But while Maxie's speech makes sense thematically in Omega Ruby, it makes a lot less sense literally. He claims that he's going to bring about an end to the current world before having the revelation that doing so will bring about an end to the current world. I know what the game means, Maxie's talking about a metaphorical end, but it's a lot less tidy. The cutscene where Groudon awakens has a few wrinkles. First of all, the humans are suddenly no longer super deformed, and Groudon is much larger than his in-game model would suggest. The funnier bit to me is that Archie and Tabitha file out as soon as Groudon begins waking up, and then they come straight back once he's done. I'm guessing one of two things: either they animated this scene earlier in development and didn't account for Archie and Tabitha being there, or having too many detailed models created some technical problems. If it's the latter, that might be why they chose a super deformed style for the rest of the game. Either way, I think that Archie and Tabitha could have just stayed in the room even if they didn't appear in the cutscene. Having them walk out and then straight back in like a pair of indecisive cats made me laugh during the climactic moment. Like this primordial god is awakening right before their very eyes and they're like, oh, I went off for a Capri Sun, what did I miss? Outside, the game dives headlong into melodramatic excess. The drama here is really overwrought. It tries far too hard to raise the stakes and it just ends up feeling flat. What I mean is, in Ruby, the artists simply intensified the light to create the illusion of overwhelming sunshine. I got the feeling that this was an ecological disaster rather than Armageddon. If you've ever felt stifled after a couple of weeks of intense sunshine, then you'll have an idea of how this would feel. It draws on a common experience to make the scene tangible. It's simple but effective. In Omega Ruby, the sky is literally on fire and we're told that, and I quote, everything's gonna die. It's no longer an impactful, understandable crisis, but meaningless hyperbole. The pitch was also different in the originals, with Archie telling you that it was too dangerous for a child to get involved any further. Which makes a lot of sense to me. I mean, you rebel against him anyway, but at least he's trying to be a responsible adult. Instead, the remakes make you acutely aware that you're the protagonist, so Archie instead defies common sense and tells you that you're needed in Suitopolis. And now that it's been established that there's a crisis and Groudon's headed to Suitopolis, Steven swoops in to remind you that there's a crisis and that you should head to Suitopolis. Bit late there, mate. Why are you here? Suitopolis City is found on Route 126, roughly where the island of Yakushima is in the real world. Thematically though, it seems to be based more on the island of Aogashima, which is situated inside a volcanic caldera. Judging by the buildings, it also takes its cues from the Greek island of Santorini, which is also built in a crater. It's a shame that it doesn't feel quite as breathtaking as its inspirations, but then it was an area made for a Game Boy Advance game. What can you do? This is a topic I've been flirting with for a while now, but there is so much needless fluff in this story. The script constantly wastes your time with meandering, repetitive dialogue. Even though the sky is literally on fire, the characters are constantly interrupting you to make sure that you know it's hot. Steven takes himself aside to soliloquize, we rely on sunlight to survive, but maybe too much sun is bad? I mean, yeah, that's true, but that doesn't make it poignant or meaningful. Cake is delicious, but too much will make you sick. Or, more pointedly, words are great, but too many make your story flabby. It doesn't characterise Steven or advance the plot, it's just white noise. A lot of the game's mandatory dialogue could be easily removed while still retaining the same plot and character beats. What you're seeing just now is a 3-minute long cutscene where the cast give you words of encouragement before you enter the Cave of Origin. Immediately thereafter, you can speak to all of the characters again, and they repeat their dialogue verbatim. That is a 3-minute long cutscene that could have been outright removed with almost no consequences. The issue, I think, is that Omega Ruby tells the same story as Ruby, just in a lot more words. Which is a shame, because I think that Ruby could benefit from an expanded script. It was quite terse and inexpressive. There was a lot of room to justify the characters or reinforce the themes, but in the remake it feels like there just weren't that many new ideas to fill the extra space, so a lot of the dialogue just becomes dead air. All of the extra space is instead used to make this simple story more epic. The game also makes a deliberate, consternated effort to set you up as the hero. One of the first things Steven tells you is that you might become the champion someday. As soon as the old couple on top of Mount Pyre see you, they decide that only you can use the blue orb to defeat Groudon. And of course, the scale of the disaster has been increased. Preventing a crisis is no longer enough. Now you're saving the entire world. But the reliance on coincidence and its continual reassurances that you're really, really special only highlights how preordained the events of the game actually are. You are not the main character under your own power, but by divine providence. You don't go to fight Groudon because you're the best equipped to deal with the situation, you go because you're the only one that can do it apparently. Am I? Am I really? Because you might be ready to challenge me on that. We've not fought Wallace yet, but it's not too much of a stretch to imagine that you're the strongest trainer here. That is, unless you already know that Steven is Hoenn's champion. He should absolutely be the one fighting Groudon. His job is literally to be the strongest trainer in Hoenn, and you're just a kid that got handed a ball by a pair of coffin dodgers. A lot of people I've spoken to had trouble getting into Omega Ruby, but couldn't quite put their finger on why, and I think this is the reason. The game tells you that you're incredible at every opportunity, while also being extremely easy. And that's why I think that the difficulty is such a huge problem. There's nothing explicitly wrong with the game, in fact, on paper it's great, but that doesn't keep it from feeling flat. Adventure is textured by hardship, and it's difficult to feel invested when it's so accommodating. Your journey into the depths of the Cave of Origin is interrupted by frequent earthquakes which build tension towards the upcoming battle. It's also interrupted by frequent Golbats, which is a bit less climactic. Battling your way down into the depths sounds exciting in theory, but the Pokemon selection once again lets the side down. At the bottom, Groudon ferries you to the deepest chamber for your fated battle. This is what I mean when I say that you're the main character by divine providence. The only way that I can read this is if Groudon accepts you as some kind of chosen one destined to battle it, and it needs to respect that prophecy for some reason, even though it's supposed to be a wild animal. Although I criticised Mega Evolutions, I'm not going to do the same with Groudon's Primal Reversion. There are a few reasons for this. First and foremost, Primal Reversion doesn't interfere with Groudon's great design. It looks like magma is flowing between the plates of its armour like continental plates. I actually just got that, that's quite clever. Secondly, Groudon actually needed this change. Back in Generation 3, it got the short end of the stick as far as type and ability went. It was pure ground, so both Kyogre and Rayquaza had the type advantage. This also meant that it didn't get as much benefit from the sun as Kyogre did from the rain. Groudon and Kyogre also had their abilities nicked. Charizard, Ninetales and Torkoal can all have Groudon's Drought, while Politoed and Pelipper can have Drizzle. It kind of belittles your primordial elemental Leviathan when it can be matched by a frog. Giving these Pokemon Drought and Drizzle kind of broke competitive play. Permanent weather abilities were completely broken in Generation 5, so they were nerfed in Generation 6 to only last 5 turns. So the story was still that Groudon created everlasting droughts, but the gameplay no longer reflected that. Groudon's new transformation fixes all of these problems. Primal Reversion makes it part Fire type, and gives it the unique, permanent weather ability Desolate Land. Not only does Desolate Land power up fire-type moves, it also completely disables water-type moves. So rather than Kyogre having the definitive edge over its rival, both instead rely on their respective weather conditions for the advantage. The new transformation also gives the Red Orb an actual reason to exist. In Generation 3, it was this nebulous MacGuffin that awakened Groudon, but by the time you had reached Groudon, the Red Orb was already there, so it might as well have not existed, if you see what I mean. Groudon might as well have been woken up by, I don't know, like shouting at it or something. But here Groudon needs to hold the Red Orb to undergo primal reversion, so it's needed for both the story and the mechanics. Don't worry yourselves though, I've still got loads to moan about. My problem with the revisions to Groudon is, ironically, just how ungrounded they are. One of the reasons I've continued to love Pokemon is because of how down to earth it was. I mentioned on Mount Pyre how legends are treated in Pokemon. Often it felt more like the Pokédex was documenting folklore rather than giving factual accounts. Pokemon were never actually supposed to be world-creating gods, they were just said to be in mythology. Groudon causes droughts which would dry up rivers and lakes. You can see then how folk would tell stories of this legendary monster that could expand the landmass. The problem with the way that Generation 6 handles its story is that it explicitly shows a lot of these legends to be true. Now Groudon is literally setting the sky on fire. Its Alpha Sapphire Pokédex entry states clearly, with no room for interpretation, it can cause magma to erupt and expand the landmass of the world. It's a lot less ambiguous and it lends a lot less texture to the world. It also makes it all the more ridiculous when I kill it in one hit with my pet ballerina. For God's sake, Gardevoir, would you ever calm down? I'm not doing a review of X and Y, so I'll keep this bit brief, but this is why I disliked the story in those games. X and Y tell that an ancient king created an ultimate weapon that granted him eternal life. He then used that weapon in a cataclysmic Pokemon war before spending 3,000 years wandering the earth. Let me stress, that's not a myth, that's literally what happens, that is Az's character arc. Game Freak created the character because they wanted to explore the theme of what if somebody lived forever. And again, I love their dedication to their themes, but I maintain my position as that is a theme that Pokemon is not equipped to explore. Both the narrative and the mechanics of Pokemon are about going on your own wee safari. You're broadening your horizons, you're hiking from town to town. You're exploring the world and growing as a person along the way. And there are themes that this kind of Ludo narrative excels at exploring, just as there are themes that it's ill-equipped to tackle. And so the games now have to reconcile their humble, grounded roots with their new, grandiose, mystical quest. I think that Masuda himself said it best. Quote, "Of course, when you get into the more serious themes in Pokemon, suddenly the whole act of going out and catching Pokemon, that whimsical thing, is something you shouldn't be doing if the world is at stake." End quote. I couldn't agree more. But I would go further than that. I would argue that if your story pressures the player into avoiding one of the main mechanics, then something there doesn't fit correctly. I think that the best way to make this point is to contrast with the structure of the original games. In Generation 1 you had 3 subplots which all related back to you. You had the Pokemon League, Team Rocket, and your rival. In the end it turns out that Giovanni is the last gym leader and your rival turns out to be the champion, which ties all 3 plot threads neatly together and adds a personal stake to the final battles. Furthermore, the legendary Pokemon felt more like actual legends because you had to find them for yourself. Catching Articuno, Zapdos, Moltres and Mewtwo was completely optional, and often they would be tucked away deep within a dungeon, requiring you to put your progress on the line if you weren't prepared enough. They were legendary because of their mechanical implications rather than their narrative ones. Omega Ruby's story is instead about an organisation trying to resurrect a world-ending monster to serve their misguided but ultimately altruistic ends. But that's oil on water with what the player is doing for most of the game. You don't have a personal stake in that conflict. Sure, the medium of Pokemon battling is limited as a vessel for storytelling, but the original games pulled it off by focusing on a tense one-on-one rivalry. In Omega Ruby, you don't have much of a relationship with these characters. You're basically there to watch plot threads introduce and resolve themselves, and maybe beat up some animals along the way. Like, you don't actually accomplish anything in this game. You beat Maxie in the seafloor cavern, and then he just awakens Groudon anyway. Because why would he not? What reason does he have to rethink his policies because you beat him at Pokemon? The grandiose, pre-structured plots don't add to the game's adventurous atmosphere. You're no longer discovering the land and its legends for yourself, but you're having other characters explain them to you and then tell you where you need to be so they can explain the next bit. And yeah, I know, I'm picking in the story in a Pokemon game, like, wow, what a big man he is, what an important critic. And look, yeah, you're right, I don't care about the story. But that's a problem. Let's not mistake a mediocre narrative as a feature of a series, especially when it's taking up an inordinate amount of game time and imposing on you every chance it gets. If it's going to be such a focus, it should be a lot better. What I mean is that Archie and Maxie end the game by discussing the fact that they, as adults, were entrenched in their ways, and that cultivated conflict. Archie reasons that the pair of them have been constantly bickering and fighting, trying to make a world either for people or Pokemon, and how it was the next generation that came along and showed them that there is a third way, that there is a way for everybody to prosper. Maxie then realises that he can't just run away from the problems he's caused, he needs to struggle and strive to atone for them. But none of these themes are tethered back to the story or the gameplay, they're just left dangling there. I mean, off the top of my head, what you could do to focus this a bit more is concentrate on that generational aspect. Pokemon is a series about growth, so there must be a lot of interplay between the levelling up mechanics and the idea of an up and coming new generation supplanting the old one and supplanting the old ideas. But the game never capitalises on that, the game never fleshes out that theme, it's just Archie and Maxie waffling at each other for 2 minutes. In other words, just shite or get off the pot, either keep it simple or expand the script in a meaningful way. But either way, give the player a stake in what's going on, a reason to be in conflict with the villains. That whole Team Magma thing had absolutely nothing to do with me or my goals. I mean, I've just finished the game's climax, but I've still got 6 bosses left to go. Do you see what I mean? We're fighting yet more water types in the final gym, just in case you weren't sick of those yet. The puzzle here is one of the better ones in the game, I think. It's the logical conclusion of the gym's puzzle design, which were basically not puzzles at all unless you wanted to skip trainers. Here, it's kind of like an inversion of that. You have to complete the puzzle either way, but if you fail, you have to go through a gauntlet of trainers. Or you could deliberately fail, deliberately shut up, to fight them anyway. Deliberately. Before we fight him, I just want to quickly show you what Wallace looked like in Ruby. See him there? He's pretty showy and flamboyant with an extravagant outfit. Now look at his design in Omega Ruby. What's going on with that? Before, the outfit he was wearing characterised him as a show-off, but I can't imagine even the most flamboyant narcissist wearing a skin-tight, midriff-bearing, harnessed waistcoat combo. I mean, maybe for a parade or something, but you know, that doesn't seem like a logical costume design. I mean, I wouldn't know, I'm not one for fashion in general, but it feels to me like a few of the characters are really over-designed. Archie in particular looks a lot worse. His design was maybe a bit too understated before, but the popped collar and bandana communicated his roguish, swashbuckling nature. Now he beats you over the head with the pirate theme. He's wearing a wetsuit with actual fins and anchors on it. A lot of the new outfits have a lot of frills and extraneous details, or else they're so outlandish that they don't feel like something an actual human being would wear. They feel more like something that an RPG character would wear. And aye, smart arse, I know that it is an RPG, but it's an RPG set in a grounded world. Series like Final Fantasy can get away with this sort of thing because they're set in a fictional world. You don't know the development or the history behind their fashion. But here, the outlandish outfits feel at odds with the rest of the game, where most of the NPCs are wearing regular clothes. Okay, so that's a lot of words to basically say that they're over-designed. So yeah, that was the final gym, and I spent it criticising their fashion sense. This video was definitely worth the time and effort. I'm not going to be heading for the Pokemon League just yet though. There are a few items of interest left in Hoenn before we wrap things up. Apparently Groudon revitalised Hoenn's ecology, with many new species of Pokemon flocking back to the region. This is the game's excuse for the National Dex, an expanded Pokédex that includes every Pokemon rather than just those native to Hoenn. Apparently these species were native to Hoenn ages ago, and I guess that Groudon nearly destroying the world made them nostalgic, so they decided to come back. I don't know, it makes no sense. As excuses go, I don't have a problem with it, but why weren't these Pokemon here from the beginning? Generation 3 had 386 kinds of Pokemon, but it only used around 200 of them. Generation 6 has 721, but it still restricts itself to around 200 for most of the game. While the number of Pokemon in Hoenn is slightly expanded by these international Pokemon, it's still not using anywhere near the optimal number. This has a knock-on effect with the trainers. Because trainers often use a single type, and because they're restricted to a small pool of 200 Pokemon, they'll often only have a very small number of monsters to choose from. For example, in Petalburg Gym, because they all have to use normal types, you will only encounter 5 different Pokemon amongst the 8 trainers there. That number could easily be much higher. Norman himself only uses Pokemon from the Slakoth line. It begs the question, why are Pokemon segmented like this? They are all programmed into the game anyway, surely more variety is only ever a good thing. Imagine how much more interesting it would be if Black Belts had more than just Meditites and Machops. Imagine if you didn't encounter 300 bloody Wingulls and Pelipers over the course of the game. Look, okay, I know the actual reason why this is. Game Freak segments the Pokemon to sell you more games, but even so they could include a few more. X and Y had 450 Pokemon, that number has a nice heft to it. As it is, even though they've introduced all these new Pokemon, I can imagine that most players will already have their final teams. So even if one of your favourites is made available by this expansion, it would be a massive pacebreaker to train one from scratch right before the finale. The Pokédex itself is fully featured, which must take an extraordinary amount of effort. Catching a Pokemon gives you its height, weight, a description, its cry, and a list of areas where it can be found. This is an insane amount of effort for details that most players won't care about, but it's a great incentive for those saddos that like talking about Pokemon's lore. It's me, I'm the saddo, that's the joke there. I think it's funny that the Pokédex's prevalence in the series has dropped off quite a bit. I remember back in the day the Pokédex featured heavily in the advertising, it was even implicit in the "Gotta catch 'em all" slogan. It's funny in retrospect for a bestiary to become the impetus for such a successful marketing campaign. Nowadays, catching 'em all is an unreasonable demand, so I can see why it's been quietly downplayed. I think this might be one of the reasons to continue using the regional dex. It lets the player catch 'em all while keeping the numbers more reasonable. It's a nice compromise, I just wish it didn't sacrifice variety. Nevertheless, even if the stories stop focusing so much on the Pokédex, I hope it sticks around. It's a robust bestiary that ties perfectly in with the core mechanics. If you actually manage to complete the monumental task of catching 'em all, the game gives you the shiny charm, which triples the chances of you finding a shiny Pokemon. I don't think I'm going to get another chance to talk about shinies, I sure as hell didn't find one, so I might as well just talk about them while we're on the subject. Shinies are a rare variant of a normal Pokemon with an altered colour scheme, and they're something of a collector's item. There is a minuscule chance of obtaining one in the wild, 1 in 4096 to be precise. This chance can be increased through various means. It's a nice wee layer to reward enthusiasts. The only benefit to a shiny Pokemon is bragging rights, but in such a social game, bragging rights are an excellent feature. I can imagine a kid with a shiny Pokemon being the talk of the playground. The problem with shinies isn't so much to do with them as much as it is to do with how they intersect with the other mechanics. The likelihood of you getting a shiny Pokemon with decent stats, nature, and ability is infinitesimally small. I can only imagine how frustrating it must be when you spend hours and hours and hours chaining a shiny Pokemon only for it to have a bad nature or something. Wallace gives you the HM that lets a Pokemon scale waterfalls after you beat them. Waterfall is mainly for gaining access to the Pokemon League, but there are a few falls around Hoenn that we can visit first. And aye, this does mean that 3 out of the game's 7 HMs are water type moves. But then Cut and Fly aren't actually needed to complete the game, so really it's more like 3 out of 5. Either way, it's an imbalanced number. Too much water, you get the picture. Having all of the HMs really shines a light on just how happy the game is to waste your time. I mentioned this briefly earlier, but there really is a huge amount of padding to almost all of your actions. The game doesn't need to ask if you want to use Surf. It doesn't need to ask if you want to use Dive when you press A over deep water. It doesn't need to ask if you want to use Waterfall when you press A next to a waterfall. While I'm on the subject actually, it doesn't need to tell you when you put an item in your bag, it doesn't need to tell you that a trainer wants to battle you after a battle starts, and it doesn't need to go through the same text boxes every single time you use the Pokemon Center. Imagine how much smoother the game would be if you began surfing automatically as soon as you stepped onto water. If you pressed A over deep water and the dive animation automatically played. If you pressed A to talk to the nurse and it just did the jingle. These are little quality of life improvements that most series would implement years ago. The Pokemon series is absolutely desperate for streamlining at this point. Bagon is said to frequently launch itself off cliffs in a misguided attempt to fly, which hardens its skull in the process. Meteor Falls is the best place for it then, being full of cliffs and ridges. Bagon dreams of flight, and it eventually achieves that goal in its final form. Salamence is what's known as a pseudo-legendary. It's a powerhouse with stats comparable to those of legendary Pokemon. Considering how powerful it is, I love that it's tucked away in one wee corner of the map. It's one of those secrets that was a joy to trade back in the playground. But it shares the same problem as the international Pokemon, it's too little too late. Training it up for the Elite Four at this point would require a lot of grinding. Don't get me wrong, there should absolutely be a barrier of entry to using pseudo-legendaries, but that's just tedious. Making them difficult to find, or having them evolve at a really high level, or making them really weak until they evolve feel like better alternatives. Since I'm such a high roller, Watson has invited me up to Mauville Hills. There's some pretty adult humour here. Not sexual of course, this is still a Pokemon game, but there's jokes about debt collection and the like. The debt collector seems to be more concerned with getting this guy to man up and take responsibility, which is an indication of how much kinder the Pokemon world is than ours. Let me tell you, debt collectors in real life do not give a damn. You can also find the game's one and only rotation battle here, which is a massive shame because rotation battles are great. By allowing you to switch and make a move on the same turn, the game immediately becomes more dynamic. You need to put together so many scenarios in your head, whether or not your opponent is going to switch, what they're going to switch to, whether or not you can outspeed the incoming Pokemon, and whether or not they're predicting what you're predicting. There are so many mind games in this simple setup. The game becomes both more complex and has more momentum. It's such a shame that this is the only time it's featured. I would love to see it used more often. Anyway, Watson brought us here to send us to New Mauville. New Mauville was going to be a high-tech underground city, but the project was decommissioned around the same time as C Mauville. It was shut down because wild Pokemon had taken up residence, but it seems that the company weren't completely on board with this decision. If the documents in C Mauville are to be believed, it was actually Watson's interference that ended the project, leading the company to brand him as a traitor. So he worked for this company, but he was conscientious at least. New Mauville was never a large dungeon, it was always a single room with a door puzzle. In this game, it's now just a single room. A single room with Pokemon in the low 20s, despite the fact that you can't access this area before beating Groudon. I would be tempted to wonder if this weren't some kind of world building attempt or something, but considering how incomplete this area is, it feels more like an oversight. This remake was a chance to improve New Mauville, but it's only regressed. Voltorb is up to its old tricks here. While I'm absolutely resistant to the idea that the Generation 1 Pokemon are the best, they definitely have an edge. Since the series' traditions weren't cemented yet, Pokemon could be tailor-made with a specific scenario or mechanic in mind. Generation 1 Pokemon are more memorable because there was a closer connection between the Pokemon and the world. For example, the game had a safari zone, so Tauros, Kangaskhan and Chansey were all based on foreign creatures, the bison, the kangaroo and some kind of monotreme. Voltorb is another example. It's effectively the series' mimic. It tricks the player into thinking it's an item before springing to life. It felt like the world and the monsters were designed part and parcel in Generation 1. Pokemon are rarely designed for such a specific use anymore, and I think that's to be lamented when it can turn even a circle with eyes into a memorable Pokemon. Magnemite is an odd specimen, as its backstory states that 3 Magnemite together will create Magneton. There are a lot of Pokemon like this that evolve by fusing together, and I love that idea, but the gameplay just doesn't reflect the information you're given. Magnemite just evolves by leveling up. I've mentioned already that I feel that evolutions could use a bit more thought, requiring a bit of puzzle solving on the player's part. Magneton is the perfect example of this. I distinctly remember being a kid and trying to evolve my Magnemite by fusing 3 of them together somehow. That's what the lore suggests should happen. I was actually gutted when it didn't work because it felt like I had solved a puzzle that didn't exist. If Magnemite evolved by leveling one up when you had 3 in your party, I think that would be really cool. You would immediately understand what you had to do once you saw a Magneton. Another example of unique evolution is location-specific evolutions. If Magneton levels up in New Mauville, it will evolve into Magnezone due to the strong magnetic field. On the one hand, this is great because, again, it feels a bit like solving a puzzle. New Mauville has strong magnetic fields, so it makes sense for a magnet Pokemon to undergo a further evolution. Location-specific evolutions also allow the game to dictate to the player when their Pokemon can evolve. Imagine, if you will, that Bagon was available really early in the game, but it could only evolve in Victory Road. That would be a great way to put that Pokemon in the player's party, while also preventing them from getting a Salamence too early. The shortcoming of these areas is that now every single game in the series has to have an area with high magnetism. Magnezone made its debut in Generation 4, and every single subsequent game has had to include or invent a high magnetism area. Of course, it's fortuitous that New Mauville happens to fit perfectly with Magnezone's requirements. Petalburg Woods and the Shoal Cave are also the perfect places to have the Moss Rock and Ice Rock so that you can evolve Eevee. So long as Game Freak is designing the areas first and then retrofitting the evolutionary effect onto them, it's probably not going to be a problem. I'm just slightly worried about future proofing. Even if it doesn't make any sense for the world or something, every subsequent game is now going to have to include arbitrary areas for a single evolution. I'm ever so slightly worried that this video has been getting too interesting, so let's clear out those last few sea routes. Look, I'm sorry, but the sea routes really are that tedious. I've spared you a lot of footage because I simply didn't have anything to say about it. To give you an idea, when planning this video I had more to talk about on the land routes than I knew what to do with. I spent hours and hours shuffling talking points around so that I could cover all the bases without repeating myself. For the sea routes, I had to collate multiple routes into a single section just to find enough to say. Despite them taking up roughly half the map, the sea routes do not contain half the game's content. In fact, while I haven't done any legwork on this, I would be skeptical if somebody told me that they contained a quarter of the game's content. Do you remember Route 122? It was just a welcome mat for Mount Pyre, but the reason it was made an entire route all on its own was to strike a balance between 17 land routes and 17 sea routes. I've lauded Game Freak's attention to detail and dedication to designing the levels around themes rather than mechanics. And I respect them, I really respect them for sticking so thoroughly to the land versus sea theme. But this is a point at which their attention to detail has simply backfired. It's an ocean, yes, and the ocean should be vast, but this level design has absolutely nothing going on. You'd think that landmarks like Sutopolis Volcano would be memorable, but it's so large and your view is so zoomed in that it's impossible to tell what it even is. It's especially odd as the first half of the game was amazing at this stuff. It was so good that despite not having visited Hoenn in almost a decade, I could still remember a lot of the route's features. That these vast expanses of nothing take up most of the late game routes is a massive disappointment. The sea routes do have an upside in how open they make the game. Nothing here is gated. After the magma hideout, the player has their choice of 12 routes that they can access almost immediately. There's also some incentive to do so. You can head down to Pacifidlog to awaken the legendary titans as soon as you get dive. The problem is, of course, that old bugbear that I explained back in Moville. Pokemon is so frightened of its players having to apply critical thought that the enemies don't get any stronger after Route 124. In other words, you'll be fighting level 40 Pokemon from before the 6th gym right up until Victory Road, and most of those Pokemon will be water type. So that small upshot of the non-linearity really does not seem worth it. I'm repeating myself here, but if Game Freak can do it, I feel that I should be allowed to. What was the point in remaking the game if these glaring issues weren't going to be addressed? Fixing the sea routes should have been Omega Ruby's raison d'etre. French is really difficult to pronounce with my accent. The secret islet, shore and meadow are small areas tucked away around the map, and they're designed for building secret bases. I have fond memories of being a kid and heading up to the woods to make hideouts, tree houses and hollowed out bushes and stuff. That's basically what the secret bases are. They're a perfect fit for the uncomplicated childhood adventure that Pokemon is so good at capturing. Secret bases were unfortunately half-baked in Generation 3, they were basically separate from the rest of the game. Playing around with them didn't facilitate or interact with battling very easily. You could download other people's secret bases and battle their ghost, but that potential was strangled by the link cable. So there was basically no reason to use them if you weren't into furnishing a base, which I wasn't, and still amn't. But thanks to the advent of online play, they've really come into their own in Omega Ruby. They are such a perfect fit that it's almost like Game Freak was ahead of its time. Nintendo has historically been really frightened of online interactions, and this system takes full advantage of their trepidation by working just as well, if not better, without direct contact. Interacting with another player, whether that be locally or online, will download their secret base into your game. This encourages you to use the player search system to battle and trade with as many people as you can. I've been wonder trading off camera throughout my playthrough, so I have a lot of acquaintances. So not only do I get their base in my game, but there's the potential that my base will end up in theirs. While before I was the only person that was ever likely to see my room, personalising a secret base seems a lot more worthwhile now that somebody else is likely to see it. It's an interesting facet of multiplayer to me. In single player I wouldn't bother at all, which suggests that decorating and customising my character is not intrinsically fun to me. But with the social aspect involved, with that performative aspect, it seems a lot more worthwhile. I feel like I want to stand out more and reflect my personality, which suggests that that social component inherently makes customization more fun, even though nothing has actually changed about the system. I don't know, it's interesting to me. Inside somebody else's base, you can battle a ghost of those trainers and their gang once a day, which is a great way to gain experience. You can also do a bunch of other stuff like recruit their underlings into your gang, you can get extra items from them, and you can also capture their flag. Because this shares a name with a popular mode in shooters, I was initially under the impression that this was a competitive element, but it turns out that there's no penalty for having your flag taken. It's just a marker for your visitor to show how many bases they've visited. The ultimate reward for doing this is an item that lets Garchomp Mega Evolve, which you get at 1000 flags, which is well too steep. There are ways to speed this up by frequently recruiting new secret pals. Yeah, they're actually called secret pals by the way, but even so it's a pretty time consuming process. This lack of a competitive angle has led to a really helpful community growing around the secret bases. You can actually download secret bases with a QR code, and people have taken to uploading teams designed to help you grind levels. The most common example is a team with 3 Blisseys. Blissey has the highest experience yield in the entire game, and it also learns a move called Healing Wish, which makes it faint instantly. So people just upload teams of 3 Blisseys that keep making themselves faint, and you just get free experience for nothing. That's really helpful. I really like that without any incentive, without the game prompting this, people have taken to helping each other out like that. The secret bases also facilitate a handheld well. It's easy to whittle away 10 minutes on the bus redecorating or recruiting underlings. Pokemon is really good at this in general. There's always some wee task that you could be doing if you're not ready to dedicate hours to an adventure. Secret bases also encourage you to revisit routes to see if you've discovered any new bases. So basically, they complement battling, grinding, world exploration and human interaction, all while giving you the option to create your own personal space, which ties into the feeling of childhood adventure. It's just an excellent feature, and I would love to see this expanded in future titles. It really benefits massively from having online functionality. Route 130 was home to Mirage Island in the original games. I never reached Mirage Island, it had a very small chance of appearing, and it's been made up for and then some in the remakes, so I can't say that I miss it. I mean, I could say that I miss it, but I would be lying. One of the few interesting areas on this sea expedition is the Sky Pillar, which you are barred from entering until later. Backtracking in games often gets a bad rap, but teasing Sky Pillar now builds some intrigue. There's no payoff without anticipation, and any opportunity to build a little bit of anticipation is always a good thing in my book. The sea routes... No, don't worry, I'm done moaning. The sea routes might not be so bad from a certain perspective. The substantial amount of uninterrupted playtime that they afford you is welcome. There are a few routes in a row between Sutopolis and Pacifidlog with no cutscenes, no interruptions and no obligations, just some relaxing exploration. Admittedly, this might be because the routes have so little in them. Okay, so I lied, now I'm done moaning. We really could have used some of this uninterrupted playtime scattered throughout the game rather than clumped up all at the end here. It might have benefited the sea routes to pace them out as well, but that would have been impossible to do while also keeping the Hoenn Archipelago feeling like a real place. Pacifidlog is wonderful. It's based on those overwater bungalows that you see in a lot of tropical holiday destinations, but it was also based on a Pokédex entry in Generation 2. Corsola's Pokédex entry in Pokemon Silver reads, "In a South Sea nation, the people live in communities that are built on groups of these Pokemon." And lo and behold, Pacifidlog is built on top of a reef of Corsola. The outlandish idea is taken pretty seriously. They could have just left it as a fantastical oddity, but they try and justify it by adding a line about their ancestors being nomads who lived in the sea, searching for something. It's a simple solution that builds yet more intrigue. What were they looking for? Might it have something to do with Sky Pillar? Or, to build some intrigue of my own, might it have something to do with the sealed chamber? Previously, the man in this building would tell you if Mirage Island was in view. It had a very small chance of showing up every day, so you would simply fly to Pacifidlog and talk to him. Now, he says this. I want to talk to you for a minute about a man named Nob Ogasawara. He was the English translator for the series from Pokemon Red and Blue through to Pokemon Platinum. And Mr. Ogasawara gave a damn. He cared about this universe and he wanted to give it a damn good translation, one worthy of its mass appeal. And I think that he succeeded. The English language script for the old Pokemon games was really strong as it wasn't just a direct translation from Japanese. Some people see that as an affront to the original script, but I don't think that translation should be one-to-one. There are idioms, phrases and sentence structures that work in Japanese, but don't in English. Ogasawara recognised that and changed the script accordingly, and what we got sounded really natural. What we got was the use of such idioms as pulling it off with aplomb, which is such an emphatic phrase that I could interact with it. I named my starter Pokemon Aplomb as a play on what he wrote. The bottom line is, as a native English speaker, I wasn't conscious that this was being translated, which I think is the best case scenario. The best example of Nob's care, in my opinion, was that infamous artificial roadblock at the start of Red and Blue. There was an old man who would prevent you from accessing the rest of the game until you had gotten your Pokédex, so what he did was he would lie on the road and if you tried to pass him he'd stop you, claiming that the whole road was his property. His relative, maybe his daughter, maybe his granddaughter, it was never made clear, will say he gets cranky when he hasn't had his coffee. Now, it's obvious to any adults playing the game that the old man is blootered, he is blind drunk, and he's just throwing his weight around. He's a very belligerent drunk, he's being completely unreasonable, and that's a fun excuse. I'm not just making that up, by the way, he was literally drunk in Japanese. When that was brought across to English, of course, that had to be censored. Now, I'm not going to get into a debate about whether or not that's necessary. The fact of the matter is, we don't like portraying alcohol in children's material in English-speaking countries. What I want to recognise instead is just how deftly Ogasawara handled this. His solution to the problem was to say that the man hadn't had his coffee. Now, that to a child is intelligible. He drinks his coffee, he'll wake up and stop being so grumpy. But adults will read between the lines there and figure out that he's drunk. What do you do to sober up when you're drunk? Well, besides scoff a kebab, you stereotypically drink some coffee. So here, the translator was able to imply that the guy is drunk while also keeping it child-friendly. He found a solution to the problem because he was passionate about his work, preserving the intent of the scene while also making it more palatable to a Western audience. The difference in priorities in Ogasawara's translation is clear, I think, in Maxi. He was a bit underdeveloped in RWBY, but his dialogue and outfit gave him a more authoritative air than Archie. But to get that idea across in the remake, he is needlessly and awkwardly sesquipedalian, and he also refers to himself as the Great Maxi. Now, I presume what's happened here is that he referred to himself as Maxi-sama in Japanese. But rather than naturally weave his arrogance into his dialogue, they just copied it verbatim in a way that reads horribly in English. So when Ogasawara was let go due to Nintendo wanting to internalise translation, what did we get to replace him? Memes. Just lazy, half-arsed, not bothered, disinterested memes. Now, don't get me wrong, I love mucking about on Twitter as much as the next guy, but memes are a format designed for use online. They work with the transient nature of the medium. The internet is weirdly paradoxical in that everything that is put on there is there forever, but at the same time, most things are forgotten within a week of happening. Memes are not lasting, classic, robust material. They're low effort, lowest common denominator jokes to fit the fast pace and large user base of the internet. This kind of reference humour also takes advantage of people's ability to look up the context. The dirty wee secret here is that there is no joke. It's a belly laugh based on recognising something and then feeling like you're in on a joke. So what they've done here is taken a popular meme and plonked it in Pokemon, despite the fact that it doesn't work in this medium, and despite the fact that even in 2014, that meme was dead. Now this might be getting a bit high concept, but in 100 years, if a game historian returns to Omega Ruby, that meme is still going to be in there. That joke will be a distracting curiosity that dates the game. Okay, I'm overreacting a bit here. It's not such an egregious offence in this case as it works in the context of what the guy is saying, but it's distracting to me, and what really annoys me about it is that it's lazy. What annoys me is that Nob Ogasawara lost his job, and without an ounce of disrespect towards the new translators, I think this is much worse. I mean, you want to talk about respectful translation, I think changing things to translate intent is much more respectful than using a bloody internet meme. Sorry, that annoys me. Routes 132 through 134 are a network of water currents that prevent you from moving eastward. To see everything, you've got to pick your way through the rapids and then fly back to the start to choose another route. This bit's essentially one big route split into 3 chunks. Originally, I think this was again to help pad the game out to 17C routes, but in the remakes it's a bit more useful. As you can fly to any route, you can restart from sections of this channel rather than having to return to Pacifidlog every time. The problem with this puzzle is the lack of spatial awareness. The camera is so zoomed in that there's no way to tell what's coming up. Your memory has to be unreasonably specific to see everything, since a single tile can make the difference between going one way or the other. You are also constantly interrupted by trainer battles, making it yet more difficult to remember where you were. Some more distinct landmarks would probably have helped. Admittedly, this is a problem with my playstyle more than anything. If you're not bothered about being thorough, then this shouldn't be much of a problem. These routes do make a nice change of pace from the rest of the sea routes. Even if the execution is a bit slack, it's an interesting idea. It's an extended section of independent exploration and battling in a route with some actual level design. Maybe the rest of the sea routes would have been a bit more palatable with similar ideas, maybe whirlpools or something. I've been doing my fair share of moaning lately, so let me redress the balance by entering one of my favourite sections in the entire series. If you take a very specific path on Route 134, you can enter the Sealed Chamber. The Sealed Chamber is the first stage in the legendary Titans side quest, an absolutely fantastic segment that demands of you a ton of different skills. You have to decode a cipher, remember where you saw various tombs around Hoenn, use the cipher to solve some interesting puzzles, and then capture some of the more difficult legendaries. This cipher is simply Braille, the tactile writing system used by folk with visual impairments. I remember the original Ruby and Sapphire having the Braille alphabet printed in the instruction booklets, but even if you don't have those, it's not difficult to figure out. There are 26 symbols, one for each letter of the alphabet, in order. It is slightly muddied by the comma and the full stop, which I don't think were necessary, but it's an obvious solution, it's not really that tricky a puzzle. That's not me having a go, Louis Braille wasn't exactly designing it to be tricky to figure out, but I can imagine people would try maybe one or two things before realising what they had to do. It's one of those puzzles that makes you feel smart even if it doesn't require any mental gymnastics. It accomplishes that by requiring just a wee bit of lateral thinking, a tiny bit of contextual understanding and applied knowledge. This is clearly supposed to be some kind of language, and what's the basis of our language? The alphabet. I have quite vivid memories of me and my pal playing the original Ruby and Sapphire and getting pretty excited when we figured out the code and began writing it down. And while I'm writing that code down, because I'm actually doing this old school with pen and paper, let me wax lyrical about how in love with this idea I am. Do you understand what's going on here? They've made you learn about Braille. Sure, it's a very basic understanding of it, but I think that's still valuable. It's teaching kids a little bit about something that they might not be familiar with, a life experience that they maybe don't understand. The wall at the back of the room reads "Dig here." Use dig in front of it and the wall collapses. I love how this interacts with the translation that you've just done. It doesn't feel like something that would work. Dig is normally used to get you out of caves, but here it lets you go deeper. In the next chamber, you find a series of murals which read as follows. Long did we live here in this cave, all thanks to the powerful Pokemon living alongside us. Yet we sealed that Pokemon away, alone in the dark. We feared it. If you have the courage, if you still hold to hope, open the door, for beyond it the eternal Pokemon waits. So it's heavily implied that a powerful Pokemon caused the destruction, or at least the dissolution, of an ancient civilization. But what I love about it, in contrast to the Groudon story, is that it's completely ambiguous. There are so many ways to interpret this text, it's not even clear what it is referring to specifically, as it's singular rather than plural, suggesting that it's not referring to the Regi trio but something else. To awaken the Regis, and again I love this bit, you have to have Relicanth first in your party and Wailord last. Both of these Pokemon have a connection to the ancient world, with both having been around for years, so it makes sense. But what I love is that it's so specific, yet so arbitrary, that again it makes you doubt your own translation just for a second. You're not quite sure if you've translated it properly until you actually try it and, against all odds, something happens. Man, like, obviously you don't answer to me, but if you used a walkthrough for this, I think you completely ruined it for yourself. I'm keeping my piece of paper with the Braille on it handy, as I will need it to awaken the rest of the Regis. These puzzles are cut from the same cloth. You need to have the faith to try ridiculous stuff that doesn't feel like it should work. The puzzle in Regice's chamber is that you're supposed to wait on the dialogue box for 2 minutes. Now, I was in the middle of trying to work out what the text said. I was leaned in, lights out, with this atmospheric music playing in the background. So when the door opened like this, I got an actual fright. Eat your bloody heart out, Whismur. My gimmick is that I scream when I'm startled as well. Groudon, Kyogre and Rayquaza are based on the Behemoth, Leviathan and Ziz from Jewish mythology. The Regis continue this line of inspiration, being based on the Golem. The Golem was said to be a crude clay figure in the shape of a man. It was given life when writing bearing one of God's names was attached to the forehead or inserted in the mouth. The dots on the Regis' foreheads resembles Braille, but as far as I know it actually isn't. It is almost certainly a reference to the legend though, and it's a nice piece of consistency in design. The Regis' battle theme is also fantastic, with the melody kind of stumbling a little before it sobers up when the main theme kicks in. It feels like these Regis are slowly waking up before attacking. Since this is going to be an extended section of me capturing some more difficult Pokemon, I want to spend a bit of time talking about the catching mechanics. As with the battle system, the capture mechanics are one of those core details that Pokemon got right first time. They're a simple collection of variables that result in a ton of decision making. The chance of capturing a Pokemon is based on a number of factors: its health and its status, the type of ball used, and what breed of Pokemon it is. As a basic example, a Regice will be more difficult to catch than a Zigzagoon. The implementation is great as well. It's a really tricky balancing act. It forces you to weaken the Pokemon as much as possible without killing it to improve your chances. I've taught Shiftry False Swipe, which is a move designed for catching Pokemon. It's a move that always leaves the Pokemon with at least 1 HP. It means that you can be over-leveled and you won't run the risk of knocking the wild Pokemon out. It removes the potential for critical hits to ruin your day, and it also rewards preparation. The move's usefulness used to be limited by the fact that you could only use a TM one time, but their permanency now allows me to tailor my movesets towards particular situations. Another consideration is the fact that Sleep and Freeze both increase the opponent's catch rate more than Poison, Burn or Paralysis do. Sleep and Freeze both have to be continually reapplied, so it makes sense that they're more effective as a trade-off. The different kinds of Pokeball encourage the player to foresee what kind of Pokemon they're trying to catch. Water and Bug Pokemon are better approached with a Netball, Pokemon in dark areas are better approached with a Dusk Ball, and so on. This aspect could be fleshed out a lot more though. There's little variety, and of that variety a number of balls are pretty much useless. The Heal Ball, for example, heals the Pokemon completely once caught, something that happens automatically if it's sent to the PC. I would start expanding this by adding more type effective balls personally, but there are plenty more things you could do. You can maybe have balls that work better on sleeping Pokemon or something like that. Once you've weakened the Pokemon and chosen your ball, it's time to try and catch it. The ball will wobble 3 times and then click. After each wobble is a number check to see if the Pokemon breaks free or not. And I hope I'm not overstating its effectiveness, but this is one of the series' best decisions. The game could easily just run a single calculation with the same overall chance of success, but having 4 checks makes it so much tenser. Even after all these years, even though I know it doesn't do anything, I still hammer the buttons in anticipation. The only slight criticism I can maybe think of is how catching legendary Pokemon is affected by the save system. The ability to save anywhere is obviously brilliant, letting you put the game down wherever you want. The problem is, it's just a bit too easy to save scum. Legendary Pokemon actually appear on the overworld, so you can stand right in front of them, press save, and then reload your save if you lose. Still, it would be a massive problem if you couldn't save beforehand and got some dodgy luck, so I don't think anything should change there. It's a lot better than the alternative. So now we have the legendary Titans. But if you remember, the text in the sealed chamber only mentioned one Pokemon causing the civilization's downfall. Many fans theorise that the Pokemon is Regigigas, the so-called master of the Regis. The reason that I bring this up is because I actually want to know how many of you knew you could actually catch Regigigas in Omega Ruby. In one of the game's most ridiculous secrets, if you return to the island cave with all 3 Regis in your party, and your Regice has a nickname and is holding an ice-based item, Regigigas will appear. The only hint that the game gives you is a little girl in Pacifidlog. She recounts these clues in wee bits and pieces, but like, who's going to return to this random house and just talk to this girl on chance? And let me be clear, I love this. I'm sure a lot of people would call this bad game design, but I absolutely resist that idea. It's fun and memorable when a game has the guts to tuck away this obscure little secret. You'd think that would happen more often nowadays, what with the internet and everything, but apparently not. It's so obtuse that it becomes really memorable once you know about it. It's the kind of secret that would have been really fun to share back in the playground. I can imagine that I'd probably put up a front and pretend that I didn't believe them, but then head straight home to try it after school, just in case. And that, to me, is 10 times more exciting than being forced to find legendaries by the story. It's a lot more meaningful discovering these mythic monsters when you're having to uncover the mystery for yourself. Now, yeah, I know, it's common wisdom that you can't risk alienating players with mandatory exploration and puzzles. I mean, I think that's bollocks, but if you insist. But then my solution would be to not make the legendary encounters mandatory. Make them optional and well hidden like in the first 2 generations. That was a lot more interesting. That's nowhere near the end of the legendaries though. Hoenn is bloody infested with the things. By finding these interdimensional holes, you can reach inside and find a legendary Pokemon like Heatran in the Scorched Slab. The portal seems really incongruous with Pokemon's general concentration on keeping things consistent, but it makes a wee bit more sense when you learn of the existence of Hoopa, a mythical Pokemon that uses these holes to cross dimensions. I reckon this was an excuse to save a bit of time, so it's nice that they gave it a bit of context either way. Unlocking Ho-Oh aboard Sea Mauville is a bit complicated, but like Regigigas, that's a compliment. You need to speak to a scientist on the deck of the ship who then sends you on a short series of errands. He's not particularly conspicuous, so you need to be inquisitive. You need to go out of your way to talk to people. Unless you chose to scour every inch of Sea Mauville for no reason, his clue is the only reasonable chance that you would have of finding the scanner that's hidden in the engine room. Because it's underwater, you can't use the dowsing machine. The room is a large, empty, suspicious room to be sure, so many people are bound to suspect that there's something in here. But since you can't use the dowsing machine underwater, there's no way to check. The only complication to that setup is the existence of mythical Pokemon. Mythical Pokemon are legendary Pokemon that are downloaded and encountered as part of a special event. If you're aware that mythical Pokemon exist, you might be forgiven for thinking that the engine room is just for one of them. That's what I thought the first time I played, which is why I dismissed it so readily. But then that's a problem more with mythical Pokemon than it is with this quest. We'll talk more about them in a wee bit. You can also find Spiritomb here. The method for this is hilariously obtuse, but I'm not really sure about it this time. The game makes it very clear that something's in this room, but the puzzle to get it doesn't make much sense. What you have to do is examine under the bed first, then examine the bookshelf, and then go into your bag to make Spiritomb appear. It's this last step that's really weird. I think it's supposed to be like you turning your back, but since it's a top-down game, it doesn't make much sense. I wouldn't have worked that out on my own. But again, I can't help but kind of like that just a wee bit. It's another fun little playground secret. Just be sure to save before you fight Spiritomb. The stupid thing loves using Memento, which is an instant suicide. That seems like a bad move to put on a Pokemon that you can only fight once. You can catch Latias in Southern Island if you have the Eon ticket. I'll be honest with you, I have no idea where I got this thing. It's an event item that apparently spreads from person to person via Street Pass, but I have no idea how I got it. Either way, it allows you to catch Latias in Omega Ruby and Latios in Alpha Sapphire, the opposite of the one you got earlier. They will also be holding this stupidly overpowered Soldew to boot, just in case the game wasn't easy enough. Latios and Latias used to be roaming Pokemon. Roaming Pokemon would, as the name suggests, roam all over the map. They would always run on their first turn, but they would retain damage between battles. The problem with them was that tracking them down was a massive pain in the arse, so anybody that didn't want to be tearing their hair out would just come prepared with Mean Luke to trap them, at which point it was just a normal battle. There are no roaming Pokemon in Omega Ruby, which I'm glad about, but also a wee bit disappointed by. Even if I didn't enjoy it moment to moment, I appreciate that change of pace. I'd rather see them improved than removed. That feels like giving up to me. The next few legendaries require you to soar. Soaring basically allows you to control Latios as it's flying. It overlaps massively with Fly to the point that if this weren't a remake, I suspect that Fly wouldn't have even been an HM. It works. The camera's a bit wonky and you have to watch the same cinematics every single time you use it, but other than that it works. I just wish I were more taken with it, really. The best I could maybe say about it is that it encourages exploration by opening up mirage spots, but they're all clearly marked with a bright red light anyway, so not really. It's a fun idea to be sure, but I think that the most telling thing is that if they removed it, I wouldn't care. Which I think sounds harsher than it actually is. I'm just kind of ambivalent towards it. I tend to use Fly anyway since it's much quicker. The mirage spots themselves are really cool. It's another great way to get you to socialise. You get a single random mirage spot every day which have rare Pokemon and unusual items. But by connecting with people, you'll get their mirage spot for the day as well. So you really want to be socialising as much as possible since it'll give you both mirage spots and secret bases. It snowballs really well with wonder trading in particular. The more people you trade with, the more your Pokédex fills, but also the more mirage spots you get, so the more rare items and Pokemon you can find. If you have Ho-Oh in your party, you can find the legendary beasts in the trackless forest. The legendary beasts are amazing, they've got some wonderful designs. You can tell just by looking at them that they're somewhat mystical. I also love how they recount the story of their creation. Raikou is the lightning that struck the brass tower, Entei is the fire that burned it, and Suicune is the rain that quenched the flames. Ho-Oh, of course, represents the rainbow. It's the sun after the rain. They each have the ability Pressure, which doubles the PP cost for moves. I really like the subtle storytelling behind this ability. When faced with a legend, you would find yourself nervous and under pressure, so you'd tend to be sloppier. It's a great wee piece of Ludo narrative. Reaching the Pathless Plane requires 3 Pokemon with max EVs in your party, which is a pretty low requirement. You will have that by this point in the game. The Swords of Justice are based on the 3 Musketeers of all things. Funnily enough, they were introduced in Generation 5 rather than 6 when the latter was based on France. You'll probably have noticed that a lot of these legendary Pokemon appear in this weird sub-dimension. This was maybe time constraints again, but I also suspect it's because Dusk Balls are too good otherwise. In previous generations, you could simply wait until night and then use a Dusk Ball for 3.5 times the effectiveness of a regular ball. For comparison, the Ultra Ball is only twice as effective. Catching Tornadus requires you to have Cast Form in your party. Tornadus is a prime example of some of the issues with designing legendary trios. You might have noticed that legendaries are usually grouped into 2s or 3s. This isn't a bad thing on the surface, but it means that they have to be designed around an arbitrary constraint. And while that can encourage creativity, Tornadus, Thundurus and Landorus show exactly what's wrong with that. All 3 look almost identical and are really forgettable as a result. Black and White introduced 156 new Pokemon, more than any other generation, including Generation 1. I think the designers must have been under a lot of pressure to pad out that quota, hence these lackluster designs. And Game Freak seems to agree with me, because in Black and White 2 they gained the ability to transform into visually distinct beast forms. Tornadus is the only pure flying type in the entire game. I have no idea why this is, it seems to have been a tradition to make every other flying type normal flying. There are a few more legendaries you can catch. You've got the Lake Trio, Palkia, Cresselia, Reshiram, Zekrom, Giratina, and a few more, but I'm not going to go out of my way to get them, you get the point by now. I like that there are so many legendaries though. They don't have much relevance to the world around them, but they're still cool secrets and catching them is fun, so the more the better I say. I just kinda wish they weren't all clumped up at the end. I know that they couldn't exactly throw a legendary Pokemon at you after the 3rd gym, but it would have been a nice pace breaker to have these catching challenges sprinkled throughout the game. As it is, you never really need to put your catching skills to the test until right at the end. And with that, we are finally heading for the end game. I take it you're all ready to be done with the sea routes at this point. Well, tough luck! Buckle up lads, it's time for a final 10-minute rant! Nah, I'm kidding, we're done with that. I'm really over-leveled at this point, and I'm not entirely sure that I should be. I mean, sure, I've been thorough, but I don't think that I should be this far ahead of the level curve. I know that you only have my word for this, but I haven't stopped to grind anywhere. I've just been trying to show everything there is to show. The level curve ought to be more closely controlled, and what gets me is the series has found the perfect way to do this before. In Generation 5, relatively weaker Pokemon yielded less experience, and relatively stronger ones yielded more. That's a great system as it ensures that you're advancing at roughly the same pace as the levels, while also encouraging you to punch above your weight. I think it is the objectively superior system, and I think it's a shame it was dropped for Generation 6. Evergrande City isn't really a city, it's a hospital. Pokemon has a weird relationship with space in that it has a tendency to call a collection of 4 or so buildings a town. These buildings are often bigger on the inside as well. It's easy to complain about this, but it would take an inordinate amount of effort to make this even remotely realistic, and even then it would still be noticeably fake. Look at Moville for an example. It's the biggest city in Hoenn, but it's still nowhere near the size of even a small village. I usually prefer this approach to the alternative. The larger something is, the less time can be spent on each detail. Hoenn manages to balance its size well for the most part. It's large enough to feel like a complete region, but not so large that it becomes sparse. Stories inherently come with some abstraction, and this is an abstraction that I tend not to mind. Similarly, barging into people's homes is ridiculous, as every webcomic in existence has pointed out, but at the same time it rewards exploration. So I know that the series takes some liberties with both city sizes and building sizes. But even allowing for that, this is literally just one building. I feel like there should have been a city somewhere around here. You would think that the Pokemon League would be a massive attraction. Victory Road is the game's final dungeon, as is tradition. And this is a tradition that they really need to start breaking. It is really encouraging stagnation. Pokemon has been structured almost identically since its inception. You start the game and you get the choice of a grass, fire or water starter from the local professor, who's named after a species of tree. You're then forced to do a short errand before you return to get your Pokédex and start the quest proper. You collect 8 gym badges, encountering a villainous team along the way who are trying to misuse a legendary Pokemon's power. Things reach a head between the 7th and 8th gym, where their plans backfire and you have to go and sort it out by beating the legendary Pokemon. You then go on to beat the 8th gym and then head to Victory Road, usually by climbing a waterfall. Then you beat the Elite 4, who are actually the Elite 5 because there's a champion as well. There are outliers to this. In the first 2 generations, Team Rocket had nothing to do with the legendary Pokemon. In Black and White, the villainous team replaced the Elite 4. But even taking those outliers into account, it's a very rigid structure. Generation 1 pulled this story off the best because it was tailor-built to have all 3 of its subplots tie into one another. Giovanni being the final gym leader means that you tie up the Team Rocket subplot just as you gain access to the Pokemon League. Your rival ended up being the final boss, not because the champion was an established institution, but because he had won the game-long race that you were both running. It was an absolutely genius twist. But there's no reason for the Elite 4 to be called the Elite 4 anymore, since the champion is now a certified position. Every single Pokemon League has a champion. Pokemon was fairly grounded at the beginning, with the villains being gangsters and the player's motivation being simple. But the series has become more and more extravagant because it needs to find superficially new ways to tell the same story. Characters are now created to fill roles. I don't think that Team Flare were created because they fit the game's themes or purposes, but because they needed a new team noun to be the game's villains. A lot of the evil teams really do descend into rote villainy as a result. This also leaves the series vulnerable to superannuation. Basically, I feel that each new game obsoletes the old ones because it's an almost identical experience, but with a greater pool of Pokemon. In fact, I felt so strongly about this that I was honestly tempted not to make this video after Sun and Moon released. I felt that it would be immediately outdated. I'm kind of in the paradoxical position of having to hope that Sun and Moon haven't fixed too many of my problems. Most turn-based RPGs will have a generic attack command, not so in Pokemon where the moves are more like spells. But rather than mana, the resource consumed for using these spells is PP. The PP system attempts to discourage the player from relying on a single powerful Pokemon. The most powerful moves in the game have less PP, so a player has less chance to get through a lengthy dungeon using only a single powerhouse. This is why PP restoration items are so rare, otherwise it would undermine this system. Running out of PP on all your moves forces you to use Struggle, a weak move that sees you take a quarter of your maximum HP as recoil damage. It seems like a harsh punishment, but if you run out of PP you're basically supposed to lose. You can't even use the move if you still have a status move left, so if you're left with Growl as your last move, that's basically you will probably faint before you even get to Struggle. But the thing is, in my entire time playing Pokemon, I have never had to use Struggle, even when I was an idiot kid with only a Charizard that had 4 Fire-type moves. So it doesn't effectively serve the purpose it's supposed to. Not even Victory Road is long enough that you'd be in any danger of running out. Even if you came in with just a single Pokemon, it would be an easy job to just use an escape rope or quickly run out and visit the Pokemon Center outside. It's the same problem with the gyms. Trainers don't respawn, so it's almost risk-free to brute force your way through. While the route loops back on itself multiple times, it's deceptively linear and the puzzles aren't much cop either. This gives the dungeon a sense of momentum, but this was the game's last chance for the level design to be a bit more involved. I'd have rather have had this momentum in the Seafloor Cavern and then have Victory Road challenge your navigation skills before the Elite Four challenge your battling skills. On the upside though, the game finally pulls out all the stops with enemy Pokemon. They're all final forms, which is way past overdue. I started getting my final forms after, like the 3rd gym, I think? Trainers still refuse to use any more than 3 Pokemon on their team though, which is disappointing. How these guys hope to challenge the Elite Four with, 2 Pokemon, I have no idea. Later parts of Victory Road look lush. The graphical overhaul really did wonders for this area. Wally returns here, finally concluding his arc by battling us before we reach the Pokemon League. I love the setting and I like that there's a mini-boss to punctuate Victory Road. But, I'd kind of forgotten that Wally existed, to be honest. It wasn't so much where's Wally as it was who's Wally. Listen, I know that I've been dismissive of a lot of the story, but I really want to like this. Wally has a solid arc and a consistent character. He's sincere and good-natured, but he's become a lot more confident and determined. I mean, it's basic as hell, but I would rather have a basic, well-executed idea than a grandiose, confusing one. It's just that so much has happened since we last saw him that I completely forgot he existed. The problem is, if you fought Wally throughout the game, his growth would be less of a surprise, so there's no perfect solution to this. What I don't like about this is the music. The instrumentation makes me wince. Pound for pound, I think that Omega Ruby boasts the best Pokemon soundtrack so far. The melodies are incredibly memorable, and the tempo and instrumentation always set the tone perfectly. It captures a wide range of tones and styles, but without ever feeling inconsistent thanks to the instrumentation. I don't know how ironic people are being when they deride the trumpets, but they are utterly iconic to me. This wailing electric guitar, on the other hand, feels like defaulting. It doesn't communicate any pathos or anything about his character, it's just kind of the standard choice for a climactic moment. The Elite Four is a gauntlet of powerful trainers that you need to beat one after the other. Even though I'm blatantly overleveled, I can't get too complacent. The Elite Four at least put up a fight. Trainers with 5 or 6 fully evolved Pokemon are few and far between in the rest of the game, and you're unable to visit the Pokemon Center between matches. You can save and use items of course, but this is the first time that the game expects any kind of forward thinking and resource management. It doesn't expect too much of you, money is plentiful by this point and you can hold almost infinite items, but it's still a step up from the rest of the game. So the Elite Four are a reasonable challenge. The problem is, for Pokemon, a reasonable challenge represents a massive spike in difficulty. Let me be clear, my issue isn't that the Pokemon League is too difficult, it's that the rest of the game is too easy. I'm going to borrow a phrase from the venerable H. Bomber guy, play conditioning. Play conditioning is exactly what it says, it's how the game conditions you to play. Up until this point, Omega Ruby has bent over backwards to accommodate you, conditioning you to expect free access to infinite full healing and trainers with just 2 or 3 not fully evolved Pokemon. This conditions players to be lazy and passive because the lowest possible effort is usually enough to get you by. But here, you are expected to get through 26 Pokemon, most of which are fully evolved and without the use of a Pokemon Center. Up until now, casual players have been able to get by. Even kids who rush through the game using only their starter Pokemon will probably manage to make it this far. In fact, the game kind of accommodates these players, giving them Latios and the EXP share to encourage them to rush through without really paying attention. But that gravy train terminates here. The game all of a sudden expects more than it has ever demanded, so a lot of players now need to grind to catch up. Ironically, it's those players that were desperate to avoid battling that will end up having to grind the most. And I've seen players quit right before the Elite Four in every single Pokemon game, which is something that they really ought to remedy. The remedy, of course, is to introduce a smoother difficulty curve. If gyms didn't allow you to cheese them by avoiding trainers or healing between battles, and if trainers more frequently had 4 or 5 Pokemon, and if the game took steps to ensure that players needed a well-rounded team to advance, I think that a lot fewer people would get blindsided by the Pokemon League. The order in which you fight the Elite Four is predetermined. You always fight Sydney, Phoebe, Glacia, Drake and then Steven in that order. Recent games have adopted a non-linear approach where you can choose the order that you fight them in. That seems like the better choice to me. The non-linear approach lets you decide which boss your team deals best with and then choose your tactics accordingly. Do you go for the most troublesome member first to get them out the way, or do you leave them to last to scrape together a few more levels before you fight them? The only advantage to this linear setup is that the 4 members slowly escalate towards the champion, or at least their levels do. But of course, levels are less important in Pokemon than type matchups. It's conceivable that a player's team might deal better with Drake than Sydney, but even so, they still need to tackle a tougher boss earlier. Now that we have 5 tough battles in a row, I think this is the best time to talk about the battle system in depth. I mentioned earlier that I think the battle system is something they basically got right first time. It's got a great blend of simplicity and complexity. But with that said, I also think that it has some glaring problems that could really stand to be examined. Now, to stress, keep in mind that I'm just talking about the single player for now. I'll talk about the multiplayer later. The first problem is one of dominant strategy. The game's systems are layered and multifaceted thanks to the abilities, held items, types, natures, move effects, and so on. But in-game, most of these mechanics might as well not exist because only one thing matters: type. You can only do one thing per turn, and super effective moves are so powerful that they're often likely to one-hit KO. And since you can only use one move at a time, the appeal of situational or tactical moves is limited. Why take up precious move slots with elaborate tactics when you could use them for more type coverage? Why waste turns tenderizing your opponent and risk retaliation when you could just kill them in one hit? Steamrolling your opponent becomes yet more viable when you take stab or same type attack bonus into account. If your Pokemon is using a move of its own type, like Blaziken using a fire type move, that move does an extra 50% damage, meaning that a super effective stab move will do 3 times the damage. And that is to say nothing of double weaknesses. You can potentially do sextuple damage. Now, part of this is just an inherent problem with the type mechanic, but a much larger part, I think, is the game's structure, which only exacerbates the problems. Most trainers, including bosses, will have a small team of Pokemon, all of the same type, and they won't switch them out even if they're at a type disadvantage. Conversely, the game will ask you if you want to switch Pokemon every time you defeat one, telling you what your opponent is sending in and then letting you choose a counter for free. So you can easily maintain your momentum by pivoting into a series of type advantages. And you might correctly say that, well, you can turn that off in the menu. But I don't think doing that fixes the fundamental issues. Even if you turn it off, the trainers still mostly use a couple of Pokemon of the same type, and they refuse to switch. It feels to me like having the switch style on is the intended way to play. It feels to me like you are supposed to chew through entire teams without really thinking about it. This strangles the life out of another of the game's amazing mechanics, the not very effective move. If you predict an incoming move, you can switch to a Pokemon that resists it or is immune to it, gaining the advantage for free. Doing this manually, predicting your opponent's move and gambling a turn on a switch is incredibly rewarding because there's a risk involved. If you predict incorrectly, the whole battle swings in another direction. But as it is, the opponent never bothers switching and they use a monotype team, and you get asked if you want to switch after every KO. So despite it being a really unique and incredible mechanic, you don't really get the chance to use it in the single player. And that's such a shame because there aren't many games that let you choose the target of your opponent's attack. So Pokemon as a result is incredibly rigid. Like I say, you can only have one Pokemon active at a time that can only do one thing per turn. And there is no way for your Pokemon to work together. To switch, you have to give up a turn and any buffs that your Pokemon might have had. Even moves that do let you pass on buffs like Reflect, Tailwind and Weather effects disappear after a couple of turns. And by the time you've used them, or by the time you've buffed and used Baton Pass, or by the time you've set up a Trick Room, you could have just killed the opponent in one hit. Now, the one-on-one system isn't inherently bad, it offsets risk and reward really well. Do you switch when faced with a tricky situation, or do you risk the attack to try and preserve your momentum? But your Pokemon are, effectively, not a team at all. Since you can only use one at a time, and since switching takes up a turn, they are almost completely separated from one another. So there are very few dynamics, very few chances to create off-the-cuff strategies. What I'm getting at here is that compared to other JRPGs, Pokemon's battle system is really simplistic. I'm going to use Mother 3 as a counterexample, not because it's the best example of the genre, but because I was playing it alongside Omega Ruby, and I was struck by just how much more satisfying the battles were. I had to layer offensive and defensive buffs, manage my team's inventories and PP, and keep them all alive as I did so. I couldn't rely on raw power, I had to focus on tactics and synergy between my party members. Random encounters were more interesting as I couldn't just select a single attack for an automatic win. This meant that the game had to be balanced so that my team could take a few hits, so I had to manage my resources to keep my team topped off. Bosses completely dwarfed me in raw strength, so the battles often began with me casting a tapestry of buffs and debuffs. I had to organise who was doing what each turn, who was putting out the damage, who was healing the party. This would often involve inventory management so that each party member had enough healing items to pass around. And because everyone had all of their moves at once, it also gave me plenty of opportunities to create on-the-fly tactics to respond to a tricky situation that I didn't anticipate. It wasn't ever overwhelmingly complicated, but it forced me to be engaged in a way that Pokemon, unfortunately, never did. So it's easy to see Pokemon's battle system as inferior. The system could be twice as complex, but so long as maintaining type advantage remains the dominant strategy, its tactical potential is restricted. Now, of course, I wouldn't dream of suggesting that they remove the type system. It's one of the best things about Pokemon, and landing a super effective hit is supremely satisfying with that sharp whip crack sound effect. And I definitely think that types should still be a prominent part of the game. I just think that they shouldn't completely obsolete other strategies. And make no mistake, types do obsolete a lot of other strategies. Quadrant Demonstrandum, I'm using Blaziken throughout these fights because he is super effective against 3 out of 5 members of the Elite Four. This is why he's almost objectively the best starter in Generation 3. Now, I think that assessment is slightly cruel, it's slightly disingenuous. Obviously, Pokemon has completely different priorities to other JRPGs. Team building, for example, is more about covering bases. Rather than picking party members that complement one another's strengths, you pick party members that can switch in on another's weaknesses. And since the system is dominated by type, a strong team has a variety of monsters. This isn't a bad approach at all, and it justifies the existence of stuff like Shift Ray. I'd never really rated Shift Ray before this playthrough, but he plugged a gap in my team perfectly and he turned out to be a great asset. Shift Ray's really brought me around this playthrough. I'm a fan of him now. The type system also means that you have an easy time telling what will fit in your team. It's a lot easier to explain to a kid that they need a water type in case they get set on fire than it is to explain the strategic advantages of having a tank. So what Pokemon lacks in synergy, it makes up for in creativity and freedom of choice. What I'm saying is that Pokemon's mechanics are by no means broken, but they're by no means perfect either. It is still running on the same mechanics and stats that it established back in 1996. And while that system still works, while it's still ticking away, you can really see the cobwebs, and I think that there are changes that could help unlock the game's potential. Because if you look at most other RPGs, hell, if you look at most other games, you will find pretty significant revisions to their core mechanics between games. I can see why Pokemon can't be quite as radical with its revisions. It has a lot more monsters and moves to consider, but I don't think that excuses it from having revisions at all. Even small changes to the level design or the AI would help a lot, I think. Giving trainers diverse Pokemon rather than a single type, letting the AI recognise a poor type matchup and be willing to switch, getting rid of the switch style so that you have to start predicting things. Now, I don't know how Pokemon games are made, I don't know how complicated programming them is, but I get the feeling that that sort of thing would be relatively easy to execute. It wouldn't involve a sweeping revision of the core formula. And I also think it would make the game orders of magnitude more engaging. And these kinds of changes would constitute an iterative, substantial change in my eyes. Not a new evolution, not a new contest, and not, like, Pokemiles. Because what the fuck are Pokemiles? I mentioned both stab and type effectiveness earlier, but there's yet another system that can potentially increase your damage. Critical hits have a very low chance of activating every time your move deals damage, and they make a move deal 1.5 times the damage it normally would. The only thing I could say in their defense is that they ignore defensive buffs in damage calculation, so it's not a viable tactic to just turtle up and give yourself max defense. A critical hit will just punch through anyway. Even so, I'd say just get rid of them. Just get rid of them. Stab and super effective hits fulfill the same purpose 10 times more effectively, as they have to be consciously and sometimes skillfully chosen. I think luck is at its best when it creates a choice. Your move's accuracy is a perfect example. If you choose a move with 60% accuracy and it misses, then it's because you took a calculated risk that didn't pay off. Getting a crit is just a random chance that can often completely upset a match. The only way to really quantify that complaint is to go through a hypothetical scenario. Let's say you're in a battle and you know that a crit would kill you, but a normal hit wouldn't. The only logical choice there is to ignore the 6% chance that the move will crit. But then there are two scenarios, one where they miss the crit, which is fine, and one where they get it, in which case the odds were so overwhelmingly in your favour that it feels unfair. The only tactic with crits is to pretend that they don't exist, and then become frustrated when they do. And all of this is to say nothing to catching wild Pokemon. It's a really obvious complaint, but we've all been there. You're trying to carefully whittle the opponent down so that they're as weak as possible, and then without warning, you're dealing 1.5 times the damage, bypassing all of its defensive buffs and killing it. I want to talk for a bit about the battle animations. There are 721 total Pokemon in Generation 6, and many of them have multiple forms. While that's a really impressive number, it also has a lot of detrimental effects, the game's balancing being one of them. I have to applaud how they handle these moves though. Each Pokemon has a few stock animations for attacking, and each move has a stock animation of its own. These animations are then cobbled together every time a move is used. It's surprising how well it works, and it alleviates pressure on animators. Rather than have to make a unique animation for every single move every single Pokemon can learn, they instead make animations for all of the moves and all of the Pokemon and then splice them together. That's a lot less work, which is a wise decision to me. They also make economic use of their assets. Often models are recycled between animations, like the swords used in both Sword Stance and Leaf Blade use the same recoloured model, but you hardly notice it. Now, some animations, especially for physical moves, come out worse for the compromise. Sky Uppercut is supposed to be Blaziken leaping into the sky with a tremendous uppercut. The move even hits Pokemon using Fly. But it lacks impact because they don't have the time to make that unique animation. Instead, Blaziken winds up a scratch, and then the game cuts to some weird upward dots. This is one of those areas where the static 2D graphics lent the game an appealing sense of abstraction. You had to use your imagination a lot more. I think they're still figuring out the best way to handle this in 3D, and while they haven't got it spot on yet, they're still doing a great job, I think. Finally, since I can't think of anywhere else to put this, I want to moan about the beeping sound when you're at low health. Nothing to say about this really, just cut it out. If your player can't tell that they're at low health, then they're literally not looking at the screen. And now it's time for that big reveal that I spoiled earlier, that Steven has been the champion the whole time. I like that the champion was somebody that you've been meeting throughout the game. It was a pretty fresh twist at the time, even if it begs the question why he wasn't more active during the crisis. It's just a shame that this was copied verbatim in subsequent games with Cynthia, Alder, Iris and Diantha. A twist is no longer impactful if it's predictable, but then this wasn't an earth-shattering revelation to begin with. Steven has waxed philosophical throughout the game, by which I mean he's talked a load of pish, and it all comes to a head here. Apparently he wants to get your perspective, feel your outlook through a Pokemon battle. Now, battles are great ways to communicate things about a character. You can show determination, drive, honour, as well as how much they've grown and learned. Pokemon is particularly good at this last one. Battles excel at these themes, they're practically made for them. But, Steven, mate, I can't communicate my life's philosophy through a punch-up. You're just being a tube. Steven uses a team themed around the Steel type, which is weak to both fire and fighting. Guess what type's Blaziken is? Now, to be fair, he rounds out his roster with some rock and ground types, but Blaziken still has a type advantage over 4 out of 6 members of his team. This can't have been intentional, but instead an unfortunate oversight. They probably didn't consider the problem, and by the time they were able to catch the mistake in playtesting, it would have been too much of a hassle to fix. The problem is, that hypothetical scenario happened over 10 years ago when they were making Ruby and Sapphire. To add insult to injury, they fixed the problem in Pokemon Emerald by having Wallace become the champion. Although I wasn't too chuffed at having to fight yet more water types, so that was a lateral move at best. But either way, they were obviously aware that there was a problem with the setup. So why is it here again in the remakes? I said earlier that Mega Evolutions harmed the simple timelessness of the original Pokemon designs. But I don't think any of them are actually poorly designed, except for one. And that one is Mega Metagross. That thing's a fucking mess. I don't even know what's going on with it when I'm looking directly at it. There are so many spikes and legs all over the place that I don't know what this creature is or how it moves. Now, it's supposed to be the culmination of Metagross's evolutionary line. 2 Beldum become Metang, 2 Metang become Metagross, 2 Metagross become Mega Metagross. But there's a limit, and they took it too far with this one. It ruins Metagross's impact. It's supposed to be bulky and heavy, coming out of its ball and then crashing down into the ground. That's ruined when it mega evolves and then sprouts a billion legs and starts floating about weightlessly. Pride, of course, comes before a fall. I only went and misclicked in the final move, didn't I? I knew for sure that another flamethrower would have killed it, but ah well. Even with that blunder, the fact that I beat over half the Elite Four with just Blaziken shows how desperately Game Freak need to pay attention to the balancing. It really is the ultimate example of the problems with the type system. A single Pokemon can tear through entire teams like wet tissue. Or dry tissue, I suppose, since it's fire type. The final post-credits battle against May is the perfect way to close out the main quest. It's a quieter and more meaningful battle to show how far you've both come. It's the perfect choice for this kind of game. It's just dead on. She makes it a wee bit cheesy with her friendship speeches though. Nintendo have a horrible habit of animating the characters' lips in a way that seems to be synced to a script, but without voiceover. Text boxes are an abstraction, but what I find really interesting is that they work so well. While it's vogue to draw the parallel between games and films by making them more cinematic, text boxes are one of the reasons why, at least for the RPG, I would more closely compare them to a comic. Despite being a visual medium, there's a higher time investment than a film, and they involve a lot of reading. Now, I'm not against attempts to show the characters interacting, but I don't think that this middle ground works at all. If they're going to be animated this precisely, you kind of need to include voices. It just looks awkward as hell with their lips flapping around. One detail I do like though is the fact that May has stopped apologising for saying corny things. That's really effective. She doesn't stop saying the corny things because those are the things that she wants to say. She's just become more confident. And the game doesn't need to explain that to you, you can just tell through her dialogue. Good job, game. Good ending. As soon as you start the game back up, it immediately launches into a side story it calls the Delta episode. I'm just going to come out with it. I'm just going to put my cards on the table here. The Delta episode is complete pig swill. It's an utter train wreck on pretty much every level. The story revolves around a meteoroid that has suddenly changed direction and is about to crash into Hoenn, so it's another brand of ecological disaster basically. The episode wastes no time introducing Zinnia, a character who provides some ham-fisted intrigue. She does this a few times throughout the story. The game tries to build intrigue by having her exposit information to herself. She apparently wanted Groudon to be revived, but since you foiled that plan, she instead needs plenty of that built up. This is a bugbear with a lot of Japanese translation, but in English, that isn't a natural sounding euphemism. The phrase that I think you're looking for is you know what. That's not me saying that you know what, the phrase is literally, quote, you know what, end quote. Like, we need a lot of you know what built up. The game cuts again to Littleroot Town, where Norman is doing his embarrassing comedy dad routine. He wants you to ask May to a meteor shower in Moss Deep. The meteors are based in the Leonids, but of course, since it's the Pokemon universe, instead of the Leonids, they're the Litleonids. Okay, so it's a bit of a stinker, but I like it. I can just imagine the fun they had delivering that pun. That's it, by the way, that's the end of the good bits of this episode. I had a really difficult time remembering anything that went on in the Delta episode before I replayed it. Even when I was writing this immediately after having played it, I could hardly remember a thing about it. And the problem is quantifiable. It's down to the structure, which is cobbled together out of cotton buds and earwax. The best way to effectively demonstrate its problems is just to go through the first section bit by bit. The introduction, with the scientists discovering the meteoroid, comes as a complete non sequitur. Your character isn't actually present for these events, it's got nothing to do with you. But it sets up the situation and it serves as a wee bit of foreshadowing, so alright, that's forgivable. The problem is that it then immediately cuts to Zinnia, again apropos of nothing. She introduces a number of questions. Who is she? Why was she trying to resurrect Groudon? How does she know about the meteor? What is that? Who is Aster? Why is she talking to herself? And you're expected to remember these questions and details to both understand the plot and get the emotional payoff. But at this point, they're not rooted in anything that I can understand, so there's no hook. I just kind of forgot about these questions as the story went on. It was only when I completed the Delta episode and then reviewed the footage that I understood what she was going on about. To make the story even more unclear and confusing, Zinnia then ambushes you outside your house and then buggers off without accomplishing anything. Zinnia is going around collecting keystones, and heading to Petalburg shows that she's already nicked them from May and Wally. It also gets us in another scrap with Courtney, who is still using just a Camerupt. We're then immediately called to the Devon Corporation by Steven. I'm not skipping anything, by the way, this is actually how the Delta episode is structured. You're thrust from place to place, a tiny sliver of story is performed at you, you do a battle, and then you repeat. This is why it was so difficult for me to keep up with this. This is why it was so difficult for me to remember what the hell happens in the Delta episode. To corroborate the horrible structure, if you go back in your house after Zinnia appears and then go back out, you get given a Johto starter. Like, there's no prompt for this. Apropos of nothing again, you have to go back in and then back out your house when you're supposed to be following up on the plot thread that it's just introduced. So this is a very easy bonus to miss. It feels like they were trying to pack well too much into this small space. Anyway, back to the Devon Corporation. Stephen and President Stone have a great rapport here. It's the first time that Stephen actually behaves like a human being. No matter how cool you are, I guess that parents are always able to embarrass you. Not mine though. I'm sitting here making like 7-hour Pokemon reviews and my mum wears leather jackets and rides a motorbike. President Stone explains that 3,000 years ago in Kalos, the setting of Pokemon X and Y, an ultimate weapon was created to end an ancient Pokemon war. The only thing capable of powering this weapon was the life force of Pokemon. I can't believe that's a sentence I just said. So President Stone's grandfather created Infinity Energy, which uses the same technology. This is the source of the harmony in the Pokemon world. They literally have infinite renewable energy, at the cost of sacrificing lots of Pokemon. That's not a subtext, that's literally what's just been said. Like, it uses the same technology as the ultimate weapon. They have been slaughtering Pokemon and harvesting their energy. That's horrible! Now, I know how that complaint's going to come across. I know that that's going to seem like I'm just picking on some poor wording, but I promise this is relevant. The Stones then send you to Granite Cave to retrieve a meteorite. Zinnia's already there, foreshadowing to herself. When she notices you, she almost immediately announces that she adores you and that she can't hold her feelings back any longer. Nah, but she's talking about having a Pokemon battle, because of course she is. Does she really need to use such explicitly romantic language? Like, is anybody going to get excited by that? After she gets thrashed, she challenges my actions, asking if they're based on ideals or some notion of the truth. If it's the latter, do I really know the truth? No! Listen, I'm giving you everything I've got here. The game has not explained anything to me. My actions aren't dictated by ideals or truth. They're dictated by the game designers. Neither me nor my character have been given any reason to do any of this. Although, actually no, tell you what, fighting Zinnia, I don't need much of a reason to do that. I'm quite happy to beat her up. Okay, again, cards on the table here, Zinnia is far and away the worst character in the game. She is a condescending wee bampot, she constantly interrupts you, she massively overcomplicates a simple story even further, and none of her actions make any logical sense whatsoever. She's supposed to be mysterious, sure, but none of her mannerisms are consistent or justified. Like, why does she swing her arms like a monkey during battle? The scientists' plan is to launch a rocket containing Mega Evolution energy at the meteor and teleport it away from the planet using a device called the Link Cable. Alright, oh yeah, the Link Cable, aye, very good lads. What the hell is going on? Where did any of this come from in a Pokemon game? So Zinnia appears again. We should probably just start carpooling at this point, and she claims that we shouldn't use the abominable Infinity Energy, claiming that it is indeed evil. But this is a really cheap trick. The text surrounding Infinity Energy is deliberately misleading. It implies that there's a Pokemon body count to create it, adding a bit of moral ambiguity. If it benefits so many but sacrifices Pokemon, is Infinity Energy truly bad? That's the subtext they're going for anyway, but the answer's no. I'm going to ruin this moment by point blank telling you what Zinnia's on about. She's not worried about Infinity Energy at all. She's worried that the meteorite might crash into a parallel universe. No, okay, listen, this is a train wreck. We'll get back to that later. My point for just now is that the game purposefully explains Infinity Energy poorly to create the illusion of moral complexity. The fact is, Infinity Energy is fine. It doesn't require the sacrifice of Pokemon. It really is a perfect solution. But in lieu of a substantial conflict, Omega Ruby instead just explains itself poorly to pretend that there's a conflict. The series keeps bloody well doing this. It keeps raising an interesting question about the potentially exploitative relationship between people and Pokemon before immediately concluding, nah, it's fine. Zinnia is manic and condescending because she's angry. She's angry that we're unwittingly seeking a destructive solution to our problem. Taking her parallel universe theory at face value, and again we'll get back to that in a minute, that's understandable, especially as she has a better solution, one that could save everyone. But the problem is, that conflict is so easily resolved. She could just tell us. She could just mention her plan at any point, and I reckon people would be happy to help her out. But if she did, there would be no reason for the conflict, and no reason for this entire story. She comes in, she snarks and condescends, she criticises your methods, and then she doesn't offer an alternative even though she has one. All of the conflict could be resolved right here, right now, if anybody asked at any point, alright, what's your solution? Instead, she asks me what my solution is. Why would I have a plan? Like, 'cause I'm good at fighting Pokemon? Like, oh no lads, global warming's getting to be a bit of a problem. Quick, get Thierry Henry on the phone. Meteor Falls is next to pick up a meteorite and get some information about Zinnia. I mean, I feel like this whole meteoroid situation is fairly urgent. I don't think we should be wasting our time with this, but no, apparently we need to find out what Zinnia's about. She's a member of the Draconids, a group that formed around Rayquaza, whom they viewed as a guardian deity. The Draconids are the only bit of the story that I'd like to see more of. It's a wee bit of world building that actually builds the world. It's only natural that Rayquaza would be a figure of worship, especially when it's the only thing able to quell Groudon and Kyogre. Now back to Rustboro. This entire saga so far has just been travelling between Rustboro and Mossdeep and text skipping through nonsensical cutscenes. Areas were always going to be reused in post-game content, but this is not an interesting or clever reuse. You don't actually interact with the level design at any point, you just fly between 2 points. It also wastes a lot of your time. Team Magma's attacking the Devon Corporation again, and you have to stand outside and then fight them one by one. If the story isn't doing you in, then the repetitive, padded structure sure as hell will. Just in case you thought I was kidding about going back and forth between Rustboro and Mossdeep, the next step is to fight Team Magma at Mossdeep Space Centre. Courtney has apparently gone in the huff because Maxie changed his plans after realising that Groudon would destroy the world. So yeah, no, she's frustrated and I can understand that, so what's her plan? Well, it's to blow up the link cable, thus destroying the world. Christ almighty. Like what, apparently the stakes just weren't high enough? As if this story wasn't having enough trouble focusing. Like, her grunts are all following her every order, but they also want to stop her for some reason. Look, I'm not looking for incredible narrative complexity with this, just for it to make a modicum, an iota of sense ever. Why are they that devoted to her? Like, come on lads, have some self-respect. I'm a massive perma-virgin myself, but destroying the world's a wee bit of a red flag. I mean, you live there. I'm having a lot of fun with this, can you tell? After thwarting Courtney, Zinnia shows up and destroys the activation device for the link cable, so if her plan fails, you know, the plan that she still hasn't explained yet, there's no alternative and the world is dead. Now, you're probably wondering what Zinnia's alternative is. After all, she has been building up to it for 12 hours. But to answer that, we need to talk about parallel universes. The meteoroid might end up in a hypothetical parallel universe, Hoenn, where Mega Evolution doesn't exist, and thus they would have no way to defend themselves from it. Aye, very good lads. Basically, they're banking on veterans of the series giving her theory a bit more clout, as that other Hoenn does exist in Generation 3. But from a narrative perspective, that is a hilariously random explanation. I really don't think we needed any narrative justification for this remake. Apparently this has lent some weight because it's a long observed phenomenon amongst the Draconid. You know, because apparently the spiritual group that surrounded Rayquaza for generations are all about the quantum physics. Apparently they're also proof of the infinite monkey theorem. So supposedly, Mega Evolutions are created by an overflow of life force born of friendship that opens a portal to another dimension. This is so stupid, it's amazing! Next, Zinnia heads to take Maxie's keystone. For some reason, you still have to battle your way through the Magma hideout even though they're no longer hostile towards you. Let's just skip it. If you didn't find the Master Ball earlier, the game basically forces you into it. I actually kind of like how this is handled. If you're paying attention, you can get it earlier, but in either case it isn't thrust at you. You're probably going to need it soon, so they deliberately draw you to it in case you don't have it yet. At the end of this, Zinnia explicitly tells you that she's off to Sky Pillar, but you still need to head back to Steven just in case you're having any independent thoughts. So you go back to Moss Deep, you meet Steven, he tells you to go back to Sutopolis where you meet Wallace, who then takes you to Sky Pillar where you end up fighting him because of tradition, even though the fate of the world is at stake. I'm not a fan, you get it. Inside Sky Pillar, Zinnia recounts the tale of her people. In ancient times, Groudon and Kyogre's destructive rampages oppressed humanity. There existed a group of Dragon-type users who... oh, no. Okay, that's it. You've got to climb to the next floor and then fight through random encounters just to eke out the next wee bit of the story, because that's good pacing. The story itself is really confusing. It's a series of cataclysms with Groudon and Kyogre going on a rampage, and then meteors hitting the earth, then Groudon and Kyogre going mental again, then more meteors, and then Groudon and Kyogre go ballistic at the meteors. And each time, Rayquaza comes down and sorts the whole mess out like he's the bloody janitor. Oh, that's Groudon and Kyogre making a mess again. Fuck's sake, supposed to be my day off. Zinnia's story massively complicates Rayquaza and Sutopolis' lore. It shoehorns them into being involved with Mega Evolution. This was even to the point of contradicting Sutopolis' origin. It's based on a volcanic caldera, but it's now instead a meteoric crater. That meteorite became the source of Primal Groudon's power. This is so complicated. There's like 3 or 4 Armageddons and about as many magical MacGuffins involved. And don't get me started on the ancient prophecy that foretold that a meteor would one day strike Hoenn. Listen, if the rest of that story's to be believed, that's not a prophecy, that's basic pattern recognition. Here's the story. Rayquaza has protected the Earth from disaster, and Zinnia wants to summon it to stop the meteor. That's it. All of this running around has just been to tell you that one sentence. I'm getting fed up with this, can you tell? At the top, Zinnia gives a heartfelt, emotional speech about turning her eyes towards the stars so that her tears would never fall. So basically, sometimes she has a wee greet. That's the whole point of that. Apparently she lost somebody important to her called Aster, so she named her Whismur Aster in her honour. That's a touching tribute there, isn't it? A bloody Whismur. I wonder if Aster screamed when she was startled as well. But the implication of this speech is that by summoning Rayquaza to destroy the meteor, Zinnia might be entering into a suicide pact so that she can finally be reunited with Aster? I don't really know, this isn't picked up again. I don't really care either, to be honest. Maybe I'd sympathise if she were more specific. Or maybe I'd sympathise if she weren't such a bellend. The scene then cuts, and this bit's amazing. The scene cuts because she knocks you out. There's no warning for it, there's no animation for it. The first you know about even having been attacked is when she apologises for it. Now this was utterly baffling to me, but I've worked out why they did it. Do you remember the clock from the very, very beginning of the game? It's that again. They needed the previous scene to be at night time so that Zinnia could talk about the stars. So to make it fit, they had her knock you out for no reason so that it could time skip if it needed to. Now that's pretty bad on its own, right? That's really ham-fisted. But she actually needs you awake because she needs you as backup for summoning Rayquaza. So she must have knocked you out and then gone, oh fuck, hold on, and then waited there for hours. That is amazingly stupid. At least she finally gets to the point though and she summons Rayquaza, only to realise that she can't control it. Bit of a faux pas that. If only scientists or somebody had come up with some other solution to the problem. We're 2 for 2 now in her making half-baked plans that almost destroy the world. If I felt like this was intentional, if I felt like she was supposed to be arrogant but inexperienced, I would be a lot happier with this. And that might have actually been what they were going for as well. In an interview with the Japanese magazine Nintendo Dream, game director Shigeru Omori explained that Aster was the previous lore keeper before Zinnia. It's heavily implied, like all but stated, that she died, and it seems that's left Zinnia with some confidence issues. As the new lore keeper, she has the weight of the worlds on her shoulders. She believes that she is the only one that can summon Rayquaza. This might explain her eccentricities. She's trying to put a brave face on overwhelming pressure. But, like, about 75% of that is speculation. That is not what is in the game. There are a couple of scattered hints to a character arc for Zinnia, but they are buffeted about by her manic depressive mood swings and endless exposition. I mean, for fuck's sake, to put that together I had to read an interview in a language that I don't even know. That is not a coherent character. You are required to catch Rayquaza at this point of the game. If you make him faint, he simply respawns. To accommodate this, his catch rate has been increased significantly. You now have a 5% chance of catching Rayquaza at full health with a normal Pokeball. For contrast, Groudon had a 0.3% chance. I really dislike this. Catching legendaries should be tense and rewarding, and you should have to prepare for it. Instead, the game basically just hands you Rayquaza. I can see why they lowered its catch rate. If a player had an ill-equipped team or were cursed with legendarily bad luck, they might find themselves stuck. I don't bemoan that decision specifically, I bemoan the decision to force the player to catch Rayquaza in the first place. You're then forced to use it, which I hate. I would much rather use my team that I've spent the whole game raising, not this one that it's just thrust upon me and told me is pretty epic. It completely misses the point of Pokemon, which is to catch and raise monsters of your choosing. Mega Rayquaza is the poster child for balancing issues. It is so stupidly powerful that the leading competitive community over at Smogon basically banned it from the ban list. At least you can pummel Zinnia with it though. What follows is a scene where you pull a spacesuit out of your backpack and fly into space on the back of Rayquaza so that it can pierce a meteorite. I remembered this scene fondly for how audaciously over the top it was. It made me laugh the first time I saw it because I felt like the game was being knowingly ridiculous. So I was ready to be on its side going into this, but having reassessed the Delta episode, I wonder if I'm supposed to be laughing at this. It's wildly stupid, but I'm not convinced that the game knows that. I think it might actually be trying to be awesome. But that is so out of touch with the rest of the game's relaxed tone. You're flying into space on the back of a dragon. As every single person on the planet that knew anything about Pokemon guessed, the meteor is actually Deoxys, which was originally a mythical Pokemon in Generation 3. You encounter no less than 4 legendaries as part of the main story. While the game waxes lyrical about how special they are, the fact that the player stumbles into 4 of them, pretty much 2 in a row at the end, completely diminishes their importance. I seriously much prefer it when they're hidden away like the Regis. The encounter with Deoxys was the reason that the game has been flagging up a subtle space theme throughout. I was initially unsure why the space theme was thrown in alongside the land, sea and sky theme, but it kind of makes sense when one considers that the game isn't so much about land, sea, sky as it is the origin of life. You have Kyogre who created the seas, Groudon who created the land, and Rayquaza who created the atmosphere. All that's left is that little spark of DNA to bring life. Scientists have often theorised that life on Earth had extraterrestrial origin, that microscopic organisms arrived on Earth from outer space. This theory is called panspermia. Deoxys embodies this idea, with its arms being double helixes and its name being a contraction of deoxyribonucleic acid, or DNA. It's really poorly telegraphed though. It's likely that you might end up in space without a linchpin of your Pokemon capturing operation, especially as Rayquaza demands that you send a member back to the PC. On top of this, Deoxys is one of the most difficult Pokemon to catch thanks to a perfect storm of factors. First of all, it's incredibly easy to kill. It's got paper-thin defences, like I'm talking less than Ralts. It can boost those defences with cosmic power, but then there's the risk of a critical hit. Once you get its health down to the perfect spot though, it also has Recover, which scuttles your efforts. Finally, it has a 0.3% capture rate at full health with a Pokeball, which is the lowest in the game. If you miss your chance to catch Deoxys and you want to try again, the earliest point you could save before this is before the Rayquaza encounter. I like that this raises the stakes, but I can see why they don't do this. Catching is based on random chance, and if you end up on the wrong side of the random number generator, you can lose the Pokemon through no fault of your own. So, in conclusion, this is exactly the situation that the Master Ball was made for. And with that, we've reached the end of the Delta episode, thank God. All in all, it's an unprecedented disaster. It's horribly written, bloated beyond comprehension, and everybody acts completely unreasonably because they didn't figure out how else to funnel you through the story. At the end, we get all of the characters reflecting on both the events and what they've learned. It's pretty standard, it's pretty saccharine fare, but Courtney's let completely off the hook. It worked when Maxie was forgiven as he was just misguided. He almost caused a disaster with the best of intentions. But Courtney consciously tried to murder a lot of people. I'm not so happy about that one, to be honest. But then, that shouldn't have been a plot point anyway. What I've been driving at throughout this video is this. The writing has aspirations to be this story on an epic scale when it doesn't need to be. Firstly, because it's flipping awful at it, but mainly because I can go to hundreds of other series for that. Pokemon is allowed to just be a simple, clean little story on a personal scale because that's what Pokemon does best. The more extravagant plots they introduce, the less it feels like my journey. No longer is it the story of the boy who left a small town in pursuit of a dream to become the very best like no one ever was, to coin a phrase. Instead, it's now the story of the boy who is destined to bring God to heal. There's a disconnect there. The former is a dream that you've set your sights on at the beginning. You find yourself embroiled in other conflicts along the way, each of which helps you grow. The latter is this cartoonish excess that you're involved with because you're the hero. You're a self-insert, the best at seemingly everything. You're immediately told that you're an amazing trainer, that you might become champion, you're scouted for contests, you're told that you're the only one that can go in and catch Groudon, you summon Rayquaza when the lassie that's trained all her life can't, you go into space to stop a meteor. There's a point at which the artificiality of this becomes too obvious. The game already overcomplicates what is otherwise a very simple story. The Delta episode takes that to its logical extreme, writing screeds and screeds of text that have no meaningful impact on the events unfolding. There's a mystical, prophetic story, outlandish costumes, ancient super civilizations, ultimate weapons, ancient tribes, gods that are summoned with a ritual, and about 4 different explanations for Mega Evolution. It's more like Final Fantasy than Pokemon. And I mean, you'll never catch me complaining that Pokemon needs to stop changing, but they're clearly not good at being Final Fantasy. This is horribly written. Having that friendly battle against May is such a better ending for Pokemon. Still though, I reckon there's at least one guy out there that hates Zinnia more than I do, and that's the writer of the official Pokemon manga. Jesus, that's brutal. Just like with the Johto starters, you're given the Unova starters as soon as you leave your house. Birch is being chased by the Posty this time rather than a wild Pokemon. I love that running gag. It feels like the game is poking fun at the daft scenario of a grown man being chased by a puppy. You ultimately get your pick of 4 sets of starters throughout Omega Ruby. You've got Hoenn, of course, but then you also get Johto, Unova, and later we'll get the Sinnoh starters as well. There's nothing to complain about there, obviously, but I wish that I actually had the chance to use them. I wouldn't mind seeing some starters become standard wild Pokemon following their debut. They tend to be fan favourites for obvious reasons, but they kinda lose some of that luster if you can't use them in-game. Speaking of free Pokemon, you can also pick up Beldum from Steven's house. He just assumes that you let yourself in, naturally. Beldum is a perfect idea for a pseudo-legendary. It can only learn Takedown, which deals recoil damage. This makes it really tough to train, but ultimately worth the payoff because Metagross is great. But just as with the starters, by the time you're given Beldum, the game's already over, so this drawback is pretty much irrelevant. And yeah, sure, you get given a shiny Beldum if you got the game at launch, but I didn't get the game at launch, did I? Another thing you can do in Lilycove is visit Cove Lily Hotel, which is where the Game Freak staff stays. Normally, I'm not so keen on fourth wall breaks, but I'm okay with this for some reason, probably because Pokemon never really tries to immerse you. The series has had a history of breaking the fourth wall. There are even wee kids next door playing Pokemon on their 3DSs. I can't help but draw attention to this mad creeper in the corner though, who is well too excited about fighting little girls. Like, I'm not reading between any lines here, there are very few ways that you could interpret this. I'm not going to go too far into that one for obvious reasons. At least I fucking hope they're obvious reasons. It's just really kind of weird. Okay, so I'm not actually going to call foul or anything, I think that would be really sensationalist. I get that Japan's a different culture. That line maybe reads a lot more innocently over there. It just feels to me like the kind of thing that probably should have been changed in localization. Heading to the docks at either Lilycove or Slateport lets you sail to the Battle Resort, a tropical island dedicated to battling. But not the battling we've seen so far, no, we're about to delve into the sticky world of competitive Pokemon. As you enter, you encounter Archie and his underlings. Their cameo's only really here as a nudge and a wink to Alpha Sapphire. They claim that there may be another world out there where they try to revive Kyogre. Aye, very good lads, well done, I get it. There are trainers scattered around outside for daily battles. Guess what, they all use a single type, but the fights are immediately made more interesting because of their competent and unusual Pokemon. And this is my major argument for increasing the game's difficulty a bit, it just makes it more interesting. Even if it meant reducing the number of trainers, I'd much rather fight opponents with 4 interesting and threatening Pokemon than like a Numel and a Zubat. I've tried to keep comparisons with Ruby, Sapphire and Emerald to a minimum in this video, partly out of laziness, but mostly because I didn't want this to be a comparison. I chose to review Omega Ruby, not because it was a remake, but because I like Omega Ruby. Having said that, I think it's necessary to address how faithful the remake is to the original Ruby and Sapphire over Emerald. I've already mentioned how the game blindly recreates a number of Ruby and Sapphire's flaws. That's one thing, but what annoys me is that Game Freak already fixed these flaws in the remake cum expansion pack Pokemon Emerald. In other words, Emerald included a number of changes that Omega Ruby didn't capitalise on. Wallace was the champion so that Blaziken couldn't sweep as easily. A huge stretch of land was added in front of the daycare for egg hatching, and a lot of areas were expanded upon or added. One of my favourite touches was a small cave called the Desert Underpass where the player could catch Ditto, so breeding was a lot easier. These are just some basic examples of improvements found in Emerald, which was made in 2005, that are nowhere to be found in Omega Ruby, which was made in 2014. The biggest oversight though is the exclusion of the Battle Frontier. The Battle Frontier was this sprawling theme park that gave the player 7 different gauntlets. Now, it wasn't beyond reproach like, it was huge, and there were loads of rules to remember, so it could get a bit overwhelming. It wasn't something that I personally got a huge amount of mileage out of, but its exclusion here is conspicuous nonetheless. The game's developers mentioned in an interview that it was cut to avoid alienating casual players, and with all due respect to them, I reckon that's a wee bit of a porky pie. It's a lot more likely that the Battle Frontier was cut due to time constraints. Pokemon has been the workhorse of both the DS and the 3DS, with each having 2 generations apiece, including remakes. In other words, there have been almost annual Pokemon releases since 2009. You can see a lot of cut corners in Omega Ruby, and I suspect that's probably because of this. One example is there's this whole subplot with the recurring character Lucre that is noticeably unfinished. He washes up on the beach with amnesia, but that plot thread is never resolved. There's also the water routes, which are unchanged from the originals. I don't want to excuse them because they're a huge problem, but I cannot imagine that the team were oblivious to the issues. I just don't think they had the time to revise it, so they plastered over it with a few small mechanical improvements. Like, Despite the fans clamouring for Hoenn remakes for years, the games were unceremoniously plonked on the internet 7 months before release with a trailer that showed their box art on a white background and nothing else. Finally, there's the Battle Frontier, which I suspect was actually in the game at some point. There's a small advertisement at the back of the resort, with the excuse being that the Battle Frontier is planned to start development soon. It seems possible to me that the Battle Frontier started development but was then scrapped and then they had this model left over. The Battle Resort isn't bad it's just objectively less content than the Battle Frontier. Even the Battle Maison, the centrepiece of the whole island, is just copy pasted from X and Y. It's impossible to be too negative about this though. If I'm actually right, this just goes to show how good Game Freak are at handling this. It's impressive that the only undercooked area is in the post-game. Omega Ruby as a whole isn't as fully featured as the likes of Heart Gold and Soul Silver in my opinion, but it's really focused on the important bits and so it holds together well. If I'm anywhere close to on the money with my assessment, then it's really impressive that Omega Ruby turned out as well as it did. What I think is more interesting is the proliferation of remade content in the Pokemon series as a whole. Even ignoring the recycled structure and plot elements, the Pokemon series remakes content almost as often as it makes new stuff. There's usually an expansion or revision a couple of years after a new version is released, and there's usually a remake once every second generation. This pattern has become so entrenched that folk are taking Sinnoh remakes to be a given. But I suppose that criticism is a really broad and vague assessment, so it doesn't really count for much. The question I should instead ask is this: did Ruby and Sapphire need to be remade? As much as I enjoyed Omega Ruby, I would have to say no. The original games are almost identical in design, boast compatibility with Generation 6, and still look great. In some ways, I think they even look better. The colours are a lot more vibrant in the originals. Pokemon in particular look a lot more vivid than their 3D models. They look a bit washed out in the remakes. I suspect that might have something to do with the hardware, but regardless. Manipulating nostalgia for cash is one thing, but I also suspect that Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire were created, at least in part, to make certain Pokemon more accessible on the 3DS. Which is a shite reason to make a new game. First off, we live in the age of DLC. It's industry standard nowadays to patch games or make new content post-release. Secondly, because everything's online now, it's easy to get any Pokemon you want. Thirdly, they could just put them in. Nothing's stopping them, just put the Hoenn Pokemon in Kalos on release. They're already programmed into the game, you can just do it. Okay, so I'm not actually upset about them releasing new games to include new Pokemon. It's not like Omega Ruby was a quick and dirty, overpriced cash-in. It's a fully featured new game. The Pokemon Company obviously cares about quality, it obviously cares about keeping its fans happy. But I think we need to cut it out with the remakes and extra versions already. I would much rather see new games released half as often than more frequent but slightly rushed releases. The Battle Maison is a marathon of Pokemon battling. You battle trainers one by one in 3-on-3 matches, getting healed between each match. You gain incrementally more battle points the longer you continue, which can then be exchanged for rare items. But the point handouts start out meagre, and a single loss means it's back to square one. With an AI that slowly gets harder and harder, it means that one bit of bad luck can cost you everything, which is needlessly harsh. It would feel like it was wasting less of your time if a loss only set you back a few places. Fortunately, you can take a break at any time without losing your rank. It's conventional wisdom that handheld games should provide bite-sized content, and Game Freak haven't forgot that. Now, the Battle Maison battles simulate the multiplayer more than the single player, so there are a few minor but impactful rule changes in this mode. All Pokemon are locked to either level 50 or level 100, meaning that they're all on roughly equal footing. No items are allowed, meaning that you can't just tank the hits and then heal off the damage. You need to rely on your Pokemon and your Pokemon alone. Finally, and most significantly in my opinion, the battle style is set. You can no longer switch Pokemon after you knock one out. The switch style kept the pace up in the single player, but it would be completely unfair in multiplayer. The first side to KO would carry momentum far too easily. Instead, the game becomes about predicting your opponent's moves and choosing the right time to switch. Ideally, you can switch a flying type in on a ground type move and take no damage, basically gaining the upper hand and putting your opponent on the back foot for free. You can play some great mind games with this system. It's amazing how complex those predictions become. Rock, paper, scissors is the comparison that's most often drawn with Pokemon's type system, but that's doing Pokemon a massive injustice. It is so much more than that. You actually have context and reasoning as to why your opponent might choose their move. For talk's sake, let's say that your opponent has a Gyarados, which takes quadruple damage from electric moves. But because the game shows you your teams at the beginning, you know that they also have an Electivire, which is powered up by electricity. So you have a choice then. Do you go for the Thunderbolt to try and kill the Gyarados but risk Electivire absorbing it? Or do you predict that and then switch to a ground type, predicting them to switch? But then, have they predicted that you've predicted them so they don't switch? Do you get how genius this is? All of this anxiety and second guessing comes from just having seen an Electivire on the select screen. There are some mad mind games to be played here, and this is where Pokemon's one-on-one system really shines. I can't think of any other turn-based RPG that lets you choose which party member you want to take the hit, and that's such a cool mechanic. There is so much scope for strategy there. In the single player, the AI wasn't that smart, and their teams were usually monotype, and you were usually at a higher level to boot. Here, all of those advantages are stripped away. The clever AI will use a varied team of Pokemon on equal footing. So to get the edge, you need to start optimising stats and movesets, choosing the correct Pokemon, and playing a lot more tactically. And there is the big fat stinking problem with competitive Pokemon. When I say that you need to choose the correct Pokemon, I am not exaggerating. An overwhelming number of Pokemon, as in probably over 3/4, are outclassed and not worth using. With so many Pokemon, there's bound to be a lot of overlap in terms of functionality. For example, why would you use an Infernape when Blaziken with Speed Boost does the exact same thing but better? So if you're an Infernape fan, you can either hamper yourself by using a worse Pokemon, or use a Pokemon that you don't like as much. I hate to admit it, but this is kind of inevitable. It's unreasonable to demand perfect balancing from a game as sprawling as Pokemon. A constantly fluid metagame with so many moving pieces would defy balancing anyway. This is true even of games without 721 different monsters, so I don't think that Game Freak should make it a priority to perfectly tweak the game. The fact is, even if the game was twice or 3 times better balanced, the metagame would still settle into patterns. No, my problem is, like the Elite Four, the game never prepares you for this eventuality. Despite knowing the ins and outs of Pokemon, and despite having spent hours and hours on this save file, I am completely unprepared for the Battle Maison, let alone multiplayer. The single player is dictated by type advantages, levels, and preserving your momentum with the switch option, and now all of those crutches have been kicked away. In actual fact, and I swear to you this is not an exaggeration, the Battle Maison is so disconnected from the main game that there is no point in using your current team anymore. You need to start from scratch. The reason for this is Pokemon's hidden stats. For the Battle Maison, you need your team to be perfectly tuned for their specific roles. I mentioned EVs or effort values earlier, values that make certain stats grow depending on what Pokemon you fight. So attacking a Gyarados will make your Pokemon stronger in attack. But here's the problem with that. If your Pokemon is a special attacker and you fight a Gyarados, those stat points are going to waste. There is a cap to the EVs, so fighting even one Pokemon unintentionally can make your Pokemon suboptimal. Along the same lines are individual values or IVs. Now, for you Pokemon veterans out there, understand that I'm simplifying this a bit, but basically, each Pokemon has a number from 0 to 31 randomly added to each stat. So if you have a special attacker with 0 special attack IVs, it's going to be 31 points lower than it could have been, and there's nothing you can do about it. You can influence IVs in a few ways, usually via an extremely long and tedious breeding chain. It's selective breeding basically. You breed 2 Pokemon with good IVs over and over until you create one with great IVs, and then you repeat the process until you've got perfect IVs. But as soon as that Pokemon is generated, like as soon as it is hatched or as soon as you encounter it in the wild, its IVs are permanent. So if its IVs are subpar, you could train it up to level 100 and still have no chance of correcting that. Now, I know what you're probably thinking, that's 31 points, that seems fairly negligible, but it adds up. A special attacker with a modest nature and perfect IVs and EVs is going to put out a lot more damage than one without. This is getting a bit much to take in, so let's get rid of the jargon here. Basically, a player can tailor their Pokemon to their needs by choosing different natures, abilities, stat spreads, items, and movesets. Already, there's an utterly insane level of team customization in Pokemon, and this gives you even more choice, which is brilliant. The problem is that for a Pokemon to be viable for competitive play, it needs to be in peak condition. It needs to be perfect in every possible way, because everybody else's will be. But it is such a long and tedious process to make your Pokemon perfect, and there are so many obstacles in your way that it's just not worth it. You need to breed your Pokemon to have the right nature, ability, and any egg moves, teach it the correct moveset, get its EV spot on, and then level up to at least level 50. Then you need the appropriate item, which can take hours and hours to get, as they are prohibitively expensive. All of this is pretty ridiculous by itself, but then you factor in the need for perfect IVs, and it's just not worth it. IVs are far and away the biggest obstacle to competitive play. I cannot overstate this. It can take tens, if not hundreds of hours to create a competitively viable team. And of course that's assuming that you get your team right first time. It takes even longer if a Pokemon isn't working out, or if you want to try something new, or if you want to keep up with the constantly shifting metagame. IVs are made even worse by the fact that they don't offer any kind of customization or choice. They just randomly make certain Pokemon better or worse. Nature and ability can be a bit tiresome sometimes, but at least they let you customise your Pokemon. IVs just force you to roll and re-roll until they're perfect. And the game doesn't help you with this colossal feat at all. It is incredibly reticent with information. It never indicates your EVs or IVs on the stat screen, and it never makes it clear what natures mean. Nobody explains any of this to you either. Some NPCs will maybe give you oblique hints about what stats your Pokemon excels in, but nobody ever actually explains how these mechanics work. If it weren't for the dedicated fan communities mining the game's data, we'd have practically no idea how the games actually work. In an interview with Wired, Masuda mentioned that Pokemon stats are hidden because he felt that looking at them for a Pokemon's worth is soulless. He wanted each Pokemon to have its own individual quirks and flaws, like real animals. And that's a lovely sentiment. My dogs are both idiots, but I wouldn't trade them for the world. But there's a fundamental issue with that train of logic. My dogs don't have stats. You can't maintain that all Pokemon are worthwhile when there exists a number that is quantifiable proof otherwise. Some Pokemon are objectively better than others. They're a bunch of ones and zeros that contextualise game mechanics. People are foisting meaning onto them and becoming attached to them not because of some hidden fluctuations in stats, but because of their shared experience. Casual or younger players, the ones that are going to care the most about the emotional investment, aren't likely to recognise that these minor differences even exist. I mean, why would they choose another of the same species to find out? Ironically, and maybe this is just me, IVs give my Pokemon an air of expendability. If you gave me the choice between Aplom and a new Blaziken that is identical in every way, I'd choose Aplom. I know that he's not real, I know that it's ultimately meaningless, but, you know, there's a shared experience there, you know? No, okay, that's not quite right, he's not real, he doesn't have feelings. To be accurate, he's like a digital document of my experience. The problem is, if you gave me the option between a Plum and a Blaziken with better IVs, I'd take the new one every time. Why wouldn't I? It's objectively better. The barrier for entry to the Battle Maison and competitive play is simply too high. I demonstrably love Pokemon, and I'm actually really interested in playing multiplayer. But I, and many others, never will because the game is so stubborn about even introducing its players to the concept. Even for those dedicated players who go online to find this stuff out for themselves, the time investment is ridiculous. Why would you spend hundreds of hours preparing to play competitive Pokemon when you might not even enjoy it? I mean, you could spend that time doing something else. Say, for example, making a massive video complaining about it. That was a depressing joke. You could always cheat, I suppose. You can actually download programs to generate a Pokemon down to the finest detail. You choose everything from their stats, nature, ability, held items, EVs, IVs, moveset, to stuff like its original trainer, where and when it was caught, and what kind of ball was used. You can then hack these Pokemon into the game using a cheat device. Folk use this to get competitively viable Pokemon in a few minutes as opposed to tens of hundreds of hours. And that's not me having a go either, I used to do it myself. I'm not really interested in entering an ethical debate about that. In my opinion, so long as hackers are being conscientious, I don't have a problem with it. The fact is, the vast majority of hackers aren't hacking to go online and grief children, they're hacking so that they can play the game at the highest level with other people that want to do so and have probably hacked the game as well. The other method of playing Pokemon is by using a simulator. There exist a number of startlingly sophisticated online simulators dedicated to creating and battling Pokemon. The leading competitive community over at Smogon has actually built itself around these simulators. And honestly, in and of itself, the existence of these simulators is the perfect criticism of competitive play, because people are dedicated enough to this game to create a simulated version of its battle system. But the game is so damn obstructive that people had to create a simulated version of its battle system. There's very little interaction between the community and the game designers in general. Like I say, balancing every single Pokemon would be impossible, but it's nevertheless easy to see how disinterested Game Freak is in balancing the game. The fans often have to act as the gatekeepers, imposing certain rules to prevent unsporting tactics from being used. The community has to implement rules and balance changes, such as banning certain Pokemon and items, and maintaining rules such as Sleep Clause. Sleep Clause was a rule introduced in the earliest Pokemon tournaments. It basically prevented you from just sending the entirety of the opponent's team to sleep. It was a foul to send more than one Pokemon to sleep at a time. In fact, introducing the Sleep Clause was one of the reasons that the original Pokemon Stadium was used at the 1998 Nintendo Cup. So Game Freak is definitely aware that there's a problem with the sleep status, so why hasn't it been changed? Why isn't Sleep Clause an inherent rule? The fact is, Pokemon was never built with competitive play in mind. Game Freak didn't intend to put versus play in Pokemon Red and Green. It was Nintendo that requested battling be added at the last minute. So the original games weren't built around battling, that's fine. This would be a non-issue if Pokemon then revised the battle system in subsequent games, but instead it's still running on these rules that it made for itself in 1996 when it was intended to be a single player experience. Esports are bigger than ever now, and Pokemon is a part of that movement, so there's all the more reason, in my opinion, to introduce your players to competitive play in the game itself. Now, before you start, don't misunderstand me. High level play isn't taught, it is reached through dedication, ingenuity, and of course collaboration with others. And if that's what you're passionate about, then getting better and better and better at a game over hundreds of hours is absolutely a noble endeavour. And the game can't teach that passion. What it can do is it can teach you enough so that you can find out for yourself if you're passionate about it. It should give you everything you need to know to start that journey rather than go into a complete information lockdown. It should be up to you to read the book of competitive Pokemon, but it should be up to the game to hand you that book rather than sequester it away in a bookshelf somewhere. I attempted the Battle Maze on a few times and was defeated each time in the 20th round by a Grumpig. That's just humiliating really, and I'm not even playing against another player. I can't even beat an AI Grumpig with my in-game team. I mean, I'm not salty or anything, I lost fair and square, but that was the first boss. I don't think that I should have to grind for hours and hours and hours to be in with a chance. And if you think that, and if Game Freak thinks that, then that's fine I guess, but I'm just not going to bother. I'm going to go and play something else. I have been reticent to suggest changes in this video, but I feel like the best way to show you how arbitrary this all is would be to present an alternative. So without revamping the game's systems or anything, here are just a few changes that I would implement. First, get rid of IVs. Just set every Pokemon's IVs to 31 and be done with it. That alone would save so much time that it's not even funny. Even if it took 5 minutes to get perfect IVs, they create no choices or new mechanics, so in my opinion they're still not worth it. You always want 31 across the board. I wouldn't touch breeding that much. It's a great bit of context for re-rolling your Pokemon's nature and ability, and letting them inherit unique moves from their parents is a cool idea. It encourages a bit of experimentation. But first of all, I would get rid of eggs. Instead, the daycare man finds a live Pokemon and you examine its stats, nature and ability before deciding whether to adopt it or leave it with them. This way, you don't need to go through the tedium of hatching every single egg and then releasing them. It also means that mammals wouldn't be laying eggs, but I suspect I'm the only one that cares about that one. Scattered around the daycare would be the daycare couple's children. These kids would be tutorial nodes that hint at the hidden mechanics. You know, stuff like, hey mister, once somebody left a Pikachu at the daycare holding an Everstone. A few days later, another one appeared with the same nature. How did it get there? I don't know, I'm just a kid. You know, something simple like that just to clue your player into that mechanic. The next change is a wee bit more involved. Imagine a gym on the Battle Resort. Not like a Pokemon gym, but like an actual gym with weights and treadmills and stuff. Inside are two people. The first is a personal trainer who offers to train your Pokemon from scratch. You can pay a fee to leave a Pokemon with them and he claims that he'll retrain it to your specifications. What he's actually doing is redistributing its EVs. You're presented with a set of sliders and then you choose a stat spread. You can also do this as often as you like, so if you try out your new Pokemon and you want to make an adjustment, you're able to. The second person asks if you would like to use the equipment, again for a fee. This would be an incredibly quick way to level up your Pokemon, all the way up to level 100. Now I've not thought this through too much, I haven't thought about the logistics of this. I don't know how long it would take and I don't know how much it would cost. But considering that we're up against simulators that can literally generate Pokemon, it shouldn't be too expensive nor take too long. It shouldn't take any longer than a few minutes to create a competitively viable Pokemon legitimately, in my opinion. This might seem pretty overpowered, but if these services were on the Battle Resort, you would have already completed the game. This would open the game up to new players, and it means that veterans don't need to download programs and buy cheat devices. If they want to, they can just play the game legitimately on cart. Because the alternative is to prevent hacking, but that's stupid. Firstly, it's next to impossible. You can delay them, sure, but somebody is eventually going to figure out how to get past the walls. Secondly, imagining that you could deter all the hackers, all you'd be doing is driving away some of the most passionate and dedicated players. The point isn't to punish hacks in simulators, it's to make people want to play without them. Transferring Pokemon between generations has always been a cumbersome task. Generation 3 to 4 used Pal Park, where you could transfer 6 Pokemon at a time, and then you had to catch them again in a Safari Zone. 4 to 5 used a system where you would effectively trade your Pokemon from Generation 4 to Generation 5, but then you would have to shoot the Pokemon using a crossbow. I don't know why they're like this, I assume that they must have been able to import directly, but nobody was asking for a minigame to be associated with transferring Pokemon. Thankfully, there's nothing like that transferring from Generation 5 to Generation 6, but it's not much more convenient. I'm going to demonstrate using my copy of Pokemon Black 2. The process goes as follows. You need to turn on Generation 5 and put all the Pokemon you want to transfer into Box 1. You open the PokeTransporter app on your 3DS so you can transfer Box 1 to Pokemon Bank. Then you have to go into Pokemon Bank, grab the transfer box and add it to Omega Ruby. Then I go into Omega Ruby and I'm done. Generation 5 wasn't intended to be used with Pokemon Bank. Yeah, I understand that. But if they're going to allow you to transfer between generations at all, Game Freak really needs to be more forward facing with this. Going through 4 different apps is ridiculous. Even more ridiculous is having a different transfer method every single generation. It feels like they kept floundering for a gimmick, and when they stopped and made it a straightforward transfer, it was the easiest and most convenient version yet. This isn't a review of Pokemon Box, but I think that program is really handy and needs to be kept around. There's now a difference between trading and transferring your own Pokemon to another game. Folk with a single 3DS can now transfer their Pokemon with no hassle. This is minor, but it also automatically fixes a formatting issue where older Pokemon would have their names capitalised. Up until Generation 5, the games would do this really ugly thing where the Pokemon names were all in caps. Pokemon Box automatically reformats that, which is a really nice touch. I'm glad they considered that. Mythical Pokemon are super rare Pokemon that can only be obtained from events. You'll probably know Mew and Celebi at least, but Deoxys was one as well before it became a regular legendary in Omega Ruby. While Nintendo have been really good about hosting frequent events both online and in local retailers, it still feels like a cop-out to me. The event doesn't afford you a unique opportunity or any new gameplay, it just hands you the Pokemon so that you can brag to your friends whose parents can't drop everything to take them to the nearest store. Bragging rights are all well and good, but they should be for your accomplishments. The other problem, of course, is that mythical Pokemon have had their value ruined by hackers. These criticisms feel pretty flaccid, don't they? I mean, I could critique the gameplay ramifications, but then not everything in Pokemon's designed for gameplay, is it? It's a promotional stunt. I'm glad I get to show off Shaymin though, it's one of my favourites. It's called Shay, and it's a hedgehog. It was actually created after I was on the horn with Ken Sugimori, who said to me, he said, "Shay, me dicky old chum, we've decided to make a Pokemon just for you." And I said to him, "Ken, me old China, call it Shay, make it an hedgehog." Wait, why am I doing my voice wrong? The final event that we need to get through is the rematch against the Pokemon League. I would love to make this out to be some kind of epic finale, but it just kinda isn't. The Elite Four have more challenging Pokemon, but not much else has changed. Complaining about the game's difficulty would be unfair at this point. This is the post-game, these guys are optional bosses, so the difficulty will be entirely dictated by the player. So I've decided instead to cobble together a brand new team. I didn't train them from scratch, of course, these are all Pokemon that I imported earlier. The flimsy pretense for this is that I wanted to demonstrate how diverse Pokemon is. There's almost endless team customization. I seriously wish that they would open this up by including more Pokemon in each individual game. I'd have loved to have gotten a chance to use Excadrill, for example, in the main game. As I've said, I refute the idea that the Generation 1 Pokemon are the best. I think that every generation has its ups and downs, and I think it's doing a lot of very talented people a tremendous disservice to dismiss all of the newer ones. This might be a bit presumptuous of me, but I think that people are often ignorant about how difficult it is to design something. When hundreds of monsters have to be designed, they're not always going to appeal to everybody, even in Generation 1. Folk usually pick on Execute and Voltorb for just being circles with faces, but I'd instead pick Mr. Mime, cause have you seen Mr. Mime? That is a deeply upsetting Pokemon. But then, I'd never say that I dislike Mr. Mime. I've always appreciated the fact that there's a mix of cool, cute and goofy creatures. And it needs that diversity. Often maligned Pokemon like Trubbish and Vanillite are not cool, they're really silly, and that's great. Because cool and cute can't be the only design criteria, that would make Pokemon really indistinct. And if you personally are not keen on the sillier looking Pokemon designs, then that's fine. There are plenty of dragons in that to choose from, you boring bastard. But all the same, it has to be acknowledged that the Pokemon designs are getting more complex. The Generation 1 Pokemon had an appealing simplicity to them. The designs had very little fat on them. It would be a Herculean effort to go through every single Pokemon to prove this, but I think that we can at least compare two similar Pokemon from different generations. Bulbasaur has a very clear design. The concept is a reptile with a symbiotic plant on its back, and the design is just that. It's a reptile with a symbiotic plant on its back. Turtwig is very similar in that it's a reptile with a symbiotic plant in its body, but the execution's different. It has more incidental details like a stripe in its shell and yellow markings on its feet. But as they evolve, both go in completely different directions. Bulbasaur just gets bigger with its plant blooming, Whereas Turtwig completely changes shape, it gains more stripes and a different body type before changing completely again when it evolves into Torterra. If you were to ask me which I prefer, I would pick Torterra, it's one of my favourite Pokemon, but they both exhibit different design philosophies. So I think that the earlier generations of Pokemon were so universally appealing because of how simple they were. I think the later generations have become bolder and more experimental. That captures my imagination more, but it also means that it's more pronounced when a Pokemon doesn't quite hit the mark. My problems with their designs come when they're not built organically. More and more Pokemon are getting different forms, fusions, mega evolutions and transformations, and I think that the design philosophy there is this Pokemon, but cooler. This is where the design is at its weakest in my opinion, because it doesn't mesh with Pokemon's more natural aesthetic. I'd prefer it if these kinds of transformations were left to Digimon or Yu-Gi-Oh! I think the complicated designs are one reason why those franchises haven't persisted in the public consciousness as long as Pokemon has. The other reason, I think, is because of how effortlessly Pokemon brings people together. I teamed up with my pal LT Fletcher to have a quick multiplayer bout to round this out and give my original team a final farewell. And this is, without a doubt, one of my favourite bits of Pokemon, the human interaction. Neither of us were really trying our hardest or anything, we were just chatting and having a laugh. And while I could go to any multiplayer game for that, I don't think there are as many games that cross as many gaps as Pokemon does. There's something for everyone here. Even if you're not into the battling, you can trade with your friends, find each other's secret bases, you can share secrets and tips, or you can even just sit in a room with your mate and get through your adventure. LT has spent ages competing with his fiance's sons to try and catch them all, and I honestly think that speaks volumes more than I could, even with a video of this length. I have a lot of complaints with Pokemon, but ultimately I think it's great, even if just for that. Having conducted this elongated look at Pokemon Omega Ruby, I think I've got a firm grasp on the series' strengths and weaknesses. Its biggest strengths are based on its premise. The core design is what prevents me from calling any mainline Pokemon game outright bad. The capturing and battling mechanics are accessible while also having cavernous depths to plumb. The ability to create your own team of superpowered pets is one of the most appealing ideas I've ever heard. There are few franchises that have captured my imagination quite like Pokemon. The type system makes the massive amounts of customization intelligible, while also leaving a lot of room for mind games. As a kid, I instinctively understood that water would beat fire, and so I had no trouble getting to grips with the game. The context is really strong in general. Despite the hordes of monsters, it never skimps out in the details, and almost every mechanic has some kind of real world basis. It also has robust and masterfully handled world building through the Pokédex. You got wee snippets of history or morphology every time you caught a Pokemon, which helped make the world feel textured and lived in. A lot of critics complain that Pokemon has never really innovated, but I think that's in part because it got a lot right first time. However, it wasn't ever perfect, and among Pokemon's biggest problems is its unwillingness to change or build on its core design. There are a lot of balancing issues with a shallow level curve, overpowered moves in Pokemon, and an obsession with monotype trainers that undermine the great type system and make it easy to steamroll the single player. Battles become brain dead very quickly. There are also a laundry list of quality of life changes that are long overdue. Battles still take forever to get through with all the pomp and circumstance, and there are now hundreds of items, each with their own nebulous use or associated evolution. The games have also been recycling the same story since 2002, and you can see how worn those grooves have become. The story has to fit a mould, and the only thing they can think to do with that mould is raise the stakes further and further. The plot's never exactly been incredible, but it benefited from its down-to-earth tone and masterful world building. but it's difficult to be down to earth and create a sense of mystery when you are explaining your myths in pinpoint detail, introducing grandiose concepts like parallel universes and the end of the world, and confirming that, yes, legendary Pokemon are indeed gods. The bigger problem is just how many words are wasted. The games should use only as many words as they need to get the point across, said the hypocrite. The biggest problem though is that the stagnating story encourages a stagnating structure. Having the game's toughest bosses in relaxed environments means that the game can't build tension, and having the story climax long before the final boss makes no sense. There's a lot of room for improvement here, but these all seem to be habits that Game Freak take for granted. I think the core systems are all great, but I don't think they're sacred, and I think it's worth examining their weaknesses and looking for resolutions. But instead, they keep changing the set dressing and throwing the baby out with the bathwater every generation. Each new game is this mixed bag of features. We got the excellent Dex Nav this time, but we also got the tiresome contests. We got secret bases back, but at the cost of trainer customization. I would love to see all of these features included and iterated upon, but the series can never truly advance because no sooner is a new element established than it's thrown away. Game Freak has no idea how to advance their series, and this leads to vestigial yet bankable changes such as Mega Evolutions. The final big problem in my eyes is that the tutorials are completely backwards. The game is so terrified of frustrating its players that it ushers you through the adventure, fussing over you at every turn to make sure you aren't lost or confused. Ironically, the game is so worried that you're not having any fun that it's not any fun. But despite all this time that it dedicates to explaining the simplest ideas in great detail, it never dedicates any time to explaining its more complex mechanics or prepping the player for the insane difficulty spikes. Competitive play and the Battle Maison are obstructively obtuse. Rather than find a comfortable compromise where casual fans can learn as they go and hardcore fans aren't hampered, the game instead sits at one of two extremes. It's either patronising toddlers or demanding brain surgery. So what I'd like to see from the series moving forward is less superfluous changes in favour of more focused, substantial changes. The series could also benefit from a lot of streamlining, subtractions rather than additions. There are a lot of cumbersome elements in there, and it's probably worth taking a microscope to each and every part and asking if it's really necessary or if it could be removed. If not, could it be improved? Of course, Sun and Moon may have already solved a lot of my problems, so take this whole endeavour with a pinch of salt and draw your own conclusions. I'm looking forward to finding out for myself at some point, because I still do really like Pokemon. But if I'm being honest with myself, I'm becoming more and more disenchanted with it as the years go by. I'm still waiting on that ultimate Pokemon game, the one that really kicks the series up to the next level, and I'm beginning to think that it's just not going to happen. Instead, from everything that I've seen at least, the series is still content to tinker while failing to update a lot of outdated core mechanics. I'm happy that they've got rid of the gyms and the HMs in Sun and Moon, but I think Pokemon has a lot more problems than that. But despite this, all I see is unadulterated praise for the series. Every time a new game comes out, I hear folk laud the story and the gameplay innovations, and I wonder if we're playing the same damn series. It's telling, I think, that IGN gave Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire a respectable score in the face of legitimate shortcomings and are to this day ridiculed for it. At the end of the day though, I doubt Game Freak are really going to make many changes. This whole thing seems to be working for them. So, in conclusion, this whole thing was just kind of a waste of time. Yeah. Something to do, I suppose.